tries to come us without chances of a I don't care how much it costs. I'll carry on with my flaws. There were times I didn't know what to look for. Now I found my faith and I won't hesitate no more. The night is gone, this is where we start. A new day has come to my heart. The night is gone, no longer torn. A new day has come, I'll be reborn.
踏过荒谷和大漠，肩负着族人的使命，去往异乡。阴谋与命运交织着。当星辰落下之时，毒蛇露出了尖牙。忠诚与背叛的戏码拉开序幕。火光将反叛的计划化为乌有，刺向毒蛇的弯刀，在烈火间把双手灼烫。然而，救命的稻草不过是又一场狩猎的预谋。而若不甘心成为猎物，只能自己勇敢伸手，触碰飞鸟与神鹰。
I finally arrived at the manor mentioned in the commission letter. The fairly complete main building became my first foothold here. At first, everything seemed to be going better than I had expected. That incomplete diary mentioned a bizarre game. The barely noticeable ashes and marks along the edges of the diary once again led me to new clues. A strange fireplace, unused firewood, a rotatable candlestick. As the wall began to turn, I knew that I had found what I was looking for. An even greater collection of diaries. I continued my deductions using these diaries. Finding information on the hunters is the key. Yet, it creates more questions than it solves. About the manor. About the game. And about me. I was once a novelist. I lost my memory in an accident 10 years ago, and have suffered from intermittent amnesia ever since. My condition has worsened with the passage of time. The span of my amnesia is getting worse. Finally, through the eyes of my neighbors, I realize the exact nature of my condition. It's not about amnesia, but that person has awakened. Once paradise, now a shell of its former glory. No one minds the kindness of the weak. Only a sinful soul does as it pleases.
Revenge! To hell with the gods! Behold! See how your desires fatten! Repent! Purge thy sins! A sacred feast will guide you. I will rebuild paradise.
Ten nimble fingers, one brilliant show. On a 3-foot stage, the goddess aglow. Our shadow play premieres at the Grand Theater tonight.
Is this place really haunted? Who's there? Crystal Palace was once where art and science collided. Some reminisce about its former glory. Some long for its splendor. Now, you're here too.
With steam dense as a veil, and wine sweet as honey, one can't help but relax at the hot spring. Return to basics. Surrender restraints. Relinquish thyself. Like the eagle plummeting straight down, lusting for lambs, hating all lamb souls. Bathed in the spring, we drink. We worship. We indulge.
Miss Keo, how was your childhood? Well, at the dinner table, Father said with a smile, "You sure love playing judge, don't you?" And then they wanted me to pursue my own happiness. Of course, so did my brothers. Your brothers? He was not qualified to represent justice. And I won't allow that to happen. Something happened, I suppose. I did what I had to do. Justice needs obedience. Justice needs sacrifice. It ain't over till the fat lady sings. That's all.
The arrival of the first letter was the prelude to a change in tone. An accentuated sign of fate's shifting course appeared on the night the second letter arrived. Those fragile wings flew in with the dying light. Who forgot one simple truth. The purer the light, the deeper its shadow. My nightingale, never chase after illusions of hope. Looking back with longing eyes, this is just his unfailing bait.
Anna. Night. Girls' school. To discover the truth about what happened to Anna, I disguised myself as a maid at the school. After the incident, someone was still the center of attention. Someone was still beloved. Someone seemed to be hiding something. And the odd thing, someone was trying to look for answers in those ancient legends. The truth may not be what it seems. Everyone is under suspicion. Things were not as simple as I imagined.
Last night, I dreamt of returning to that place once again, trapped in a trance, the scent of the soil leaves, and the chimes of midnight were beckoning me. No matter how many times you found salvation within your own creation, you could not escape the nightmares of your memories.
Stop it! End all this now!
I remember now. It's all coming back to me. When the nightingale sings, the mansion gates will open for me under the starry sky. tonight, the truth will be revealed.
Stay a while. I have an interesting tale for you. Sergei, once the backbone of this circus, he brought numerous joy and laughter on stage. But he was a slave to the bottle off stage. His mistress began to fall for a more considerate man, and after a heated argument, she sought refuge in that man's tent. Sergei couldn't stand for this. He destroyed that man's wretched face with acid and ruined his life forever. The truth was finally spilled in a fit of drunkenness. In turn, on that drunken night, Sergei also lost his face. I don't like this face. Oh, it sickens me. But this face has become a new symbol, belonging to Sergei and to me.
Waking up through the darkness, I can see the sun. Leaving behind what I have, the future's already begun. Can somebody save me from the past and take the lead? I'm ready to see, time to stand up and be free. There were times I didn't know what to believe. Now I found a reason to fulfill my destiny. I'll carry on the journey. There were times I didn't know what to look for. Now I found my faith and I won't hesitate no more. The night is gone, I'm no longer torn. A new day has come, I'll be reborn.
最后我还是失败了。所以我才又回到了这里。这一切都是你的阴谋吗？再次面对过去的噩梦。而那些噩梦的参与者又是谁呢？
see you, Orphe. It was never a ruse. This is a requiem. Requiem for peace in a chaotic dreamscape. Even if it amplifies their fear. Requiem for an exercise to extend the extracting every last drop of that crystal dew. Cast their memories into the abyss again and again as they stand on the border of truth and vanity, warning them.
Don't look back.
All that remains upon this throne is nothing more than a fragile, incompetent heart. After the embers fade and die out, our homeland, ripped asunder by the flames of war. At the height of my desperation, I finally saw the light of a star above. She was the one who brought the light of dawn back into my life. But when the sun sank below the horizon, I saw the flames of war burning without end. Flesh torn and blood spilled before me. The illusion of my utopia had lost the favor of the sun. I have to get out of here. I have to...
Why do you wish to escape, my dear king? In this everlasting Colosseum, you will forever be my gladiator.
The islanders often say the wayward sons will eventually return home, just as migratory birds always come home to roost. Yet, fewer and fewer have returned. Fear has gripped the island, and strange rumors began to take hold. Rumor has it, a vast silhouette overshadows the shore. Some also say a resentful soul lies beneath the waves, luring voyagers to their doom. While many claim, even in a storm, the swallows will guide you in the right direction. However, is this calamity wreaked by disgraced deities? Or perhaps it all stems from greedy hearts.
Long, long ago, when demons and gods walked amongst humanity, two sisters lived a life of creating fragrances.
All that you desire shall be granted if you bring me a fragrance that relieves one's sorrow.
Finally, the younger sister completed the god's request. A beautiful dress woven from painful memories. Is the...
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our second week of IVT. My name's Eli, I'm joined here with Gaming Grizzly, and we have a lot of exciting action from NAEU. And yeah, going into our top 8 here, we saw an incredible top 16 last week and a lot of close matchups here. But ultimately, we are down to our final 8, and this tournament will wrap up quite quickly. Tomorrow will be our finals matchup, so we're going to have a lot of exciting action ahead of us today. We do have FT versus Omega first, so this was, saw both these teams play last week. Omega with a very close matchup versus Last Cypher, and we also saw FT with a pretty close matchup themselves against N3. So Grizzly, how are you feeling about our first matchup here, Omega versus FT? It's going to be very exciting.
I am excited to see this matchup. As you already said, Omega versus FT. Omega was having a really good match, as you already mentioned, against Last Cypher. It was really coming down to the first round that they won with a little bit more points, a point advantage that was later on leading into the victory of Omega. And if we look at FT versus N3, they were really dominating against N3. They were getting 2 victories in the first 2 rounds. It was a 2-round match and they won both of them. So very excited to see if Omega is pushing it again. If Omega is, like, you know, keeping the points over them, over FT, or if FT can dominate yet again against Omega. It's definitely a match that we look forward to. We have a lot of other matches going on. We just saw the brackets. It was RV going against Before You. Then we had NFC versus Ubu and F Fusion versus NL. Those are the matches that we can expect today. I'm very excited because we are already in the quarterfinals and these teams are competing against each other for a place not only in the semifinals but also in the finals. Today is day 3 of the tournament day, and that also means leading into tomorrow. Tomorrow we already have the last day of the tournament. Tomorrow we're going to determine who will be the winner of the North American European Server Tournament. Again, we have Omega right here, one of the teams that want to grab that title, the winner of the North American European Server Tournament 2022. We have already seen all of these players. Nickelodeon on the Hunter side, very excited to see more of that Hunter, as well as of the Survivor side. We definitely can expect that they are very well coordinated. We saw it in the matches that we have seen before, but we are in for a treat, that is for sure.
Absolutely, yeah. Nico coming here against FT here. It's going to be very exciting. We saw Nico last week. Very strong hunter overall. Didn't really make any mistakes. He took advantage of Survivor mistakes as well. He doesn't miss a beat for sure. And we'll see if that plays any factor in this matchup as well. FT Slade is going to be on the hunter side, so we're not going to see Elfman Saber. It will stick to Survivor here. So Slade coming back at it again. We saw Slade, a very strong matchup against N3 last week, but now it starts to get a little bit more tricky here. Slade known for those off-meta hunters. You don't really know what to expect when coming from Slade. He has Ann, he has Axeboy, he has Ripper, and I think N3 survivors definitely were unprepared to going against that that sort of matchup last weekend. However, now it's more difficult for Slade. You have Omega who knows what to expect. They know what Slade's going to pull out. They know what he's going to bring to the table here. So they're definitely prepared to go against those type of hunters. So Slade no longer, he no longer has that surprise advantage that he typically would like to have going into this sort of matchup.
That is for sure. And as you mentioned, we saw Slade, let's just talk about round number 1, that he was going in as N. I'm very, very excited to see another N. As always, very excited to see these off-meta characters come to play in the tournaments. But at the same time, you mentioned it, we have Omega right here who can prepare for that situation. They can prepare for round number 1 N. And on the other side, we also have FT who could potentially say, all right, they know that we will most likely come in with an N. So how about we switch it up? How about in round number 1 we're gonna go more meta? Maybe we have not seen Slade utilizing other characters yet that he has up his sleeve, that he knows how to play. So there's still a lot of questions on the table. One question that we don't have to ask ourselves is which map we are on. We are playing on the Arms Factory right here in round number 2. Omega was selecting that map. What do you think about that?
Yeah, it's interesting. We saw FT ban Red Church, which it's kind of a curious decision. If Slade's planning on playing Ann first, Ann's typically stronger on Red Church, so it's kind of an interesting decision to see him go with that. Arms Factory, however, is going to be very strong for Nickelodeon's Dream Witch. It is arguably the best Dream Witch map, and it makes a lot of sense why we're seeing Arms Factory be selected by Omega. You're putting, you're really just, we see a lot of these teams pick maps simply based off of, majority of the time what hunter that their hunter is strong for, like what map is strong on that particular map. So basically, Dream Witch obviously is very good. You can also play Sculptor if necessary. You can also go Bloody Queen, but we're probably going to see Dream Witch from Nico. But then again, it goes back to the question: banning Red Church if you're an Ann player. I think they're probably trying to force Nico off of Red Church because they can simply play sort of an anti-Dream Witch team comp here, and then Sculptor is very strong on Church, but less so on Arms Factory. So you don't want to play too hard in a Sculptor. So I think the idea here is maybe try to play an anti-Dream Witch comp and force Sculptor onto a map that's maybe not quite as favorable as something like Red Church.
That's true, that could be a strategy, and at the end of the day we are going into round 2 for sure, potentially round 3 or even round 4, so we might see the the Red Church come into play later. Again, Slade very, very strong with the N, and I am not really sure how Omega will react to this when it comes to bans, right? Usually you ban the meta characters, you ban Breaking Wheel on certain maps, you ban Dream Witch. This is just like, what if you ban all these hunters but Slade knows how to play other characters, right? Knows how to play the N. Slade doesn't really care about these character bans. So will we see a potential N ban on Red Church, or will we see, the normal bans when it comes to meta bans, and that will allow Slade to play on the Red Church later on as N to maybe, just secure the victory or maybe a comeback. We don't know what's going to happen because, again, just to point out how Omega was playing in the last tournament, they were doing extremely well, especially in round number 1. In round number 1, they basically secured their victory. Round number 2 was a tie. Round number 3, they lost, but they won round number 1 with more points. So they actually won that matchup by points. So we might see Omega going extremely strong in round number 1. But then on the other side, we had FT coming in with a 2 match victory going into the next bracket against which was N3. So I'm excited for round number 1 because on both sides, both of the teams have won their round number 1s before. So I almost feel like whoever wins round number 1 might get the upper hand over the opponent to just, put pressure on the opponent and also just, show that, hey, we are here to get that title. We are here to get into the semifinals. We are not here to just play around and give you any points. So I'm very, very curious to see how round number 1 ends, because I almost feel like this round number 1 might already show, indicate in which direction this matchup will go.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be very close indeed. But I think in reality, going into this, we saw both teams play last week. Obviously, Omega, a very close matchup. FT winning a little bit more convincingly. But yeah, going into this, it's really difficult here for FT because, again, we talked about a lot of their players are slightly newer competitive where, we look at Omega, we have a lot of top players here. A lot of players who played a lot in the past competitive tournaments, maybe some not so much in official tournaments, but still played, still have tournament experience nonetheless. whether that's just different types of NAU tournaments throughout the year. So it's just, yeah, in terms of experience, Omega really has that advantage here. We will get into our match shortly here, just waiting on some of the players to join. But it's just it's a tough matchup because I mean, going into this again, we talked about Dreamwitch it's a very strong character, and Slade has Anne, but when you look at on paper, right, you have a tie hunter like Anne against a really strong winning hunter like Dreamwitch. Who has the upper hand, right? Obviously, Dreamwitch will. So that's kind of the downside here for Slade playing non-meta characters. Of course, we've seen it kind of. We've seen it come up in non-meta characters be, obviously last week with Slade be very viable, but once you start playing against these players with high tournament experience, high level competitive, it becomes very, very difficult to actually win with that sort of hunter, and especially because they're prepared for Anne. They know what Slade's bringing out. They know what to expect. Maybe N3 wasn't necessarily, they didn't know what to expect against Slade. Now Omega knows, so now it's really challenging for Slade moving forward in this matchup.
That is for sure. That is for sure. It's definitely not necessarily a surprise factor anymore. That, and it was, I would even say, not necessarily a surprise factor for us. We were predicting that we would have Slade round number 1 with Anne, and we saw it immediately. So that's definitely something to note, that Omega might be prepared for that and might be ready to get the points early on. Again, round number 1, I think, very, very crucial. And we are jumping right into said round number 1. We have Slade on the hunting side. Again, we are on Arms Factory. Can we expect Anne coming out on the Arms Factory as well? Or will we see other characters like you already mentioned? We have Ripper, that Slade knows how to play. Also, maybe an X-Boy or Wu Cheng could come onto the field. And OM on the surviving side. Very, very curious to see how this first round starts. And I just want to mention one thing before I forget it, because I am very forgetful. Did you see that? I mean, obviously you saw, but Fusion had to go against the Feaster, and we didn't cast it. I was very excited, but also upset that I couldn't cast that match. I wish we could have seen the Feaster in action. We could have casted it. So I really hope that the Feaster is coming out to play again. But I just had to get this off my shoulders. Now let's get into this match. We already see the Survivor picks.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always, for those of you who don't know, it's always when Grizzly doesn't commentate, that's when Feaster gets played. It's every time. If you go look at past tournaments, it happens every time. But anyways, we're gonna look into our match here. We're gonna see Entomologist, the second ban, and Entomologist ban here is very smart if you're trying to play. And well, it may seem like Entomologist isn't very strong, but Entomologist bees are so good. If you try to jump through the bees while jumping Alpha Survivors, and it'll completely stop your jump, and it'll slow you down. It'll buy the Entomologist distance, and Entomologist is one of the few characters that's very strong at kiting out the cats after you get catted. So Entomologist is a very good ban here. We're going to see Patient as well. I expect the last Survivor probably to be something like a Mercenary. They may go Gravekeeper if they're really worried about Anne here, but I think Mercenary being the most balanced. Mechanic is interesting. I think they're basically here in this situation just trying to say, we don't want to risk losing. We know Slade's probably playing Anne, which is a tie hunter. Let's just play a tie character ourselves and secure we get that draw and rely on Nico to go for a win here, especially because he does have that round 1 Dreamwitch on Arms Factory. And we're actually going to see Axe play Grizzly, so I think that actually also is a very good ban for if you're going with that Entomologist. So Axeboy here gives Slade more win potential than Anne. Anne is a very good tie character, where Axeboy may be less consistent at securing draws, but has a lot more win potential.
That's what I thought. I thought that, we will potentially see Red Church later on in the match, and we might see that Anne from Slade coming out. Round number 1, X-Boy, very, very excited to see how that plays out for FT. Again, in my opinion, this might be a very, very crucial round, because whoever wins this round obviously has the upper hand. Whoever wins this round puts pressure on the opponent's team to come back from this. And from what we have seen before in the tournament from both of the teams, they take these round 1 victories and they turn them into complete victories against their opponents. So we are jumping into the action. This is round number 1. We are in the first half. This is literally the first match of the day. If you have just tuned in, welcome to the stream. Northern American European Tournament 2022. We are seeing Omega versus FT. FT Slade on the Hunter side. X-Boy, we already mentioned it. FT Slade, known for these off-meta characters. Again, round number 1, X-Boy, we don't see that too often. So, getting to see that right now, definitely an exciting start for this stream, exciting start for the day. And I'm just curious to see how Omega will turn this match potentially into a tie, on the survivor side or a victory, because again, it is usually very, very hunter-sided. That also means if the survivors are getting victories against hunters, it's putting them into a really, really good position for the rest of the matchup. So yeah, just waiting for this first half to start.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, looking at how this matchup will play out here, you have some good characters for going against an Axeboy. Forward is actually less strong against Axeboy because, Axeboy is a character. Forward obviously is very good for trying to harass when you pick up the survivor. There's other things you can do, but Axeboy is so fast to a point where if you like throw out a path, pull a flame, you can pick up the survivor very fast and just kind of zoom away before the forward can even catch up to you. And it gives the forward so much less time to react to a point where it's just very difficult to actually harass. And on top of that, a lot of forwards obviously will stick around the hunter where they're trying to pick up a survivor, and the hunter will walk towards them to try to force the forward away. But the Axeboy can pull a flame while walking towards them and get such a fast speed boost. Even if the forward still footballs away, they can still catch up to them and get a hit when they stop their football. They're forced to expend even more football than they normally would have for most hunters. So forward is just, it's difficult to play against Axeboy. I think Slade's may use that to advantage here. We are going to see the No Man's Land spawn or Big Rock spawn here from Slade. 2 survivors spawn over near Shack. That's immediately where he's going to head to, and it is Jojo, who I believe is the Acrobat, if I'm not mistaken. So that might be a pretty good find for him. Obviously looking for Mechanic first. Oh, it is the Mechanic, actually. Okay, so it's not the Acrobat. And the question is, does he find the bot here? That's going to be very important. And he doesn't look like he saw it, Grizzly.
It doesn't look like he saw. It was very well hidden, and we also saw Jojo transitioning out of this area. You can see it right here, Jojo running into a safer spot if the mechanic stall is not found. We can see that Slade just has to rotate. Slade just has to move and find the next better target. We still have Jojo in the area, and he finds Jojo, he finds the mechanic again. That's the best find for the exploit right here. You want to go for the main decoder, but the doll is in a very, very good spot. Oh, that flame hit already puts damage on Jojo. Fantastic job from Slade. Really, really starting off strong with the exploit right here. We have the doll over there hiding. That means as soon as the mechanic is on the chair, we still have an additional decoder on the field, which would put more pressure on Slade when it comes to the Cypher Rush. This flame is coming in. Dodges the flame but takes the first survivor down. Fantastic job from Slade. But again, Omega doing a great job with the doll being hidden like that. This is still putting Slade into a tough situation.
Yeah, especially because he has fast pallet breaking speed and confined space, which means he either has no trump card or no detention. If that's the case, that means his later game is going to be very weak. So even with a quick down, it's still a drawn position because there's a doll in play. Now, interesting decision here. Omega's forward actually just left Jojo completely. It would have been very strong for the forward to help support the kite, support after they got knocked down. Of course, supporting against Axeboy is more difficult, but it's still strong for forward to help support there. So the fact that the forward just left there is a very interesting decision for Omega. And unfortunately, it doesn't really benefit them. If anything, it's just difficult for the Cypher because the forward naturally decodes slow, and also to lose Cyphers there. So, yeah, maybe a slight misstep from Omega, I'm not really sure. But we're going to see probably no rescue. Just going to use that bot as long as possible. Try to push some extra Cypher machines. We do see FY over at the sandbags area. That's probably going to be Slade's next target here. Still has Blink, so he still has a lot of good options here in terms of chase. So, Slade, yeah, while it may still be a drawn position because of the Cypher Rush, there's still a chance that Slade can try to push for more as this game progresses.
Absolutely fantastic job right there. I mean, you always have to make a decision. One survivor goes down quite quick. What are you doing? Are you going in for the rescue and slow down the Cypher machine progress? Or are you just leaving that survivor on the chair? Wow, these flames are hitting. Fantastic job from Slade again, hitting the Acrobat right away with a flame. That could put him into a really, really good position. He has Blink ready, but the charge attack was not long enough, and that is putting Omega into a really good position because now Blink is gone. We have the Acrobat right there kiting it out, and again we have 3 Cypher machines remaining, but thanks to the doll there should be 1 Cypher machine almost done. So it is definitely... Oh, can't dodge that flame in this narrow path. You just cannot escape from that. And we have the basement here as well. This could be a fantastic change of pace right here for Slade. Again, we are still kind of in a tying position, 2 Cypher machines remaining, but this with the basement right here, if you can't pull off a proper rescue, this could put Omega in a difficult situation.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to see Psychologist giving Tinnitus. Now the question is, who else has Tide Tuner? I imagine Ford was one of them. Does Psychologist have it, or did Mechanic have it? We're going to see Psychologist come for the save, able to dodge that flame, and is going to drop down. So there's no, there's not going to be any free drop hits here. We're going to see the he's trying to body block him from getting that. Sure, goes for the swing, gets the hit. He is able to get the rescue, and he does have Tide Turner. So Acrobat can use the slow bomb here, try to get out of basement. Does he get around? He gets around the slow bomb as well, so he's not going to be slowed down by this. No blink available for Slade. He's going to try to go for this flame here. Just going to change target to Psychologist. This is fine. Just try to get extra injuries on the board. But you see the last Cypher Machine already with 20% progress here. Ford probably going to go ahead and start it right away here. Can he just flame? No, he gets the flame snipe onto the Psychologist as well. And that's another fast down for Slade. He's actually not sharing basement, which is interesting. If he used that path there, he could have possibly made it to basement. He's going to share middle here instead. Ford's going to rush down that last Cypher, and they're going to trade off. Ford's going to come for the save. Acrobat's going to go to the Cypher, and they're going to hope that Slade doesn't pressure the last Cypher Machine.
Good thing for Omega right here is that the Psychologist went down to 2 hits, and with Tide Turner wasn't actually activating the ability to heal herself, so therefore she has the entire healing ability left. So as soon as she gets off the chair, if she is not getting rescued with Tide Turner, now she gets rescued with Tide Turner, but again, the healing effect will take place in 20 seconds, and if she is going down again, Ford can still come in for another rescue, and that rescue will immediately trigger the ability of the Psychologist to heal up again. So it is a really good situation for Omega right here. Acrobat is still focusing on that last Cypher. Oh, the healing is coming through, and now Psychologist taking that hit, but still being up. That is absolutely fantastic. Changes target, knows that that last Cypher Machine must be close to being primed, and tries to close the gap right here to the Acrobat. We can definitely see that the Ford will rotate in to not only take that turn on the Cypher Machine, but also harass the Slade from, you know, just to not have Phi down anytime soon.
Oh, he goes for the ball. He wasn't able to get the ball off. Yeah, huge misstep from FY there, and Slade, he's going to pick him up with a little bit of a slowdown here, obviously, but can they prime the last Cypher Machine? It looks like Forward is able to prime it, but Psychologist is not there. Psychologist needs to rotate to that Cypher to try to pop it here. I think, no, they're going to stay on the other Cypher Machine instead. Now he's trying to pressure. We see Slade knows this. He knows the Cypher's prime, so he's going to stay around this area and try to force the any survivor from actually popping it here. And again, it looks like no trump card. If he had trump card, he would have switched to abnormal here, which means he has an up-down build with confined space and detention and just blink here. And this is the downside of not carrying trump card on Axel. He's trying to go for the flame on the Forward. Forward can actually just pop the Cypher. He's letting Forward run around here, and Forward can easily just pop the Cypher Machine for free. It looks like he's going to wait a little bit instead. This is risky because it risks the chance of him getting flamed, but he didn't even see the Forward, it looks like.
It's popping that Cypher right away because Slade is not having his eyes on any survivors. Now goes for K-Dad, which is the Psychologist, and Psychologist is definitely transitioning away from the backgate, which gives them enough time. We see the Acrobat already working on the backgate. That means backgate will be opened. You already mentioned the trump card is not in play. This is a secure tie. Forward is coming towards the Acrobat. We have the Psychologist down. There is no other outcome than the tie. We have the 2 survivors escaping through the backgate. Slade brings K-Dad on the rocket chair. Fantastic first match from both sides. Slade eliminating 2 survivors, securing the tie right here. Fantastic start on the survivor side as well. Very, very well coordinated. You have to consider there was one situation that was kind of tough. That was the basement. Basement situation, always kind of a difficult situation if you are not able to get the survivor out of the basement. At the same time, we also saw the Acrobat not necessarily hitting that window with the iced ball that he had, and was giving that hit to the X-Boys. So there were a few situations that looked very, very critical for Omega, but for them pulling off a tie right here, congratulations. That was I would say, a good comeback, especially late game with the Forward just being able to pop off that Cypher Machine. Great job, and also great discipline, just leaving the mechanic on the chair right away, just, you know, leaving her on the chair and keeping Slade at bay. Fantastic move.
Yeah, and you really see the downside of just playing no trump card. So when you have no trump card, obviously when you go confined space and blink, it increases your chances of getting a fast down. But against a team comp, when there's a mechanic, you don't necessarily need to prioritize that. Mechanic's not kiting very long anyways. You know, a mechanic obviously with slow power breaking, throwing speed, slow vaulting speed, and doesn't really have any items to kite with. So in reality, you know, Mechanic is a character that you don't really need to build to bring a chase build for. So I guess the idea here for Slade was just go for a tie and rely on the survivors to do well against Nico. But we saw Nico's Dream Witch be so strong last week, so it's just such a huge risk to go for something like that. And I think that's what the survivors of OM wanted to. They played Mechanic because they wanted to tie. They wanted to tie here, and they wanted Nico to go for a win. So I think FT Slade here kind of just playing into Omega's strategy. If he goes trump card there, he can win the game. He can trade swap into Abnormal, that last Cypher Machine, and just kill the Acrobat again, and he's dead on chair, and he has a winning position. But when you don't have Trump card and you just build for up-down, you have good chase in the early game, but you have less potential for winning as the game progresses.
So this is going to be very, very interesting because now we are jumping into the second half of round number 1, and usually we would say that the Hunter has the upper hand, especially in the earlier rounds, because you don't have any characters banned. You can play your favorite characters, you can play the characters that you know how to play and to really secure the 4, or even if it's just a 3 survival elimination, you can secure the victory for your team. And now with Nico on the hunting side, we might see that Dream Witch is so strong on Arms Factory, and if Omega secures something better than a tie, basically 3 survival, 4 survival elimination, they will win round number 1. And again, I said before, I believe that having that round number 1 victory for either side is definitely crucial. It's definitely gonna, you know, set the pace for the rest of this matchup between FT and Omega. But at the same time, we have Omega on the surviving side right here. I'm very curious to see what they will pull off, if they will also be able to potentially pull off a tie or even a 3 survivor escape. Everything is still on the table for both sides. But again, overall, from what we have seen in previous tournaments, round number 1 with all hunters available to the hunter player is usually a little bit stronger for the hunter side. So it could potentially end up in Omega taking round number 1.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, a tie for a hunter side, it's not bad, but it's just that, you know, round 1 Dream Witch, it's been so strong. We've seen this, especially overseas as well, over in China and Japan, where a lot of this game, of course, in tournaments, it's very survivor sided because you have your communication with your teammates. You can pick characters to counter what what hunter is incoming, right? So it's really survivor sided in tournaments. But the problem is we've seen Dream Witch in China and Japan become so strong that Dream Witch has just become a straight winning hunter. We've seen Dream Witches overseas just constantly defeating all these teams, and then you get to the later rounds, and then it's more difficult because you can beat Sculptors, you can beat Geisha with good support, but Dream Witch, it's so hard to support against Dream Witch. It's so hard to win against a good Dream Witch player because of how strong of a character it is. That map pressure, that control, just everything Dream Witch has going for them. It's hard to kite 2 patrollers, like back-to-back patrollers. How do you kite that? With good, some support you can, but it's difficult. So we've seen Dream Witch become such a strong character. So even if you're prepared for this Dream Witch, even if the survivors play well, if the Dream Witch plays better, you're still going to lose the game. That's just how strong of a character Dream Witch is right now. So again, going for a tie slight here, normally that's fine, but in a round 1 situation, you mentioned Grizzly, round 1 is so important. It sets the tide of the match. The winning team for round number 1 has a very likely chance of just taking it from there because they don't have to go overly aggressive. They have all the room to work with, whereas the other round 1 team has to go more aggressive and take more risks. So, Survivors getting a tie here is very good for Omega because, if Nico's able to play Dream Witch effectively, he's going to win round 1 for Omega.
That's for sure. And I mean, we saw it in the day 1 of the tournament where we had Omega again. They were very, very strong round number 1. They took home the round number 1 victory, and then they just played a little bit slower. They tied up round number 2, and then they even lost round number 3, but at the same time they lost with a little bit less points given to the opponents, so therefore overall by points they won. So if we see Omega winning round number 1 right here, they will probably just, lean back a little bit, play a little bit more conservative, as you already mentioned. FT would have to take more risks, they would have to be more aggressive, they would have to push Omega more to get points out of these matches and not only tie the matches, because again, if you lose round number 1, you don't just want to go for ties, you need to get back into the match, you need to get back by, not only victories, but potentially by points. And therefore, with a round number 1 victory for Omega, if Nico is able to eliminate 3 or even 4 survivors with the potential Dream Witch that we will see in the second half, that could put FT into a tough situation. Again, especially since we saw Omega just relaxing a little bit, going conservative, pushing for the ties, and that might be the strategy that we can expect from Omega right here. Really going for the meta characters. Very, very tournament heavy, just how we see it usually. We have the meta characters, and if you have an advantage over the opponent, just play a little bit more conservatively. And we are jumping right into the picks and bans for this round number 1, second half.
We should see a Seer ban here first from Nico if he is trying to play. Yeah, so we're going to see Seer for Dream Witch. Obviously, that is, the most standard first ban for Dream Witch. Seer is just a very good character. The Seer Owl is, it's an ability that helps survivors kite out Patroller. Any character that can support sort of like turn a situation where a double Patroller is not a kill, that's very strong. That's why Psychologist, like we're going to see here, is very good for going against a Dream Witch because it forces 3 hits or maybe 3 patrollers in some instances. So any character that forces extra patrollers is very crucial. Seer being one of them, obviously that's going to be eliminated. Acrobat, the second ban here, this makes a lot of sense, of course. Acrobat is also a character that can counter patroller. For those of you who don't know, you can actually use the Acrobat's ball to cancel one of the patroller bites. So Acrobat is a very effective kiter against a Dream Witch. The next lock-in here, I'm not really sure what we're expecting to see. There's a few routes you can go. We might, obviously, forward would be the best, but I don't think FT actually has a forward player. So we're going to see Postman instead, which is perfectly fine. Postman has good Cypher Rush with the decoding letter. And for the last ban for Nico, he may just ban one of the rescuers like Gravekeeper, since he knows there's no forwarding coming, or maybe he just go even ban something like Mechanics, so there's no risk of the survivors having a draw team comp.
As far as I know, Nana is kind of known to play the forward or the Acrobat, so we might potentially see Nana coming in as forward, but I'm not completely sure if the names underneath the survivors that are being played are correct. Sometimes we have this in these tournaments where we see characters above names that are not necessarily right. We have the Barmaid coming through. Very interesting. Again, right now from Nico, we can really expect that Dream Witch to come through. Again, Arms Factory, first round, Dream Witch, securing that victory. That's the goal for Omega right here. Just securing the victory and securing this first round victory over FT. So yeah, we are ready on the survivor side, just waiting for Nico to pick that Dream Witch and to jump into... Oh! Actually going for the Sculptor right here.
Yeah, and that makes sense. You cannot really... This comp is so hard. As soon as they pick that Barmaid, you already have Psychologist as a counter. You also have Mercenary as a good rescuer. As soon as they pick Barmaid, it gives too many counters to Dream Witch. We saw this last week with Nico, where he had an anti-Bloody Queen team comp. He still played it, so there's still a chance he goes Dream Witch here, but this comp is so anti-Dream Witch to a point where you kind of just, it's safer just to play another comp. And this is what we talked about, Grizzly. They went Arms Factory, which is not as strong as a map for Sculptor as Red Church, and they played anti-Dream Witch. That's exactly what we see here from FT. So basically, now you're forcing Nico onto Sculptor, which isn't bad. It's not bad. The problem is, if Barmaid gets found first, that's such a hard kite for against a Sculptor. Barmaid is not a strong kiter for Sculptor. The rest of the comp is okay, but Barmaid can be very difficult when going against Sculptors. So that can be a bit of a challenge here. I would have actually expected Nico maybe to still go Blink Dream Witch, but it looks like he's still just going with he's just going to go with a Sculptor strategy and just try to win with Sculptor. And of course, Sculptor still is a character with win potential. Obviously, it's not as strong as Dream Witch round 1, but Nico Sculptor is still very, very strong. We saw it very effectively, utilized last week. So I believe. So it's just really, he was able to get a 4-person elimination. So it's still a difficult matchup here for FT, especially with a character like Barmaid, which is very weak to Sculptor.
That is for sure. That is for sure. And that's also another thing we have to point out. Nico, not only knowing how to play the Dream Witch, but also comes in with a Sculptor right here. Still a very, very strong character. And yes, a character that you can tie against. And again, that is definitely what FT wants to do. He wants to get that tie as well in round number 1 right here. To just tie up round number 1 completely. But at the same time, Sculptor can be extremely strong. Can not only put the first survivor on the chair and then put pressure on other Cypher machines. It can potentially play out very, very well for Nico right here, since Sculptor is still a very, very meta character. So we see that we are rotating into Elfman right here. Elfman, who is, as far as I know, the Barmaid, right?
What's the Postman? We'll see in a moment, but it looks like it's the Postman, I believe. And yeah, it is the Postman. So he's going to be looking around this front gate area, trying to find the location of this hidden survivor. Beautiful job from the Postman not to give away anything too early. And it looks like he's going to go ahead and rotate towards the middle. Look at this rotation from FT. Very good communication. They're only revealing, I believe that's the Mercenary. They're only revealing Mercenary, which is very strong. You don't want to let any other survivor get found here. Nico's going to go ahead and go towards Factory, but Psychologist already gone. Excellent rotation there. Is going to go towards Sandbags instead. Now the problem here, Grizzly, is if he follows the Psychologist towards Sandbags, he's going to find the Barmaid, and that is, of course, the weakest character for going against the Sculptor here. So let's see what he's able to do. He does see the trail of the Psychologist. He may not see Barmaid at all. Oh, does he see Barmaid here? That could be really weak. No, it looks like he's going to go for Psychologist instead.
Going for Psychologist. Barmaid was getting out of sight, is still rotating away from this area, from the Hunter. And we can see FT really setting themselves up for an extremely strong start right here. Rotating around, buying so much time for the rest of the team to just decode. We have Barmaid kind of crossing the line of sight right here. But Nico still concentrating on the Psychologist. Didn't see that there were other scratch marks on the floor, was not hitting through that window. We have the psychologist healing up against this one hit of the statue. That is it's just so tough to go against the psychologist who can heal up. And look at these dodges. Not only dodges the statues, also the normal hits. This is the second normal hit that she was able to dodge and still not able to connect right here. Fantastic start from FT. They definitely set themselves up for a really, really strong position to get a potential victory, at least a tie. It seems really good for FT right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Gonna use the chisel just to force the Barman off the side for a little bit here. We see Blink here for Nico. Now the question is, what kind of build does he have? We saw last week he went no detention. He just had trump card and confined space, so fast pallet breaking speed. The question is, does he still have that here? That could be very strong in the end game. Trying to mind game here, trying to hide his red light. Oh, Psychologist falls for it. She falls for the red light trick, and it's gonna go down a little bit earlier than than probably FT would have wanted. She definitely could have kited that longer, definitely could have forced that Blink, but instead, Nico was able to get around. But look at that, 2 Cypher Machines remaining, Grizzly. As long as Mercenary makes a clean rescue here without getting double hit, this position is definitely winning for FT.
That is for sure. That was such a strong trick right here, but at the same time, as you already mentioned, it still looks extremely good for FT, and we can see that these hits are not connecting. Nico is really swinging, and we can see that it was a hit on the Mercenary, but still you want to concentrate on that first survival elimination. The Psychologist, if you can bring down that Psychologist fast enough, you will definitely have a better chance to potentially tie this. Again, FT currently in a really, really strong situation. Terror shocks the Psychologist over this window right here. And now we can see that Nico is having her on the chair for the second time. Cypher Machines are at 60% though, which means they could potentially, definitely push the Cypher Machines to being primed. And that could be a very tough situation late game for Nico. Still, on FT's side, they definitely have the chance to get the victory out of this, but for Omega, they want to tie this. They want to push it for a tie. Look at the Cypher Machines, 90%. We have the Psychologist very, very fast now. We have the 2 Cypher Machines both popping, but Psychologist is not getting up right here. Cypher Machines pop, Psychologist can't get up, and that means Psychologist is eliminated. Very, very surprising situation right here. And now this seems to be a good position for Omega to actually come back and secure at least a tie if Nico is able to get that survivor down quickly.
Yeah, I'm so confused. Did she not have borrowed time? I guess not. She just must not have had borrowed time. Why? There's no reason. You always bring borrowed time. I don't understand the idea behind that at all here. It looks like we're going to see him teleport just like that. This is a winning position, or not a winning position, but a tied position here for Nico. I mean, the FT had such a strong start there, and Psychologist just not carrying borrowed time here really just works perfectly for Nico. There's, again, no reason to ever not bring borrowed time, so I'm not really sure the idea behind that, but it looks like he is changing targets to Postman. There's still a chance FT can win. Postman has dungeon in the area, but Sculptor does have the tension, has to dodge these statues as much as possible. There's the first set. Is Post? No, he wasn't able to dodge it there. 2 chips away, and this is getting increasingly difficult for the Postman. Every hit that he takes becomes even more challenging. He's gonna push the dungeon here, though. Nico gives him the chance to go for it. Is he gonna take it? Goes for the dog, and I think he missed the dog there. Is gonna dodge that statue. He needs to try to die on top of the dungeon, but the gate's not open. Goes for the swing. Can he potentially crawl the rest of the way? And it looks like just a little bit short here, and we are gonna have a tie for round 1. It looks like Grizzly. Wow, what a turn of events there.
What a turn of events indeed. FT playing extremely strong with the early game rotation. Again, we have to point out the coordination of the Survivor team. Early game rotation really not giving Omega, Nico any chances to find any like crucial survivor. Had to go for the Psychologist, who was coming in with an extremely strong early game kite. Later on, wasn't really able to, you know, get the Psychologist on the chair fast enough to avoid that last Cypher pop. But for some reason, as you mentioned, we don't have borrowed time. We didn't see the Psychologist getting up with that Cypher pop. Cypher pop was extremely fast. It was 2 Cypher Machines that popped at the same time. It was a perfect Cypher pop. This could have been like for sure a victory. But with the Psychologist not getting up again, it was giving Nico enough time to catch up on that last survivor. And after all, bringing down the Postman very, very close to the dungeon, though. It was a very, very close call as well. So it was still a winning position for FT, which Nico was able to tie out at the end. So here we can see the match results for round number 1. Very interesting. Very interesting to have this round number 1 as a tie, because I already said it, whoever wins round number 1 has a really, really good start. And I thought for sure that one of the two teams would take home the points, would take home the victory in round number 1. But we are guaranteed a round number 3 now that we have seen that both teams are not giving each other anything in round number 1.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm still in confusion of that situation. I mean, you always see borrowed time. It is the best survivor trait on the entire Persona web. Every character brings it. Doesn't matter the situation. Of course, there's some arguments that Wildling doesn't need it, but I even think that Wildling needs it still. But that's not important. But anyways, it's just borrowed time is so good. You see why. For everyone watching right now, you see why borrowed time. This is a good learning moment for everyone as well. But borrowed time is such a strong ability. It's just, even if you're not the last kiter, right? Say Psychologist wasn't the last kiter. If she had any injuries on her, like if she had a chip or she had half health, she's back up to full health, So even if you're not getting chased there, it's still a good position. And then the speed boost you get with it, it's so strong. Just having borrowed time, it's just such a strong trait. Every character must have borrowed time, especially in a competitive setting like this tournament. So, it would have made all the difference there. But just a bit of a different trait, a different Persona web build that we're used to, I suppose, and that's going to allow Nico to get a tie, and that's exactly what we talked about Grizzly as well. Is every little misstep that we see from different teams, Nico always takes advantage of. He doesn't miss a beat. Not only was that perfect with him last week, very consistent with last week, it happened here as well. Took advantage of no borrowed time, was able to push for a draw there and tie things up here for Omega in round number 1.
I have to say, if we look at this match overall, FT did nothing wrong. They were playing perfect. Like, literally every step they did was absolutely perfect. They were not able to ban the Dream Witch in these early rounds, and Nico is known for the Dream Witch, but they were bringing out a survival composition that was basically forcing Nico to play a different hunter, to play the Sculptor, which is, again, more known for ties. So that was immediately before the match even starts a fantastic move from FT. Then we saw the rotation, the communication of FT, how the Psychologist was able to kite and avoid these hits of Nico, and they literally played it step by step to get that victory. That was absolutely fantastic. We have to give that to FT. That was picture perfect play right here. Absolutely beautiful. But again, that last, I mean, at the end of the day, if we look at it this way, the Persona web that the Psychologist brought might have helped her to kite throughout the entire match, right? Maybe if there was borrowed time, a different rate wasn't activated on the Persona web, and therefore the kite would have maybe been a little bit shorter. Who knows? So, not necessarily a misstep, definitely something that is just unexpected to see, because these two Cypher machines, it aligned so well. It was giving the hunter, the security of, hey, there are still two Cypher machines, I'm good. They still haven't popped down to 1. I'm still having 2. And both Cypher machines popped off at the same time. Fantastic teamwork from FT that we saw right here. And again, at the end of the day, it almost played out as they wanted it to play out with a 3 survivor escape. We had the postman so close to the dungeon. It was extremely close for Omega right here to tie this up. And yeah, I'm very, very curious to see how this will, go on in later rounds. Because again, if FT can keep up that pace, they might take home more points than Omega. But on the other side, we also have Omega, extremely strong hunter. We have Nico, who could potentially come in with more meta characters compared to Slade, who is known for the off-meta characters. I'm curious to see if we will have another round number 2 X-Boy, in case that we have an Ann ban on potentially a red church that will come into play round 2, potentially. And I'm also curious to see if we will see Ann at all, because again, if we have Slade with Ann, and then the survivor team of FT, that could be a winning round for FT. That combination, that very, very strong off-meta Ann of Slade and the survivor team with that coordination, that could definitely secure a win in, round 2, round 3, and I'm curious to see how Omega will go against that.
Yeah, absolutely. We do have our map selection here. It looks like Omega did ban Moonlit River Park here, so we're going to be playing Lakeside. Lakeside is an interesting choice here for FT. We talked a little bit about how Ann might be an option for Slade. Ann typically isn't very strong on Lakeside. Maybe he's trying to play Ripper. Ripper's not too bad for Lakeside. We actually saw Ripper from Fatha last week be very strong on Lakeside Village. So I think that might be the idea here for Slade. Yeah, again, Anne is just Anne can struggle on large maps, especially on large maps that have good areas for kiting out the cats that have a lot of strong windows and pallets, such as certain areas on Lakeside Village. So I think that possibly Slade's not trying to play Anne here. It wouldn't really make a lot of sense for Slade to pick Lakeside and go with the Anne unless they're trying to counter one of Nico's hunters. That's also a potential possibility here. If you ban Dreamwitch, you force Nico to play Sculptor on Lakeside, which is a really weak Sculptor map. In general, and I think that might be the reason why they banned Moonlit, because Moonlit's also not very strong for Sculptor. Any of the the large open maps are difficult for Sculptor. Sculptor loves all the narrow areas where you can push survivors against statues into walls and get chips. So maps like Lakeside Village and Moonlit typically aren't as strong. So that's probably why Omega went for a Moonlit ban, but FT still has the option of going Lakeside here.
That's for sure. Lakeside, very, very curious to see what we can expect from both teams. You mentioned the Ripper. Yeah, we saw the Ripper coming out on Lakeside. That could definitely be an option. Ripper, when we look at the off-meta characters, could be a really, really good pick for Lakeside Village map right here. I'm very curious to see how this plays out. Round number 2. Honestly, I'm still looking back at round number 1. Round number 1 was such a fantastic, round to just spectate from both sides. We saw from both sides how well they were coordinated on the Survivor side, how well they were able to secure a really, really good tie, and even on FT's side, almost get the victory right there. And overall, that might actually, as we already said, the first round kind of sets the tempo for the matchup, and I almost feel like both teams are now they're just gonna go out head to head. It's gonna be a tie throughout round 2, round 3, until the very end, and basically one team will most likely take a little bit of an advantage right there, will most likely take a few more points home, will get a victory eventually, and that team that takes the victory might actually win overall. I just have a feeling that this is such an even matchup between these two teams, and I'm very excited to see who will take it home. Right now, we are jumping into round number 2. Lakeside Village is the map. We have Nico on the hunting side. We might see the Bloody Queen ban is coming through. Very interesting. Seer and Priestess are banned. Priestess you just want to ban. You just want to ban a Priestess on such a big map, because Priestess, we have seen it over and over again, can make or break a game, especially with these global portals and overall the portals that will help not only her but also the rest of the teammates transition and kite the hunter even longer. On the Survivor side, we can see the Mercenary and the Patient, and now we have the Psychologist ban. Psychologist, a character that Nico definitely doesn't want to face again after that absolutely fantastic round number 1 kite of the Psychologist.
Yeah, Bloody Queen ban here is very interesting. They're just giving round 2 Dreamwitch. That's so risky. We're gonna see Patient and Mercenary get locked in, of course, and then Coordinator is an interesting choice, especially because Nico can still play Dreamwitch. Typically, we would see Coordinator if they're trying to counter a character, such as Bond or Sculptor, any of the good camping hunters. Coordinator is very strong for getting rescues off good camping hunters. But against a Dreamwitch, it's just not as good, because Dreamwitch simply can just switch to another leech. If you get stunned with one flare gun, you switch to the other. We're gonna see Dancer as well, and I expect Nico maybe to just go Dreamwitch here. He might still go Sculptor, but I think it makes a lot of sense for him just to play Dreamwitch. You're given a round 2 Dreamwitch. This comp is not anti-Dreamwitch whatsoever, so Dreamwitch here for Nico is gonna be very, very strong. I think it makes more sense. See, the issue here is that a lot of characters that are good for Sculptor are also good against Bloody Queen. So characters like Patient, characters like maybe Acrobat, they're all good characters for going against Bloody Queen. Even something like a Coordinator isn't bad, because you can shoot the Bloody Queen and they go for a mirror and kite out a mirror image. So it makes more sense to ban Dreamwitch and take a Sculptor or a BQ and play a comp for both of those. But yeah, they're giving Nico round 2 Dreamwitch, and Nico's got a pretty good comp to go against as a Dreamwitch player here.
That is for sure. It's still I'm very, very surprised to see that Bloody Queen ban, because again, Dreamwitch just such a strong character. They were able to avoid that Dreamwitch in round number 1, and now they are leaving Dreamwitch open for Nico to play. So that could definitely snowball for Omega right here. If they're able to get that victory against FT as Dreamwitch, that might be extremely strong, and an extremely strong start from Omega. But at the same time, FT, they definitely seem to know what they are doing, so I almost think that they want to go against the Dreamwitch. They are very confident against the sculptor earlier, so I'm very, very curious to see if they are as confident against Nico's Dream Witch right here. If they can pull off another tie, that again might snowball later on when we have FT on the hunting side. I'm very, very curious to see how this round number 2 plays out. Again, after seeing the round number 1, I am just excited to see these two teams that are neck and neck going against each other.
We are going to see the shore spawn here from Nico going towards Crab Shack first. Sometimes we see hunters go towards Big Boat. Try to find a survivor there. Survivor does spawn in front of Big Boat, but of course chasing on the Big Boat area is very difficult. It looks like he is going to catch the sight of, I think that's the coordinator, if I'm not mistaken. And it looks like he is going to commit to this chase here, bringing that spawn forward. We are going to see a pause here from Nico, just making sure everything's up to the standards of good connection. Of course, we are playing on a competitive tournament server, not the standard NAEU server, so there may be some sort of technical difficulties that we just have to make sure everything's worked out. But looking at how this match is playing out so far, it looks pretty good for Nico. He's found a coordinator, which is one of the main rescuers, and of course, as a Dream Witch, it's a chaseable rescuer. So going for coordinator, eliminating that character first, getting flare gun out early is going to be very strong for him. On top of that, coordinator is also kiting near another survivor. So 2 survivors aren't decoding as of right now. So Nico has a pretty good start in terms of chase and of slowing down Cypher Rush.
Definitely a good start from Nico. Finding out that coordinator that early in the game, definitely a good chase target, as you said. And again, with a little bit of a technical difficulty, that just happens. It happens here and there. I think it's a good situation that it started so early in the match that we are not really, it's not like one survivor is already down. It just started. We have a little bit of a pause right here. Everything is getting ironed out. We are back into this match in a few seconds. We're gonna see if they are restarting it. I almost doubt that they're gonna restart the game. They could have the chance to do so, but I assume they're just gonna continue as long as, connection is stable, as long as everything is fine after the short break. Very, very curious to see how this plays out. You said that some of the players would rotate to the big boat. What is the advantage of, going to the big boat in this situation? Big boat just being such a fantastic position for survivors to kite around the hunter. Why would a hunter decide from shore to transition into the big boat instead of, the shack area?
Yeah, sometimes the reason why hunters go big boat is because the survivor spawns like you won't get rotated if you go big boat first. A survivor, so the big entrance, like the big hole at the bottom of the big boat. If a hunter spawns at shore, a survivor always spawn right at that area. So if you go straight to big boat, you will always find a survivor immediately if you get that shore spawn. But of course, the downside is chasing on big boat is never ideal. So sometimes for Dream Witch, it can actually be okay because on big boat you can break line of sight a lot, but sometimes you won't see where the spawn follower is coming from. So you're, as a Dream Witch player, you're once in a while able to get a free hit on a survivor, but of course it is risky because you never want to chase in big boat. It's such a hard place to chase at. It's just that it's very easy to find a survivor instantly if you take that route. So there's no chance of you getting rotated. So it's kind of a trade-off. Of course, Nico is going to go ahead and take a different route. He's going to go towards Crab Shack and Shack first, and he did find a coordinator early on, which is pretty good. We actually see coordinator rotating away from Shack, which is interesting. It's a pretty good kiting area. If you get that spawn, it's difficult. You kind of want to, of course, you don't want to give a free hit, but you also don't want to, run in the open and transition into no area. So I don't know. We'll see how this plays out. Again, the start looks pretty good for Nico thus far, but we'll have to see how the survivors are able to kite here.
That's for sure. Very, very curious to see that. And again, with the coordinator being the first target, what is your opinion on, coordinator being the first target? Because we see that here and there are basically 2 playstyles. Either you kite as long as you can and you utilize your flare gun to prolong that kite, or you don't utilize that flare gun during that kite to keep it for later game situation. Potentially when you're getting rescued, you could shoot the hunter, or potentially even keep that flare gun for a later position where you have to rescue a teammate, or where you have a late game kite that you could potentially turn into a, if it's going to be a tie, you could turn that tie into a victory because you have that flare gun saved up, or even a good victory into a 4 survival escape. So what is your opinion on saving up the flare gun compared to using it in the early kite?
Yeah, it's typically some hunters will go chase a coordinator first to try to bait out the flare gun, make them waste it, and then change targets. But for the most part, it's a lot stronger to use the flare gun to prevent giving a free hit. You never want to give a free hit. You always want to use your items to extend kites and prevent free damages to hunters. Every free hit a hunter gets, the more likely they are to win the game. So Especially against Dreamwitch. Dreamwitch isn't really the type of hunter that'll probably leave the coordinator. They'll probably commit to them for the most part. So I think that as a coordinator, if you're getting in a situation where you might give a free hit, use your flare gun and just keep yourself from giving that free hit. Try to kite as long as possible, and just try to last as long as possible. So that's kind of the important thing. It looks like we are going to have a match restart just to make sure everything is up to par in terms of connection, and technology being as strong as possible. But it looks like both, yeah. So we have word that both teams unfortunately were lagging there. So we're gonna make sure there's a restart, make sure everything's up to par here, and we'll see how this match plays out. So again, it looked like a pretty good start there from Nico, but we are gonna have a different position, and we're gonna see how that plays out. Still the same team, still the same team comp, same hunter, same everything. It's just going to be, a slightly different situation. So, yeah, again, I mean, going into this matchup, Dreamwitch has a good team comp to go against. There's not a lot of anti-Dreamwitch characters. Of course, Mercenary, a good rescuer. Patient can be a good kiter from getting out of, leech trap areas. But in reality, it's the other two characters not as strong against Dreamwitch.
Yeah, that is for sure. It's definitely having a lot of chances right here, Nico, to secure that victory for their survivor team. I think that's definitely, it's boiling down to that situation where one of the sides will take a victory, and then the following matches might just tie up, because again, they are very, very even when it comes to both sides, not only Hunter, but also survivor sides. They are playing extremely strong. So if one side, on the Hunter side or even on the Survivor side, takes home a victory in one of the halves in round 2 or maybe round 3, that might potentially be the, small advantage, the small point get that they need to win against the opponent's team, since it is so neck and neck between these two teams, as we have seen in round number 1. And again, jumping into this round number 2, it started off very, very strong for Nico, but I am sure if we are getting into that, or when we are getting into this match again, it's not going to change that much. We have the Dreamwitch, we have a bunch of good characters for the Dreamwitch to chase, and Dreamwitch overall just being such a strong character, a character that secures the victories usually, that might be difficult for FT, even though we have seen FT communicating extremely well in round number 1. I am curious to see how well they will do in round number 2 against the Dreamwitch.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, it's a bit of a different map. Arms Factory it's very strong for Dream, which is a small map. It's very easy to pressure Cypher machines. It's just very strong overall. Lakeside Village is a lot more challenging. Lakeside's going to be more of a draw map. So you have less map pressure. You have less win potential as a Dreamwitch because it's just harder. Those Cypher machines, they're so much more spread out. They're so much farther away from each other than an Arms Factory. So it's just, you have a lot less to work with. And of course, the map being a lot larger is very challenging as well. As a Dreamwitch, it's very easy to pressure both exit gates at Arms Factory and just kind of patrol the entire map, whereas on Lakeside, it's so much longer to go from one side of the map to the other side because of how much larger it is. So, in reality here, of course, that might be the reason why they went for the Bloody Queen ban, is it's not as strong as a map as Arms Factory is. For Dreamwitch, however, it's still a round 2 Dreamwitch with a tough comp here. We're going to see Nico, looks like he spawned probably behind Miniboat, I would imagine, with the location that he's going to currently. And he's going to go ahead and immediately find sight of, it looks like that's the female dancer, immediately dropping a slow box here, taking an interesting route. We're probably going to see the leech just go ahead and break the slow box. She does have this pallet to work with, but Nico doing an excellent job. Look at this trap here, Grizzly. He's going to go for another box here, can use the little troll to spin away here, able to avoid this hit. The pallet is still here, and she's not going to take it because she knows the leech is waiting in shack, and she's going to use that troll to make distance. But now the follower right here, he has Hunt as well. He's going to be able to catch up and get a free spawn hit, which is a perfect start here for Nico.
Fantastic start with the spawn hit. We still have the leech that is attached to the female dancer following around, and that might definitely be a great start, not only for Nico right here, because that is bringing the female dancer into a tough situation. We can see the leeches are coming through. They are coming through, and it is going to be the female dancer. It is the first survivor that is going down. It was with the leech that was attached to the female dancer, which is definitely good, but we can also see that the main body can already leech another survivor. We have the female dancer now going to the chair. Nico already getting ready to see where the next survivor, the next target is. And we can see Arusa is coming into the mix right here and is getting ready for a rescue, or potentially just rotating out.
Yeah, he's going to use that leech here. He's going to drop it on the middle Cypher. Just to prevent anyone from decoding it. It looks like about 70% progress there. And Mercenary is coming in for that first rescue. Yeah, I mean, the situation isn't bad. Female Dancer's Kite, it was okay, but you also were able to die a leech, which makes it a lot stronger than it actually looks. Anytime a survivor dies to a leech and forces the Dreamwitch to go for an extra leech, that's very strong. We're just going to hit onto the Mercenary and the rescue onto the Female Dancer. Now the question is, he's able to get a spawn hit. Will Nico be able to leech this Mercenary as well and get more pressure on the board? And it looks like he is. That cooldown already up here. Just the power of Dreamwitch, the pressure Dreamwitch applies to the board here. Dropping the leech on the middle cipher as well. This forces the Patient away, and Patient runs right into the main body, which means he can actually use a Patroller here to potentially get a free hit. The follower right there goes for the hook, able to avoid it, but the Patroller knocks him down here, and he's still able to get a free hit, and he causes Patient to not only waste a free hook, they're also getting a hit on him as well. So Nico, just an excellent position here, and it really goes to show the power of Dreamwitch here, especially in later rounds.
Extremely strong start. And you can also see on the Survivor side, they didn't pick up the mark so far, and that is something that's very crucial, because as Dreamwitch, you have the map pressure when you have all the leeches on the field, right? You have leeches on the field that can protect Cypher machines, that will always follow the survivors, and if you are on the surviving team, you want to get rid of the leeches. You want to de-leech as much as you can, especially to prepare for late game. If you have all these late leeches on the field late game, it's going to be so difficult. But right now, with all these hits on the survivor side, you can barely catch up. You can see that the Female Dancer is going down, Mercenary is also falling down, and Female Dancer, I think, on the chair for the second time. Still 3 Cypher machines up and running. They have 2 Cypher machines at over 60%, but at the same time the 5th Cypher machine is missing. And again, against the Dreamwitch, especially late game, if you have so many leeches on the field, only having the concentration, the focus on one Cypher machine is gonna be extremely difficult. So right now it just looks extremely good with the Female Dancer already out of the game. This could be a match where FT now needs to concentrate on, you know, at least one survivor out through the dungeon.
Yeah, and you see exactly why Coordinator is just not a very good character for the Dreamwitch. He went for the shoot to on that spawn to give him more distance. We see him get the pallet stun. It's going to keep him alive a little bit longer here, but yeah, only 1 hook remaining for the Patient. Dreamwitch still has a blink available on some of those followers on this one as well. But yeah, you see why Coordinator, it's such a weak character for Dreamwitch. He's able to shoot that follower camping the chair, but another one waiting nearby immediately, knocking down the Dancer right after here. It looks like he's going to go ahead and go for the Mercenary here. Still has an elbow pad, so they're going to have to use that elbow pad early so they don't get blinked hit here. But yeah, 2 Cypher machines have progress. The 3rd one has not even been started yet, and 2 leeches in play. There's really no way for the survivors to come back from this. This is just such a dominant position here for Nico.
And they know that. As you can see, Cypher machine progress is not going on at all. They are all rotating around. They're all trying to get into better positions, and I would assume, as you can see, Coordinator trying to find an item right here. They're trying to set up the late game to where they can get 1 survivor through the dungeon. That is crucial. Again, that's the only... Oh, wasn't able to avoid that blink hit right here, but utilized the elbow pad to just get a little bit of distance, but that's not gonna help the Mercenary, who will eventually fall down. Again, it's just gonna be Nico who is going to try and figure out all the survivors' locations, is trying to bring down all the survivors, and that is going to be difficult for FT. Even though, with them going to item boxes, setting themselves up for a, you know, dungeon escape, it's gonna be extremely difficult against the Dreamwitch to make it out for the dungeon.
Yeah, and we're going to see Mercenary get placed on the rocket chair, of course, Coordinator with a leech as well. So he's just going to go pressure the Coordinator with that leech. So he's trying to see which ciphers are being decoded, but it looks like it doesn't really matter. You know, even if this Patient is able to pop 1 Cypher machine, he has pressure on Coordinator. He can bring this spawn follower over to the Patient Cypher he wants, goes for the blink there, is able to get the down, and he's going to bring that spawn follower over towards Elfman, the Patient here, and just keep pressuring him down this way. He's going to go ahead and leech this Coordinator first. And yeah, it's just a matter of time here. No one can rescue the Mercenary, everybody injured, and he can really just slug these survivors here. Leave the leech on the Coordinator. Coordinator does opt to use self-heal. You can easily just down her again with that leech there. And now we're going to see Patient try to come in for at least 1 rescue here, but it's very difficult. It's really just a do-or-die situation here. You can try to go for the hook. You can try to go for the save. Hope that he can be a hit on chair. Goes for the rescue here. Can he get it? Gets the swing. It's not a hit on chair, which means Patient's still going to try to make this save. It's going to be very difficult here. Goes for the save, and no, just going to get that hit down right away. Coordinator will get picked up here, and that is a 4 survivor elimination here for Nico's Dreamwitch.
4 survivor elimination. That means 5 points for Omega right now. And I mentioned this before. It is a really, really neck-to-neck, head-to-head match right here between these 2 teams. And one side taking 5 points. That is putting them into a really, really strong position, because all Omega has to do right now is just tie. Keep the ties coming in. Tie it up on the survivor side, and now round number 3 looks extremely good because you have a point advantage and you actually have a really, really good game with a 5-point game. That is putting you up for a really strong round number 2 and potentially round number 3. Very curious to see how FT will respond to this. FT needs to get the victory as well. We have Slade on the Hunter side. They need to get at least 3 survivors eliminated to have a good position in round number 3, even though they would lose round number 2 that way, but at least not with a lot of points. But if they are able to get a full survivor elimination as well, that might be extremely strong. Now if we look you know, at the stats overall, you just saw how dominant Nico was. The decoding progress was almost non-existent on these last Cypher machines. The last Cypher machines were untouched for most part because they were just trying to rotate around, trying to figure out where to go, what item boxes to open, to trying to deleach as well. It was just a lot of pressure on the survivor side after such a strong start from the Dream Witch. And again, now in the second half we have FT on the hunting side, knowing that they need to get a full survival elimination as well. A 5-point game to tie up this round number 2 is definitely putting pressure on Slade. And as you already mentioned, on the Lakeside Village map, we could potentially expect a Ripper. Now the question is, can the Ripper perform a full survival elimination against such a strong team? Omega on the survivor side, that is, it's gonna be difficult for sure.
Yeah, it's really tough for Slade. I mean, now you're in a situation, the survivors, they just have to ban Axeboy. I mean, you really just have to ban Axeboy. If you ban Axeboy, then Slade doesn't really have a winning hunter. He has a Ripper, he has Ann, both high hunters at best, and then you have, you know, maybe Wu Chang, but Wu Chang is just not very strong in tournaments, so it's just such a hard situation here for Slade. You know, Axeboy, of course, would be his best option. Not a bad hunter for Lakeside by any means, and it's also a hunter that has winning potential. But now you're in a situation, it's going to be banned, you're going to be forced to play tie hunters. What hunter do you go with here? I mean, Ripper you could try to play, but you need 4 survivors eliminated as a Ripper on a large map. It's just almost impossible. I mean, we saw Fafa last week play Ripper so strong, almost perfectly the whole game, and still wasn't able to eliminate all 4 survivors. So it's just it's a really tough matchup here for Slade if he's able to come back here. You know, obviously he could play Ann as well, but Ann just a very heavy tie hunter, especially on Lakeside, not a very strong hunter for this map. So it's very difficult. Maybe Slade has a hunter we don't expect, something like a Breaking Wheel that he could pull out here. We didn't see it last week. I don't know if that's something he's ever learned. You know, I played against Slade quite a bit in ranked matches. I've never seen him play Breaking Wheel. Who knows? Maybe it's something he practiced for this tournament. We'll have to see. But yeah, Slade's going to really need to make a comeback here. I expect Omega to try to play Mechanic. We've seen them do this a lot. They go Mechanic in a situation where they're trying to tie. They did this in round 1 today. So if they're trying to just go for a tie here as well, I expect we're going to see JoJo try to play Mechanic again.
Yeah, that's exactly what I expect as well. As we said, one team will take the advantage, will take the victory, and after that, that team will just try to tie it out till the very end, because they can just get away with it if they have at least one match won, and that might definitely be the case for Omega right here. I can agree with the Mechanic pick right here, just to secure a tie again. And again, Slade, it would be very interesting to see him come out with, for example, a Breaking Wheel, as you already mentioned, to just see that he can play these meta characters as well, or potentially even a Dream Witch. He might have, you know, his cards hidden from not only us, but also from the opponent, and maybe he is coming out with a Dream Witch or with a Breaking Wheel to surprise everyone and to, you know, come back with another 4-point game for them, with a 4 survival elimination 5-point game. That could potentially put them into a position where they can win it in round number 3. Right now, they really need to set themselves up to get a really good match. They really don't want to just tie this. They want to win the round with at least 3 survival eliminated, potentially 4 survival eliminated, and they know that. So therefore, they have to play a little bit more risky. Slade has to take the risk and really push for the survivors. And again, Omega on the other side, they can lean back a little bit. They can go more conservative, and they can just pick survivors that are securing the tie. And here we can see it. We have Forward and Seer ban, as well as an X-Boy ban, as you already predicted it. And therefore, we can see that Priestess on Lakeside Village. I'm very curious to see what we can expect from that priestess. We also have the psychologist. Now, will we see a potential mechanic ban to make it a little bit more, you know, pushy on the survivor sides? We will see. Prospector.
Prospector ban. That probably means it's going to play Anne. I think mechanic ban would have been good. The last luck might be mechanic here for the survivors. If they're trying to go for a tie again, they might just go for that mechanic. Maybe they don't want to play mechanic on Lakeside. It's not as strong as a map as something like Arms Factory would be necessarily. The biggest problem with Lakeside is, I mean, there's a few reasons. We're going to see mechanic here, it looks like. So I would have expected, yeah, he's probably going to play Anne based off of the Prospector ban, but I don't really know if anyone on this team actually plays Prospector, so I don't know if it was really worth it. And he is going to play Anne. He just gives up mechanic to the survivor. So if Slade had any chance of trying to go for a 4-person elimination with mechanic there, it's just so much more challenging than it already was. So yeah, interestingly, no mechanic ban here from Slade. You know, especially in a situation where he needs to win. It's going to be an uphill battle for sure. We are tied, of course, right now in terms of rounds, but a 5-0 lead in this round for Omega gives them an excellent advantage here. And this team comp is also good for going against an Anne. I mean, Mercenary can't really chase that. Priestess, of course, can be difficult to chase, especially on big boats. Psychologist can force 3 cats, take 3 hits. And Mechanic Cypher Rush is very difficult for Anne to deal with. So it's looking very good for Omega right here in this round.
For sure, and if we just look at overall the survivors, Priestess on this big map, again, I am curious to see what that will, what K-Dad will bring to the table right here, because we have seen Priestess turning matches in 2 directions. Either it's going really, really well for the survivor side when, you know, Priestess is just having all these portals across the map and also the global portal that really helps them to kite and to stay alive longer. Or you can see sometimes the Hunter taking advantage of that, bringing down the Priestess very, very early in the game, potentially hitting the Priestess when she is setting up a portal, which will not only cancel out the portal, but also take away 1 portal. It definitely can be a strong character for the survivor side, and I'm very, very curious to see how Slade will deal with that. And again, overall, the team composition looks extremely strong for a tie position. Omega known for that, you know, very, very conservative gameplay. As soon as they have the lead, we saw it in previous tournament days, as soon as they have the lead, they just gonna keep it. They just gonna keep it low. They don't want to push more for points. They just want to stay even with the opponent and therefore tie it out until the end to take home that victory. And it seems like Omega is doing a fantastic job so far with that, especially with the mechanic in play. That could be a potential tie, but we said that earlier. We said the same, or not the same, but similar things about Omega's Nico, who was coming with the Dream Witch. We had Lakeside Village. Lakeside Village not the best map for Dream Witch, and the survivors could have potentially tied that out as well, especially with, you know, the long distance that has the Hunter to go to get to the survivors. Let's just jump into the second half right here.
Miniboat and spawn for the Ant here, immediately going towards middle. Of course, no survivor. Besides Mercenary would dare take that middle Cypher machine. It's just too risky here. It looks like a Cypher. Oh, it did spawn middle, but yeah, we're going to see them rotate away instead, going towards Big Boat here, which is K-Dead. Will he commit to this character? It looks like most likely probably will, which is the Priestess. Not a very strong chase target. We're going to see Psychologist over at shore. Very risky here. Does he change targets to potentially that Psychologist? No, he's trying to mind game this survivor here. Goes for that jump, trying to close the distance, and he runs into the cat. That cat cancel actually hit the Priestess, which means he's not gonna be able to use portals for a few seconds, but he should have enough distance where he can't get that portal back before the next cats are online.
I want to highlight, I think I saw that Slade was running into the doll, but wasn't able to find that doll and was transitioning away from that. So absolutely fantastic start from the survivor side, again with the Priestess on the big boat. Such a strong kiting area. Again, Priestess with these portals. Slade knows that he has to transition away from that. He has to figure out another target. Finds the Psychologist, utilizes Blink to get that first hit done. Psychologist heals up, so that means the Psychologist can tank another hit before she goes down, and that is definitely something that will be beneficial for Omega right here. Psychologist, early kite, can definitely buy a lot of time. Takes another hit. We saw Psychologist earlier kiting out the Hunter for quite some time. Let's see if that will happen again.
Yeah, now the good news here for the survivors is that, oh, the portal's here, Grizzly, and there's no teleport. Yeah, he has Blink. He can just take this portal. There's no option to teleport. Gonna break the pallet. He's gonna hit the Psychologist, but it doesn't matter. He's taking the portal all the way to Big Boat. The good news here as well, Priestess never gave a free hit, which means Mechanic is still decoding at a pretty reasonable speed. The Cypher Rush is gonna be very fast, so he's forced to change targets. Will he even go to Big Boat at all? Probably not. Psychologist has, yeah, look at how fast the Priestess heals. That is actually incredible, and it looks like he's going to be forced to change targets. The only survivor in the vicinity is the Mercenary, so now he has to go to Big Boat, but it doesn't matter. That Psychologist is long healed up here. You have Priestess portals to help you support here, and Mechanic back to decoding at full efficiency. This is going to be a very good position for Omega. It's definitely winning here.
Wow, that is so strong, and we can see how Psychologist was hiding there and was hopping out of the Big Boat. Again, it was a tough situation for Slade. He knew that there were 2 survivors on the Big Boat, so going towards the Big Boat definitely a secure find of survivors, but at the same time Big Boat just so strong, especially for Priestess right here, and we can see Kadet really buying time for the team. Even if Kadet takes a hit right here, it's still an extremely strong game. Look at that. No survivor is injured anymore. The Cypher Machines are basically 4 Cypher Machines done, or at least 3 Cypher Machines done. 2 at halfway. Portals are coming through. Priestess, again, such a strong character on these bigger maps. Not only providing help for Psychologists, but also now just providing an extremely strong kite for the team. What a fantastic situation for Omega right here. They might potentially be able to get a bigger point gap between these 2 teams by getting a 3 survivor escape right here.
Yeah, absolutely. Slade can still jump to these cats even though they're up in the air, but it doesn't matter. He's not able to actually cat any survivor. He has another portal. We're expecting him to portal into Big Boat. Look at that. Right into Big Boat, escaping again. Another cat being cut out. Interesting route from Kid. He's going to go down the side ramp here. Does Slade see this and follow him down? It looks like he didn't see it immediately, but he didn't see it at all. Wow, he loses sight of the ant here, and loses sight of the Priestess, and that's really strong here for the survivors. He's gonna change targets again, but at this point it's way too late here. Only 1 injury on the board. No one's even been shared yet. Missing this cat as well. The last Cypher Machine already 40% of the way done. Mercenary starting a new one here just in case. And yeah, Slade is really on the back foot here. The survivors potentially on track to get 4 survivors out here. Mercenary still has Tide Turner. If they're able to pop the Cypher Machine before this survivor goes down, Mercenary can rescue a Tide Turner, and they can push for a 4 survivor escape, maybe even a 10-0 for this round.
It is absolutely fantastic. We can see Slade right here being patient, not taking the pellets. But again, this might be extremely difficult. We can see that Psychologist not dropping down, because if you drop down, you might take the hit that comes with Slade's swing, and that might be cancelling out the attack recovery. Now buying more time. Cypher Machines primed. We saw the Mechanic on that Cypher as well, so we know Mechanic most likely being on the exit gate right there, already prepared to open it up. We have Slade in such a difficult situation right here, because as soon as that happens, we can see Psychologist gets up, gets the speed boost, gets running. Psychologist is now the survivor that needs to provide as much time as possible. I'm curious to see if the Priestess might potentially come into, you know, place some portals to rescue Cloud right here, but that will be a secure 3 survivor escape, and I think they will take it. They will take it. That is an 8-1, 7-point deficit after round number 2 for FT. They need to come back with a complete 10-0. They need to get to tie at least round number 3, they need to get the same match results that Omega just got, and that is extremely difficult. Now in round number 3, we're going to see more bans. It's going to be more difficult for both sides, obviously, but we also saw how Omega was taking the lead right here, and they can definitely lean back. They can play very conservative. They can tie these upcoming rounds easily and have enough points to get into the next bracket, into the semifinals. This is a tough situation for FT right now, especially with Slade not necessarily having the best hunters on his hand.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's just beautifully played overall here. I don't even know if Slade had trump card. I think it was probably just another up-down blink build, so it didn't really matter. Even if he downs the Psychologist, I don't think he would have had an option to teleport there. Just an excellent position overall. Omega playing that perfectly. The Mechanic, I mean, we talked about Mechanic being a good tie survivor. Didn't even make a difference there. Just the kites were so strong. Slade did not share a single survivor, I believe, until the last Cypher was primed. That's how good that rotation was. That's how good the support was with the long portal. Just an excellent job. You saw in the first round, it was a little bit more challenging for the survivors to play against the Axe Boy, but as soon as you ban the Axe Boy and you force Anne onto a weak Anne map, so much harder for the Hunter to win with. And yeah, the survivors played it perfectly, and that's exactly why it was a very curious decision for FT to go with Lakeside Village. I think the goal was to try to put Nico onto a bad map for his Hunter, but it also, unfortunately, in the process, put Slade onto a bad map for his. So it was kind of a little bit of a double-edged sword there, and it ended up working perfectly for Omega here. 8-1 lead for them. So now going into this last round, FT needs to win by 7 points or more in this last round if they want to even tie things up and force a round 4.
That is true, and that's just, wow, that's just an uphill battle for FT right here. And yeah, as you already said, we have the Priestess on the field. Priestess might make or break that game, and Priestess was definitely providing extremely strong areas to kite, not only with the global portal, but also after the rescue of the psychologist with the global portal. She was just able to provide more portals on the boat to kite around Slade for long enough to basically push him off of the Priestess to decide, hey, I'm not going to go for the Priestess anymore, I have to find another target. Here you can see the match results. We have 8-1, basically a 7-point disadvantage on FT's side right here. You already said they need to get at least 7 points in this third round to tie things up. Potentially, you know, if they would win completely in both of these halves, get a 10-point match out of that, that would be very beneficial for them, because then they would have an upper hand when it comes to point, and round number 4 could be pushed to a tie. But that is extremely difficult to achieve against OM right here. They have proven to really come back after a round number 1 tie between these two, where it looked really, you know, head to head. It looked really good for both sides. I was very excited to see who is taking the lead right here. We now have Omega taking that lead, and not slightly taking that lead. No, they are taking the lead by 7 points. Overall, very excited to jump into this round number 3. But it definitely looks good for Omega right here. I'm curious to see how FT will respond to this. And again, I just want to highlight this. This is why we see Priestess being banned on these bigger maps. Priestess with the fast healing speed, with the global portal support, was really making a difference right here. And then basically Psychologist getting out of the frame, getting away from the boat without being seen by Anne, was forcing Slade to go for the Priestess on such a strong area too. Not only for, you know, the Priestess in specifically, just overall the big boat is such a strong kiting area. And now in combination with the Priestess, it's a nightmare for Hunters. It's just a nightmare place for Hunters, and Slade really couldn't catch up to these survivors. So good job on the 3 survivors, Kate on Omega. Very, very curious to see how round 3 plays out.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's a difficult situation. They got to come back here. If Omega even gets ties in either of the rounds, whether it's a tie for the Hunter or tie for the survivors, it's just over. So that's kind of the goal for Omega here. Is, you know, we talked about Grizzly. We talked about this a lot last week. Just play conservatively. Just take a tie. If you get a tie here, it's over. You win the round. You don't have to play aggressively. You don't have to show off nothing. Just go for a straight tie. Play mechanic. Play, you know, decoded characters like Postman. Whatever it is, just, you know, get your tie situation here. We'll probably see Nico's Bloody Queen get banned again, especially because it's a situation where you have to win here. If you're FT, you have to go for wins on both sides. So Bloody Queen should be banned. I think we got to ban Dream Witch. I think the Dream Witch has to be banned as well. You can't give that again after that round. It's just too strong of a character. And then going into round 3 with 3 bans right away, too difficult to deal with the Dream Witch. So I expect Dream Witch to be banned. I expect Bloody Queen to get banned, which means Nico will have Sculptor to work with. All he has to do is just get a tie with Sculptor. We are going to see substitution here. Webbs is going to be subbing in here for the last round in place of Mura Jane here. So we'll see if this can make a difference here for FT. Really trying to sub it up again. They have to win both sides. 3 survivor escape or 3 elimination on one, and then a 5-point game on the other. So it's going to be really difficult for them here. Let's see if they're able to do it.
It's going to be very, very interesting. And you mentioned it. If Omega gets a tie, that's it. If they get a tie, they have enough points to, you know, just win against FT right here. Absolutely favorable situation for Omega right here, especially now that we saw the survivors. They were setting up for a tie, right? They had the mechanic on the field. They were really playing conservatively. They were trying to get that tie going, but it kind of snowballed with the Priestess just having these fantastic portals, and also with Slade being forced on the big boat again, where Slade was trying to chase that Priestess. it snowballed from, survivors are going for a really, really slow match to get that, or not necessarily slow match, but for a more secure match where they want to secure the tie. It snowballed into a 3 survivor escape, and that might be an indicator of what we can expect in round number 3 right now. They might again go for that tie, and since they already were able to push from a tie into a victory here in round number 2, I think that tie might be very possible for Omega, and you mentioned it. If not for the survivors, it might be on the hunter side, where we have the Sculptor potentially coming in, who is a very strong tie hunter from Nico. So it's definitely it is a challenge. It is an uphill battle for FT right here. If anyone can make it, it is FT. We saw FT in the earlier tournament days really dominating, getting 2-round victories, immediately making it into the next bracket right here into the quarterfinals. So if anyone can come back from this deficit, it is FT. But we just have to highlight this. This is an uphill battle, and it's going to be extremely difficult. I'm very, very excited, curious to see how this round number 3 will turn out, and if Omega will make it into the next tournament day, or if FT will push it into another round, or potentially, set themselves up to get after this 4th round that they have to push into. Because either way, if FT ties this up or wins, we're going to see a 4th round. If FT will turn this around and they will go into the semifinals tomorrow. Very, very curious to see that. Again, uphill battle for FT.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so it just really comes down to how does FT play this last round as well. I mean, the problem here is that Slade, so far we've only seen 3 hunters from him. We only know he has 3 hunters, and going into this round, last week we know he has Ripper and an Axe Boy. And then going into this round here, we know that he has those 3 hunters, and we're thinking, okay, maybe he has something extra, maybe he has some extra hunter with win potential that we don't expect. But so far, it's been consistent with those characters, which really just is going to lead us to believe, it's going to lead everyone else to believe, that the last character option he has is Ripper. So if that is the case, which most likely it is, how do you win? Like, how do you get a 4 elimination with Ripper? If you don't, then your survivors have to get a 4 escape. It's so difficult, especially against Nico, who doesn't really make a lot of mistakes. It's just really challenging here, and it looks like OM even has map selection, which makes it even more into their favor here. It looks like it is going to be Ever Sleeping Town. So Nico really giving himself a good map to play Sculptor on, expecting to have Sculptor as his option here. Again, a very good chance that we're going to see Dream Witch and we're going to see Bloody Queen banned here. So Nico's probably just going to play a Detention Blink Sculptor build, make sure he can at least just go for a draw strategy and just tie things out from there. And the survivors, of course, maybe try to take Mechanic, just try to go for a tie strategy as well. And that'll probably be the best situation for Omega. So yeah, difficult situation here. Axe Boy will probably be banned. Either Ann or Ripper will be banned. And even if you have one or the other, it's still at best, those are tie hunters, and they're very easy to just play counters to.
Yeah, that is for sure. It's again, it is definitely a difficult situation that FT is in right now. And as far as I know, well, let me rather ask this question: does Nico know how to play the Breaking Wheel too, which could be a really, really strong hunter on the Ever Sleeping Town? I think he does, right?
Yeah, he does. It's not a hunter he'll typically go to. Maybe sometimes he'll bring out in the later rounds. It's not one of his necessarily his main hunters, but he does have that as an option. Yes.
So on the Ever Sleeping Town, that might definitely be a character if, we have FT banning the favorite characters, for example. We might see Dreamwitch ban, we might see Sculptor ban. Then he still has an Breaking Wheel for the Ever Sleeping Town. Even if it's not his favorite character, an Ever Sleeping Town Breaking Wheel is just so dangerous. It's really, really dangerous, and it can be... We have seen it before, it can be out-kited, it can turn into a 4-survivor escape for the survivors, which could be beneficial for FT, because that's exactly what they would need right here in the situation that they're in. But at the end of the day, Breaking Wheel is very, very scary. We have a few areas where he can be kited around on the Ever Sleeping Town map, with the strong windows at the graveyard, for example. That could be beneficial, but overall we saw how Nico was hunting down. We saw him hunting down in round number 1, where he got a tie with the Sculptor, and then we saw him come in very, very strong with the Dream Witch. Really, really, making a statement right here, getting the 4 survival elimination, putting themselves up for such a strong situation right here in round number 3. So I'm very curious to see if he will bring out Dream Witch probably being banned, as you already said, Bloody Queen probably being banned, because you need to avoid that tie. If he will bring out Wait, that's actually a really, really tough situation, right? Because they can ban 2 hunters. They could potentially ban Dreamwitch, they could potentially ban Bloody Queen, but then we have the Sculptor. All of these characters can really provide the ties, and you don't really want to go against the Dreamwitch again. You don't really want to go against the Sculptor again. Or potentially, now that I look back at it, they were playing, FT was playing extremely well against Nico's Sculptor. So potentially they will ban the Bloody Queen and hope for another Sculptor pick that they can potentially this time escape with 3 survivors with.
I think that's probably the strategy is really just kind of just take the sculptor and see if you can win against it. I mean, as you mentioned, Grizzly, they had a winning position against it last time. Of course, the one little borrowed time not being there really making a little bit of a difference there. But I expect them probably to bring borrowed time, of course, this time around. Especially because you can't take that. You have to just play. You got to play for wins. Borrowed Time is a good character for I mean, it's the best trait. Obviously, it's very good in general. Breaking Wheel ban. They're giving Bloody Queen here. Ooh, this is interesting. So you call it there, Grizzly. Breaking Wheel ban, of course, Breaking Wheel very, very strong on this map. So of course you don't want to have to give it if possible. But you're giving Bloody Queen. It's the best tie hunter in the game. Of course, there is the debate of playing Bloody Queen over Sleeping Town. Bloody Queen not as strong on this map, but it's so difficult. It's such a good character for getting ties. So it's a big risk here. You do have Gravekeeper as well, so that actually might kind of bait Nico into playing Sculptor instead. Gravekeeper typically not very strong against Sculptor because it feeds a lot of presence. And if you do happen to get knocked out of those shovels with a chip, then you will give a free hit. So it's never ideal to have to go with that. Entomologist, not a very good kiter against Bloody Queen, but can be good against Sculptor if used properly. So I think the survivors are maybe just hoping that he goes, Sculptor, and try to win against that, but still a Bloody Queen on the table, so you got to be wary of that.
I would definitely assume the same. Sculptor might be pushed right here. They might try another team composition where the Sculptor will be on the field. As we already said, they were doing so extremely well in round number 1 against the Sculptor. Sculptor getting that tie was actually a little bit surprising. Definitely a good job on Nico's side, really, really focusing on that postman late game. But if this is going to be another Sculptor game, this could go either way. This could definitely go either way. FT has proven to be extremely strong against that Sculptor of Nico. But at the same time, Nico will definitely make sure to get that tie. With the tie hunters, Sculptor or Bloody Queen. Again, both characters are so difficult to get more than 2 survivors out with. So that's gonna be a very, very big challenge. We have the Gardener locked in right here. Very interesting. I have seen the Gardener in my ranked matches lately every now and then. And we have Guard 26. I didn't really want to mention Guard 26. We know that Nico also knows how to play that Guard 26. But obviously Guard 26, just as Sculptor and Bloody Queen, a very, very strong hunter when it comes to ties. Very curious to see how FT will perform against Nico right now, especially with that Gardener. I was just about to say, I'm playing rank and I am in the almost evil dragon. I see quite a few Gardeners, which in my opinion still surprises me because I think there are better picks out there than Gardener. Give me your thoughts. Gardener, can that be, kind of like the trump card that FT needs right here, or do you think that there are other characters out there that might be a little bit more beneficial?
If you want my honest opinion, the answer is 100% no to that. Gardener is not a strong character by any means. You'll never see it get used in it's never really going to use in Japan or China. It's just not it's not a very strong character. I think the idea behind the Gardener here is maybe they're trying to play against Bloody Queen. Gardener can be used against Bloody Queen sometimes. In some instances, if you're able to get your bubble off before the Bloody Queen can hit you with their mirror, then you can take a mirror hit and then kite out a mirror image that way. But if they want to do that, why not just play Perfumer? Why not play another character that counters? So, I don't know, a very interesting choice here. But the problem now that they go Gardener, I think the idea of Gardener is try to force Nico off of Bloody Queen. It actually works. So it actually works pretty well. But the problem is now he just plays Bonbon, which kind of a surprise for both of us, Grizzly. It is a hunter that Nico had in his back pocket, just not one we expected for him to really play. It's not something that he likes to play a lot, but Gardener is just very, very weak to Bonbon. So weak. Bonbon is the hardest counter, probably, arguably, to Gardener this entire game. So going Gardener here is just so difficult. On top of that, Gravekeeper, very bad kiter against the Bonbon. Postman can be fine, but Entomologist also can be weak because the bees get knocked down. When you chip bees with the bombs, it's a full half damage to the bees. It's not a quarter damage. So Bonbon is just such a good character for this team comp. And this is why you never really see Gardener, because you can easily just pick another character that counters him. Goes for the 2 bomb here. Does he get the chip? No. Gravekeeper able to dodge that first chip here, immediately rotating towards the fake gate area here. Is he able to get the first one? He is. Gravekeeper is going to get to this pallet. He is going to shovel right here, try to dodge this bomb here. Is he able to dodge it? And Nico chips him out of shovel, and he nuts another hit right after. Gravekeeper running in an interesting, a bit of an interesting route there. Nico taking advantage and getting a free hit. Now he has his control bomb online as well because of the free chip on that shovel. If he's able to hit this here, this is going to be a very fast down for Nico. He's going to go for, it looks like 2-second bombs instead. We should expect a control bomb right here at this window. Does he go for it? He does get the chip and the down on the Gravekeeper, and that is fast enough for probably a draw here for Nico. There's going to have to be a really strong rebound kite here if the survivors want any chance to try to turn things around.
That patience with the controlled bomb really paid off. Really was waiting for the right moment to bring down that Gravekeeper right away. Fantastic job from Nico. And yeah, I'm very curious to see how FT will respond to that. Again, they need to play it a little bit more risky right now. They need to get that rescue. They can't have the Gravekeeper die right away, because they need to get at least 3 survivors out. And if the Gravekeeper is down, Nico can really concentrate on another survivor to eliminate. So they definitely have to go in for the rescue. I was about to mention when we talked about the Gardener. Gardener, you know, could potentially destroy rocket ships, and we all know, struggling free is not real. Struggling free is not real. I think it's a myth. It's very difficult to actually struggle free. If anyone can help that situation, if anyone can make struggle free reality, it is the Gardener, and I would absolutely love to see that. That would be absolutely fantastic. But we can see that the survivor sides are survivor side is really focusing on decoding and just leaves the Gravekeeper on the chair, and now it's so difficult. There are still 3 Cypher machines up. Yes, okay, 1 is already at 70, but let's say 2 Cypher machines completely untouched, and Nico can just concentrate on that 1 survivor elimination. If Nico pulls off the tie right here, we won't even see a second half of this round right here, because it is impossible for FT to come back from this by points. So therefore, Nico is in such a strong situation right now for Omega to secure that victory.
Yeah, we're going to see Gardener go for the vault. Oh, really risky vault here. For those of you who may be wondering why that wasn't a Terror Shock, if the Gardener has... It's weird. If the Gardener has, like, completely finished the vault and is already kind of on the way down, the hit will still register, but it won't count as a Terror Shock. I know it doesn't make any sense, but IDV mechanics don't really make sense in real life either. So, anyways, we're going to see him go for the Gardener here towards the back of Graveyard here, trying to go for the bubble. Does get the bubble off in time, but you see why Bonbon is such a good character against Gardener, because it just chips it right off there, and another fast down for Nico. And, you know, we saw no rescue, which means that one of these survivors does have to kite to dungeon. And if that's going to be the case, it's just so difficult here. I believe the survivor should have gone for 1 rescue, used the bees to try to push the Bonbon away so they could get the save off, and then the Gravekeeper uses the shovel. He still had a shovel to work with, so they could have gone for a support rescue there. Even Gardener could have gone for the rescue. She has a bubble, which means that can force an extra bomb chip, plus the Entomologist bees, plus Gravekeeper having shovel, gives a very likely chance of a rebound kite, but it looks like they didn't go for it, and that might be the difference between them potentially winning here and at best getting a draw.
I absolutely agree. It was that first survivor. Sometimes you need to decide what way you are going. The first survivor down early sometimes leads to the survivors just leaving the survivor on the chair and just pushing for the ciphers, but at the same time they have to get 3 survivor escape, and now having the first survivor already out of the game, it makes it very, very difficult. Even if they are able to pop off that last cipher machine and get up the Gardener in time as soon as she's on the chair again, it is going to be difficult, because then we have late game Guard 26 who just needs to bring down the Gardener one more time, and that is definitely a situation that is very beneficial for Omega right here. Concentrating on that Gardener right now brings the Gardener to the chair in Graveyard. Now 1 survivor needs to push in for the rescue. We can see that the Entomologist is... Oh wait, Gardener was rescued after half, so that is already deciding this match. I haven't seen that the rescue was a little bit too late. Absolutely fantastic job. Nico basically now trying to hunt down as many survivors as he can. He has set himself up for another victory right here in round number 3, the first half. And just another question that I want to ask, because you mentioned it. Gardener was taking that hit, and you said Gardener has the mechanic that if the Gardener is already over, he will take the hit but not the Terror Shock. Is that specifically a situation for the Gardener?
Sorry, could you rephrase that one more time?
Because you mentioned that she was vaulting, right? She was vaulting and not taking the Terror Shock,
right.
And she was vaulting the window. You mentioned
that... Yeah. Yeah,
that
so
the...
basically, no, it's like that for all characters. We are going to see
Okay.
Postman actually does get the dungeon, but that is going to be still a tie. So Omega still is able to secure the win there. Yeah, so it's kind of it's a weird game mechanic. So when a survivor goes for a vault, it's like when you vault a window and your feet hit the ground on the other side and you hit the hit. It's not a terror shock. It's like that as well in the ever sleeping windows, which doesn't really make a lot of sense, but that's just how the mechanic is kind of built. So it registers as a basic hit. So that's kind of what happened there. Because I guess if you're falling down the window and you take the hit, then it's not a terror shock because you're not interacting with something since you're technically in midair. I don't really understand it, but it counts as a basic hit. It's like that for all characters. But yeah, so we are gonna see Nico able to get a draw here, which means Omega has won things, Grizzly. They will be moving on to the semifinals here, the top 4. So congratulations to Omega. Excellent job again from Nico here. Just played everything perfectly here, really clutching up for the team. And of course, the survivors did play very well. You have to give a huge shout out to that second round gameplay. Excellent communication, excellent support. But yeah, ultimately Nico here really gaining those extra points for him, just as he did last week. Has been very, very consistent in propelling Omega to these extra wins.
Yeah, that is for sure. And we, as you already said from the very beginning, it was a really, really close matchup between these two teams. But as soon as one side is taking points, I felt like, that side would just keep the points. They will just tie it up again. And we just saw it. They were not only tying up in round number 2, no, they were really getting the points in round number 2. And now all they had to do is they had to get a tie. And that was definitely a fantastic match right here from Nico, who was taking the tie by eliminating the first 2 survivors, Gravekeeper and Gardener. Here we can see the outcome. FT still did a fantastic job. We saw how FT was communicating and hunting. It was not bad. It was not bad on FT's side at all. But ultimately, it is going in favor of Omega right here. We can see the stats. The tie right here in the first half of round number 3 was enough to let them win by points, because even if we have FT winning with 5 points in the second half right here, it wouldn't be enough points to actually win against Omega. So it is decided. Omega, congratulations to you for making it into the semifinals that will be held tomorrow. We're gonna see the semifinals and finals tomorrow, but that is it for FT. Congratulations for making it this far into the top 8 of the North American European server tournament. And next up, we're gonna see Raven going against Before You, another matchup that is going to be very, very exciting. We're gonna have an MVP first. That is for sure going to be, I would say, Omega's Hunter right here, Nico, who was definitely not only securing the ties that they had to get for their Hunter and Survivor side, but also the round number 2 for Survivor elimination with the Dream Witch.
Yeah, absolutely. An excellent job there from Nico as well. We talked about this, just very, very consistent. He hasn't dropped. I don't think he's lost a single game yet. Always tied, always wins so far in this tournament. So, yeah, just excellent job. Does not miss a beat. Any little misstep, takes advantage of, works into his favor. He works every little thing into his favor, and has really helped Omega become, a top 4 team, a semifinalist team here. So, excellent job there for Nico. And that will conclude the match between Omega and FT, so we're not going to see the last half of the third round because, again, as Grizzly mentioned, Omega currently too high on points here for FT to come back. So even if FT got a 4 survivor elimination, Omega still would be leading. And it looks like it is going to be Nickelodeon here, as we mentioned, Grizzly. Excellent job, overall. Over 2 eliminations per round, which, again, goes to show he's tying or winning every round, 2.67 here with just incredible gameplay overall here. The Dream Witch being such a formidable character from him, and you see why Dream Witch is such a strong character, such a winning character, even in a survivor-sided meta.
That's for sure. Dream Witch definitely cleaned up on the Lakeside Village map, was definitely getting the points that they needed to really get ahead of FT right here. And we saw it in round number 3. Honestly, FT being able to tie again, extremely good job on their side. And I think, again, if this would have pushed into a round number 3 second half, we would have seen another tie. I would definitely assume that FT on the Hunter side could have pulled off a tie as well. So it was really just that neck to neck, and one team had to take the points eventually, and that team was Omega. Definitely well-deserved spot in the semifinals in the top 4 tomorrow. Very, very excited to see more of that team. And we are going to FD. Again, we're gonna see Raven and Before You in the next matchup right here. And I'm very curious to see these two teams come out and play as well, because Raven was also basically in the same situation that we had Omega. When Raven was playing in the earlier tournament days, they were facing LBH and they were getting the first round, I think, victory, then tied and lost in the third round, but still by points they won. And that was the same outcome that we saw with Omega. So Omega really proving that they are extremely strong. Raven could prove that they are extremely strong as well. But then we also have Before You going against Raven, which is a very well-known team. We know that Before You is the team that has represented us in the Call of the Abyss tournament over and over again. So it definitely is a very, very strong challenge that is ahead of Raven right now.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's definitely going to be an uphill battle for them. But yeah, Ravens is another high-tier team, a lot of potential for them going into this tournament. So it'll definitely be very exciting. We are going to go to a short break here before we get into our next round. Congratulations to Omega, moving on to the next stage, to the top 4 of IVT. We'll be back in a moment with the next round. Maybe. Yeah.
Hey?
Ten nimble fingers, one brilliant show. On a 3-foot stage, the goddess aglow. Our shadow play premieres at the Grand Theater tonight.
Is this place really haunted? Who's there? The Crystal Palace. once where art and science collided. Some reminisce about its former glory. Some long for its splendor. Now, you're here too.
With steam dense as a veil, and wine sweet as honey, one can't help but relax at the hot spring. Return to basics. Surrender restraints. Relinquish thyself. Like the eagle plummeting straight down, lusting for lambs, hating all lamb souls. Bathed in the spring, we drink. We worship. We indulge.
Miss Keo, how was your childhood? Well, at the dinner table, Father said with a smile, "You sure love playing judge, don't you?" And then they wanted me to pursue my own happiness. Of course, so did my brothers. Your brothers? He was not qualified to represent justice. And I won't allow that to happen. Something happened, I suppose. I did what I had to do. Justice needs obedience. Justice needs sacrifice. Turn it over to the fat lady sings. That's all.
Welcome back to the next matchup, which is Raven against Before You. Very, very curious to see how that plays out. We have Raven, a really, really strong team that has proven themselves against LBH in the tournament before. And we also have Before You, a very well-known team that has won against Ace in this tournament. They both have qualified for the quarterfinals. Now they are fighting for a spot in the semifinals, just as OM versus FT did a few minutes ago. We saw OM proceeding into the semifinals, and I'm very, very curious again to see who will proceed into the semifinals in the matchup between Raven and Before You.
Yeah, we are going to have the Ravens starting lineup here. It is going to be Daikiri, also known as David ZG. For those of you who recognize that name, David has been a hunter around the NAEU region for a little while. Actually transitioned from Survivor over to Hunter about 2 seasons ago, but has been playing a lot of Hunter. We do have Agramont 13, Angel D, Sapphire, and Pablo as well on the Survivor side. So just your standard 4 Survivors here for Ravens. Gonna go up against Before You. It's gonna be a difficult matchup for them, of course. Ravens has a lot of strong players to work with, but Before You being a very strong team in general. We're gonna have Sprinter on the Hunter side first here, with the Survivors of My Leg, Schmitty, Poblems, and Dashstar, also known as Cats. 007. So this is going to be a really good battle here. I think we're going to expect a pretty good matchup here. Of course, Before You starting with Sprinter on the Hunter side. Looking at the potential map here, it will show up on screen in a moment, but it looks like it was Ever Sleeping Town selected by Ravens, I believe. So that's going to be yeah, it's going to be an interesting matchup again. Ever Sleeping Town, just kind of the most standard round one map we've seen get utilized by a lot of these teams. It works well for Spencer's Dream Witch, and it also works well for David's Breaking Wheel if that's something that he's opting to play here.
That's going to be very exciting. We're going to see some very, very strong Hunter matches in these early rounds, and that is definitely something we can look forward to. I also want to remind everyone in the chat to just be respectful, support your teams that you want to see proceed into the finals, and also be respectful to all the players that are participating in these tournaments. It is always a very, very tough situation to, you know, get into these tournaments, because I think a lot of people underestimate the pressure that is on the shoulders of these players, because they are all, you know, they're broadcasted to the world to see, and they are trying to really showcase their skills, and sometimes that just doesn't go their way, and it's just extremely, it's a difficult situation to be in. So I would highly appreciate if we could have the chat respectful towards every player. And yeah, we're gonna jump into our first matchup. We have Sprinter on the hunting side. As you already mentioned, it's very, very good for Sprinter to hunt on the Ever Sleeping Town map. He's banning the Seer immediately, and that means we have the Priestess open. Priestess, a very strong character. Again, we saw it before. I'm curious to see if we see it again. Priestess could make or break the game with the gates, or with the portals rather, and I'm very, very curious to see what Angel D can do with the Priestess.
Yeah, absolutely. So no forward. Oh, Sprinter's going to ban Psychologist. They gave him a free forward ban. He's going to take Psychologist instead. This is a very curious decision from him. Very rare to see Psychologist. Obviously, getting banned by Dream, which is strong, but this early, yeah, it's weird. Now the survivors can freely go forward. Now they have Merc forward, Priestess, 3 very strong characters for going against a Dream Witch here. So yeah, interesting choice there for Spencer. I guess he just doesn't really want to have to deal. Oh, they're actually a Little Girl instead. This is also a very good character selection. Little Girl can be a good character against a Dream Witch. Of course, you can combine with characters like Mercenary, like maybe Gravekeeper, which we might see as the last one. Actually, Gravekeeper here would be a very good last character selection. Makes very difficult chase targets. It's hard to chase Mercenary's Dream Witch. It's hard to chase Gravekeeper if they do opt to go with that. And we're going to see Wildling as well. Okay, this is this is an interesting comment. I'm actually very excited to see how this plays out. This is really hard for Sprinter to play Dream Witch against. You can't chase Mercenary. You can't chase Wildling. You cannot patrol Wildling on board. Priestess is very hard to chase on this map, and Little Girl can easily combine with any of these hard-to-chase characters. So in this team comp, if Ravens plays this well, this is actually a tough comp for Dream Witch. Slow decoding, but very anti-Dream Witch. It's just an interesting way to go about it. Something like Gravekeeper might have been a little bit stronger in comparison to Wildling, but it could still potentially work out here if Ravens plays this properly. It's going to come down to how well can they play against a good Dream Witch player like Sprinter.
Yeah, very, very excited to see that. It's gonna be a tough matchup for both sides, because you already said it before, you with Sprinter on the Dream Witch will have a tough time chasing down any of the survivors right here. Really, really good, well coordinated team composition right here. But on the other side, it is a Dream Witch. It is a Dream Witch, and it can put down these leeches. It will definitely have map pressure. With all these leeches, you have the map pressure. Survivors will have to de-leech as fast as they can, especially when it comes to the late game. If they are able to push down to the last Cypher machine, they most likely will have to split up. Dream Witch will always force you to decode 2 Cypher machines late game, because you have one leech on the Cypher machine, one leech on a potential survivor that is on a rocket chair, and then you still have leeches around the map that are leeched on the survivors. So you most likely will have to decode around 6 ciphers, almost 6 cipher machines. And again, you want to de-leech especially late game, because if that cipher machine pops, you only have 2 ways to go. And that is, you know, front gate, back gate. And with these leeches on the field, it might be extremely difficult, because both gates might be protected by the leeches. So therefore, again, even though it is a very, very difficult team composition for Sprinter's Dream Witch right here, it's still a tough situation for the survivors as well, because Dream Witch is just such an overall strong character.
Yeah, and it really is. It's just, yeah, it's really tough here, this comp. It's weird that we see Wildling. So it's kind of curious. Sprinter, again, he didn't ban forward. I think I understand why he wanted a chaseable target. Forward is chaseable by Dream Witch, because it's very hard to time the patroller bites with the pallet drops and the window drops, but looks like he's going to go straight towards Graveyard first, which is Angel D. The Mercenary can't chase that. Going to go towards middle instead. And look at that, Grizzly finds the Wildling as well, so 2 targets he can't even chase. He's gonna leech the Wildling, which means he might commit to a Wildling. This is an impossible chase. You can't chase Wildling, he can just get on his boar. Maybe he's just putting it the leech down for extra map pressure, but it's unchaseable. He has to leave, and yeah, looks like he is gonna leave here, going for the little girl who can just teleport away. Grizzly, will she teleport right away? No, she's not going to teleport. She's going to try to kite instead. I think what the goal here is maybe try to take a hit here with the Patroller and then go with the Combine onto potentially the Wildling and try to kite it out that way. I think that's probably the game plan here for Agramont.
It's for sure, I would say the optimal outcome for Sprinter right here, to go for the little girl that is not combining with anyone. Yes, the little girl has these... Oh, Mercenary right there. Mercenary is now... oh, that's actually the Wildling. Wildling is the survivor that... Oh, look at that! Look at that! Plays out extremely well right here for Sprinter. Lands a hit on the Wildling, which will bring up the presence, as well as brings down the little girl right away. Has a leech on the little girl right now. And we have the first survivor on the chair. We can see that there is a portal already in place, but that portal should be destroyed by the leech that is coming through right here and is now chasing away the priestess from the rocket chair. Wildling is still in the area, most likely comes in for a rescue right here. Little girl is off the chair, is not taking that hit, and now is the... Again, Sprinter will definitely go for that little girl. She is the best target to go for. Wildling also eating it. Now we have full presence Streamwitch.
Yeah, it's interesting. The start was really good for Ravens. They had everything set up perfectly, but then a little bit of a misstep there. What the survivors should have done there is they should have taken the portal first. If the Wildling took that portal first with the little girl, they get to a pallet, throw the pallet down, then get on board. There's no way for the follower to hit it off. Little girls can bind there. No leeches in place. Sprinter's leech is on cooldown. That position would have been completely winning for Ravens. As soon as Wildling gives that free boar hit, then it becomes a bit of a tough situation. We're going to see a leech onto, I believe that's the priestess there. Going to go for a patroller here. Opting not to take the portal as well, so Agramont just making a little bit of a few missteps here is really hurting the survivors. Looks like we're gonna see the spawn follower be the one to come in here to try to down Agramont. Not able to time any patroller bites as well. Agramont is going to go down here, and yeah, just Sprinter really taking advantage. Just little missteps here and there from Ravens survivors. Sprinter again, just like Nico, not missing a beat here, and has been playing this perfectly thus far.
Yeah, it's extremely good to have that little girl on the chair for the second time right here, because again, she is the character that you want to go for. You already mentioned all other characters are extremely difficult to chase, but still landing hits on these other survivors. We have Blink coming through now, and Mercenary was chased off that Cypher machine, and I think the survivors are not necessarily in a position where they can even rescue the Agramont from the rocket chair. So now we have one survivor already eliminated. Again, they need to deleech, and no leeches are on the survivors right now, but Cypher machine progress is also quite slow, since they had to go in and, you know, rotate around, rescue the little girl, and that is definitely a really good outcome for Sprinter right now. Even though all the survivors are very difficult to chase after, it's still a situation where all survivors are already injured, and we have them all almost in the same place right here, because I would assume they were trying to heal up, but at the same time this is making it very good for Sprinter to just get that next target down.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be the priestess that gets down here. Leech still on the mercenary, which means that he does have pressure here. Going to go ahead and use an elbow pad just to make sure he doesn't give away a free hit. But yeah, at this point, it doesn't really matter. Still 4 Cypher machines left. Only one of them has significant progress, the other at 50. They haven't even really started the last 2 here. The only one that can rescue is that mercenary, and he is going to go down after getting hit here. This is the downside of playing this slow decoding team comp. This comp is very anti-Dream, which if played properly, but yeah, just unfortunately the Wildling and the little girl, they needed to take that portal first. Sprinter, a beautiful job taking advantage of that little miscommunication there. Mercenary is able to get this rescue with Tide Turner. Priestess can get the portal off in time, but it may not matter. I think she can at least make it to this pallet, but the problem here is Mercenary goes down. He has a leech on him. The leech will follow, and he's going to be able to down the Mercenary and share him once that Tide Turner runs out. Priestess goes for the mind game and still gets the hit through the pallet there, so I double down here. And yeah, just like that, this is a completely winning position for the Streamwitch.
Yeah, very strong. No Cypher machine progress is happening. I mean, we see the Cypher machines are being decoded because, again, they want to at least pop 1 Cypher machine. You don't want the opponent's team to get a 5-point game. So what Ravens now in need to do, they need to pop 1 more Cypher to get the dungeon up. As soon as the dungeon is up, they want to get 1 survivor through the dungeon. It is definitely a winning position right here for Sprinter because he just has the chance to, you know, build up the attention with these leeches and really push the survivors. And we already have the Priestess who is on the chair, out of the game. Mercenary is down. Wildling still up and running with the boar. Again, Wildling, Mercenary going down again. We will most likely see Mercenary laying on the floor, and the attention will completely shift over to the Wildling. Wildling is the survivor that could potentially make it to the dungeon, but again, we still have the 4 Cypher machines up and running. No dungeon is even revealed, so that is definitely a situation where Sprinter can just concentrate on the Wildling right now, and that's it. Wildling cannot decode a Cypher machine. There's no chance for them to get out of this situation alive, and therefore we have a 5-point game in round number 1, the first half for B4U against Raven. Very, very curious to see how Raven will come back from this. They definitely need to get at least a full survival elimination, a 5-point game as well on their Hunter side to at least tie up round number 1. If they are not able to do so against B4U's extremely well coordinated survivor team, it is not going to be a tie. It is going to be a round 1 victory for B4U.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of pressure on David here to try to bring things back. It's really tough. Yeah, just a very good start here for B4U. And again, going into this match, the comp was, I understand what Ravens was trying to do. They're trying to create it, so make it so Dreamwitch had no chaseable targets. And they did. They had a team comp where Dreamwitch had no ideal chase targets. But the problem was, there was a little bit, what happens is when you go as a wildling go on your board, it takes a few seconds to build up your rage where you're actually faster than the hunter. So to do that, you have to have like a pallet thrown down or some object nearby that you can use to vault, so you prevent the you prevent the hunter from hitting you. Or they could have taken the portal first, and while the Dreamwitch goes through it and gets stunned, then he gets on his boar, he builds up his rage, and Little Girl stays attached. And with no leeches in play, because keep in mind that one leech was removed by the priestess that was on the wildling. No leeches in play, no patroller because he already wasted it. I mean, you can't patroller the wildling anyways, but with no patroller anyways, it's just there's no way to catch the wildling, and he's forced to change targets with no leech and no main body patroller onto something like a mercenary or a priestess on Everslaving, neither target being chaseable. So the Ravens almost had the perfect start, just a little bit of misstep. Sprinter, excellent job. He took perfect advantage of the wildling not building up that rage. Knew that you can hit the wildling on the board, it'll still knock the little girl off. It's actually kind of interesting. If you're a gravekeeper, for example, and you hit the gravekeeper out of shovel and the little girl's attached, she won't get detached, but a wildling boar will. There's weird interactions like that, and that's why that's why I mentioned gravekeeper. I thought gravekeeper could have worked there in that situation, or maybe even forward, because forward's a very good kiter. Forward could just football away, because forward doesn't need to wait to build up rage. He can just football right away. He doesn't give free hits like that. But wildling can when they don't have rage, and that was the big difference maker in that match.
That was a difference maker for sure. I mean, again, Little Girl was the only survivor that you could really go after, as long as she's not attached to a survivor. And that was definitely something that Sprinter knew. Sprinter was immediately going for Little Girl, was taking the hits, and yeah, really start this matchup between Ravens and B4U in a really, really good position for B4U with the 5-point game right here. Overall, it really just snowballed. We saw how the survivors were not really able to decode Cypher machines. They had to deleach, they had to rotate, they had to try and make sure that the little girl will survive, and that all just snowballed down to Sprinter getting hits on all of the survivors. We saw it. He was taking the chance to, whenever a survivor was nearby, to really just land that one hit, to injure that survivor, get the presence up, injure that survivor, concentrate on the little girl though, and that again is the power of the Dreamwitch. You have so much multitasking potential if you have these leeches down. You can hit other survivors while you're still concentrating on a different one, because you have all these leeches on the map. And again, this was definitely paying off. The little girl was the first survivor to leave the game, and then all of the other survivors were trying to make the game happen. They definitely had a good composition going, but after all, Dreamwitch was really a character that is extremely strong. Overall, we see it again and again. Dreamwitch is just a character that takes victories, and she definitely took that victory. Sprinter definitely took that victory. I'm very curious to see what happens in the second half. Very, very excited to get into this round number 1 second half, where we now have Ravens on the hunting side. Again, where they have to perform extremely well to at least tie it up. If they are getting a 5-point game, a 4 survivor elimination, they will tie up this round number 1, and then everything is still on the table. If they are not able to tie it up, everything is still on the table, but it is going to be a better position for B4U, because they would have won round number 1.
Yeah, so here we go. Let's see what David Daikiri can do here. Let's see what he opts to ban first. We're probably going to see Seer get banned first if he is trying to play Breaking Wheel. You really don't want to give Seer as a first round option. So yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see here. Maybe he'll ban Forward, but in a situation you have to win, Forward is a good character when trying to go for a win as survivors. So if David was trying to go for something like a tie here, then that would be fine to try to ban Forward, but it looks like he's going to go Seer ban. We're going to see Forward Priestess. This makes the most sense here. We'll see Cats on Forward, probably My Leg or Paul Blems on Priestess. We're going to see Patience the next ban. This is also fine. Patience is a very good character for going against a Breaking Wheel. Looks like we're going to see Postman as well. And for the last character, I expect we'll probably see, looks like we're going to see Mechanic Ben as well. So he's just trying to get rid of all the tie options possible. And he's just going to try to go aggressive and try to eliminate all 4 survivors. So will they go Mercenaries the last one, or will they go Acrobat? Maybe just go Acrobat, go fast decoding. That would definitely make sense here. Or you could go with a stable rescuer like Mercenary, also perfectly fine. And just, again, just try to get a draw. These survivors, they don't have to play overly aggressive here. They have point advantage. So they're really just trying to play things safe. And Little Girl is the last lock. Little Girl here is interesting. Little Girl's fine for going against Breaking Wheel, but the problem is that if you can actually get snapped out of being combined with someone if Little Girl has any spikes on her. So Little Girl against Breaking Wheel has to be utilized perfectly. Little Girl works really well against Breaking Wheel with something like Forward in this case, very good. Also something like Mercenary, but with a lack of kiting here. Postman, not a great target to combine with. Priestess on this map can be fine in some places, but can also be challenging. So Little Girl's an interesting choice here from B4U, but we'll see how it pays off in their favor. Again, they only need at least one survivor out here to tie, and we are going to see Breaking Wheel from David.
We are going to see Breaking Wheel from David, as you have predicted it, and that's gonna be very, very exciting. Again, we have the Priestess on the field. Priestess, I always want to highlight the Priestess because recently she has become such an extremely strong character on these big maps, and she can just, you know, provide so much for the team. But against the Breaking Wheel, it is a little bit of a different story. Breaking Wheel can go through these portals, can destroy them without being stunned as long as he's in the wheel form. But at the same time, we have seen the strategy of the Priestess or of the survivors where they try to force the Breaking Wheel out of his wheel form before they go through the portal to have that portal stun the character. Very, very exciting to see how this plays out. Again, Priestess, definitely a character that has brought the heat to this tournament over and over again. Let's see how Poppins will be performing on the Priestess right here. Ever Sleeping Town is the map. Just for everyone to catch up on this, B4U was able to get a 5-point game in the first half of round number 1. We now have Raven on the Hunter side. They need to get the 5-point game as well in case they want to tie the situation up, which they definitely want to, but it is going to be difficult against the well-coordinated B4U survivor team, and if B4U's survivor team gets at least one survivor out through the gate or through the dungeon, that means that they will win round number 1. Everything is still on the table. You can turn things around, or you can even get more points for Raven in round number 2, but with a victory for B4U in round number 1, it's just this pressure that is on you, right? Because if you have the first round lost, you immediately are in a little bit of a tougher situation for the later rounds, and that is something that you have to keep in mind. Raven definitely wants to tie this up right here with a 5-point game as well, but if not, it is definitely a good start for B4U.
Yeah, absolutely. Now we have a little bit of a change here. So we have Schmitty on Forward and Cats will be on Postman, which is interesting. We usually see Cats on Forward. Of course, he's the main forward player of the team. So before you going with Schmitty's Forward here, of course, Schmitty has played Forward a lot in the past, but Cat's known to be the main forward player. So an interesting little change here for B4U. Let's see if it works out for them, ultimately putting Cats onto that Postman. Of course, Cats is a player who has experience with that Postman. Maybe the only B4U survivor that has experience with Postman, so that might be the reasoning here. Looks like he's going to go towards Corner House first here, telling you that key spawn. It is Forward, not an ideal chase target, and instead is going to go ahead and go towards Vacate. Does find Paul Blems the Priestess here. Again, not really an ideal chase target. Of course, Paul Blems is going to be a very strong kiter, and also just Priestess in general is not a very good chase target. Paul Blems opting to use a portal early here, which is a very curious decision from him. You typically don't. Oh, he gets out in the pallet. Oh, a big miss up there from David. Paul Blems, excellent job taking advantage of that, is able to get a pallet stun. This is going to gain him a little bit more distance here. One portal to work with. We should expect David to go back into wheel form here, trying to get one more spike. Looks like the Postman possibly leaving his Cypher Machine early, not wanting to risk any chance of getting chased here. And will continue after the Priestess here, trying to go for the second spike here. Excellent dodges from Paul Blems here, just looping this area as much as possible. Can Daikiri get this second spike? He may actually be forced to get out of wheel form here and just try to go for basic instead.
Wow, absolutely fantastic job, just kiting around, circling, is now having that second spike, and we can see the portal coming through right away. That's what we talked about before, that the priestess just wants to wait until the hunter needs to get out of the form, and there we can see a really good start. Look at that priestess portal setup. That is absolutely interesting. Gets another pallet stun right here and transitions out of this area. Tries to close the gap with Blink right here, but that might be... Oh, avoids the stun, but at the same time there's no portal left to help her. Will she be able to get out of this situation? With the postman's dog attached, we can see that Breaking Wheel is a little bit slower, but ultimately he was able to catch up to the priestess problems. The first survivor is down. The first survivor will end up on the chair, and we can see Cypher Machine progress is going quite well. It seems like a really good setup for a tie already for Before You.
Yeah, now the downside here is Before You could have easily capitalized from that position if the Ford was in the vicinity, but unfortunately Schmitty was not nearby to harass. As it going against the Breaking Wheel, you need to make sure you're nearby to her. Oh, Schmitty's going to use football to get this rescue a little bit. Oh, get to the chair earlier. This is an interesting decision. Typically you just save football there. There's no way for him to double spike you, so there's no real reason to football, but he's going to go ahead and use it anyway. I guess just to make sure he gets the save, just play things safe here. You know, in a situation where you have a 5-point lead, why not just play it safe? That is perfectly reasonable. And back on the Paul Blems here. Does he have full presence to work with? David's going to get out of wheel form. He's going to get that, and he is going to get the snap here onto Paul Blems, securing the down. Is Schmitty here to harass? It looks like no again. Just playing very conservatively. Before You not trying to take any risks here. But the problem is not taking risks against Breaking Wheel also means that Breaking Wheel has more aggression to work with. So they're actually giving David an opportunity to potentially come back with things here and turn it around. But looking at the Cypher progress here, they may actually have enough to still win this match here. Situation so far, it's looking like it's pretty good for Before You possibly winning, and looks like we are reconnected here, so hopefully we'll be able to see how this match plays out. Can he stuff the rescue? Gets the trap! It looks like he stuffed the rescue there, Grizzly, and all of a sudden David's back into this match.
Wow, that is extremely strong right here. We have the priestess out of the game. Milek is now in an area where the basement is nearby, but we can see that the hunter is trying to avoid the Cypher rush. We can see the 2 Cypher machines are already at 50%, so he's just trying to get to another survivor. We have the postman with 1 spike attached, but it's just buying more and more time. It's getting another spike attached right now. I am not sure, we can't see the abilities anymore. I'm not sure if Blink is ready, for example. But, ooh, look at that. Avoids the trap, and now with the postman's dog, we really see how the hunter is having a little bit of difficulties to catch up. Blink was ready. Blink is bringing down the postman right here again with the Cypher Machine progress being slowed down a little bit. There will be not the Cypher Machine. There will be no last Cypher Machine pop happening right away. But again, this is still a really good position. We have the stun coming in from Schmitty. An early rescue comes through, and that is definitely a good position for the survivors. Oh, gets slowed down, is not really able to get to the pallet that he wanted to get to. And again, this is kind of a back and forth. This is still extremely good for the survivor side because they are taking turns on the rocket chair. We have the postman on the chair for the first time. We have Schmitty on the rocket chair for the first time. They are injured, but they are able to push Cypher machines while they are taking these turns.
Right, now the question is, what is David opt to do? He's going to go to that vacate Cypher, try to pressure that down. Oh, he does get stuck on the pallet here, does get the break there. Does he go to that last Cypher machine, or does he try to camp this rescue? The thing is, if he goes to the last Cypher, he can go for 2 spikes there, he can go for the snap and down Milek and potentially go for the chair here. I think that's probably his best route here. I believe Milek also... Oh, Milek uses a page. Interesting. While in wheel form, you typically want to save that until after you get a wheel form. Milek, I don't believe, has self-heal. Goes for that page there to create some distance. So that's exactly how you want to use the page, just like how he used it right there. They're going to try to rush down this last Cypher, but oh, he uses that one a little bit premature here, which means he's not going to be able to push the hunter back. There's the snap and the down. They're going to try to push the last Cypher machine, but Grizzly, I don't believe Little Girl has self-heal. I think she used it in Graveyard. We're going to see Daikiri does know this. Is going to change targets to Schmitty, who knows has already been on Cher. So if he's able to down Schmitty, potentially chair him, leave Little Girl slug, they may not have enough time to pop the last Cypher. Depends how quickly can this survivor get to the last Cypher machine.
You also have to see Postman was nearby the last Cypher Machine is actually pushing for a Cypher Machine, but it's also nearby the dungeon. So potentially, again, before you know, they just need to get one survivor out. Potentially, we will see how Milek or not Milek, I'm sorry, the Postman will try to get through the dungeon and potentially push that last Cypher. It is primed. Cypher Machine will pop, so that is definitely a position where before you has a chance of getting at least one survivor out, because we have 3 survivors up and running, and they will definitely split up to 2 exit gates, and then we also have the dungeon. It is going to be a difficult situation for Raven to come back from this last Cypher pop right here. They were definitely playing extremely strong. We're putting pressure on the survivors, and we're definitely having a strong hand. But at the same time, now with the exit gates being activated, 3 survivors up and running, it's almost impossible to get a full survivor elimination.
Yeah, we are going to see that down onto Schmitty there with the snap here. What does B3 do? Are they going to push the exit gate? We're going to expect Tats is going to that gate there. Does he have the dungeon letter? He does, which means he does open this exit gate faster, but it's not enough time. It's not enough time, Grizzly's going to be able to catch up to him here. Excellent job from Tats to have this pallet set up. This is going to buy him some distance. The problem is it's a breaking wheel. He's going to catch up right away. He's going to go for 2 spikes. Still has Blink available, and look at that, Grizzly. Milek is hiding out in 2-story. He's not going to an exit gate. Cats is, this is tough. This is really tough for B4U. No, but he's going to leave him. He's going to leave him, even though he could have just downed him there. So David maybe getting a little bit over-aggressive here. He's going to try to go for the chair here onto Schmitty, it looks like. And this may give them enough time to get up. Schmitty is able to get up in time there. Goes for the trap. Does he have the blink available? He does. Goes for the blink, but he misses the blink onto Schmitty there. He needs to try to hit this trap on him here. He does get the trap. He's going to get the down. And I think they're going to have enough time to get the gate open in time. So this should actually be a draw.
There's no chance for the breaking wheel, even wheel form, to get back to that exit gate. There would have been a fantastic situation if the exit gate wasn't open, because now Schmitty is down, couldn't self heal, right? Schmitty was utilizing that self heal, and that could have put him into a position where he could just chase for the last 2 survivors. And as you mentioned, Dilger was also already downed and used to self heal. So potentially, you know, a little bit of a slug situation where you just go for all the survivors one by one, bringing them down, but at the same time, couldn't protect both at the same time. You couldn't protect the forward and the exit gate from being opened at the same time, and therefore exit gate was being opened. The tie situation was happening. Now, if you look at the points, we have a 7-2 point round number 1 right here, which puts B4U into a 5-point situation, into a 5-point gap right here, which is setting them apart from Raven. And now Raven is in a little bit of a difficult situation, because again, they have to at least tie round number 2, but even if they tie round number 2, 5-point difference, that is quite a gap, and that is definitely something that B4U can make use of, and just, you know, as we have seen it before, push for the ties, or potentially just take this home early with a round number 2 victory if they are pushing for, you know, more points in round number 2 as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, B4U able to take round number 1, and it's also, I believe that was Raven's map selection as well. So that gives them a huge advantage here, being able to pick that round 1 map. Being able to win on the map that the other team picks. So that's really good here. They can now pick round number 2 with a lead. So things do get a little bit more complicated for B4U. You know, we saw round 1, Sprinter's Dreamwitch, obviously, you know, by far his best hunter. He's able to win a lot with it. The majority of the time, I think in NAEU, I don't believe he's actually lost a round in any NAEU tournaments with Dreamwitch so far. So that's really goes to show the strength of that Dreamwitch. But now you're going into round number 2. For B4U, you have to make sure you hold the lead. That's going to be the important key factor for them. Sprinter now loses his Dreamwitch. He loses his best hunter, so things become a little bit more challenging. He's forced onto something like Sculptor, which, you know, obviously still a very strong Sculptor player. It's just Sculptor is more of a tie hunter. It has less win potential than something like a Dreamwitch. So Sprinter needs to try to hold this momentum for B4U here. The survivors need to also play well. Make sure they don't get any overly aggressive here. Just play conservatively. Try to tie things out. A Sprinter can at least get draws with the Sculptor. Maybe push for wins as well, and the survivors can continue to draw like the way they are doing now, then they will be on track to win this. But still not out of the woods yet. Ravens definitely has a chance to potentially come back here. Of course, David will not have breaking when moving into the later rounds here, but still has a lot of strong hunters incoming.
For sure, has a lot of strong hunters, especially tie hunters. And if we look at this, we saw how Raven on the hunter side was doing extremely well. That was really, really close. That last Cypher pop was definitely helping out B4U, and even with that last Cypher pop, We almost saw a situation where the breaking wheel was bringing down the survivors over and over again to the point where they couldn't heal up again. And it was, yes, it was a tie for B4U, but it was also a really, really strong game for the breaking wheel. So we cannot underestimate Daikiri right here in round number 2. Definitely able to pull at least a tie off. And yeah, again, round number 2 now boils down to, can Raven tie up in round number 2, potentially even before you has it, or will before you take advantage of the lead that they have, not only tie it up but also win round number 2 to just win this entire matchup between Raven and before you. Very, very curious to move on into round number 2. Pressure is definitely on. 5-point difference from Raven and before you. That's a situation where you have an uphill battle, and that's a situation where you have a lot of pressure because you have to play a little bit more risky to not only get the ties but potentially the victories. It's gonna be difficult. If anyone can do it, it will be Raven. We have seen Raven performing extremely well in the earlier tournament days. We have said this before, that they were actually only able to win 1 round, but they won this 1 round with such a huge point gap that the second round that they tied and the third round that they even lost wasn't really mattering too much, because that point gap that they had from round number 1 was just too big for the opponent's team to come back. So maybe we're gonna see a tie in round number 2 and then Ravens just striking back in round number 3. That is definitely a potential outcome that we can look forward to. Still everything on the table for both teams. Before you is having the lead right now, but that can change in a matter of 1 round.
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely possible. And again, we talked about how the round 1 situation is always the strongest for B4U, because you have the round 1 Dream Witch for Sprinter, and then as the rounds progress, he's not going to have that as an option. So that's when it becomes more which is a little bit challenging. He still has that as an option. So it's definitely going to be still on the table for them. It's going to be definitely an option. But again, as the rounds progress, Ravens has a chance. It's not like it's going to be round 1 where Dreamwitch is going to come out and just completely dominate, because Dreamwitch is a hunter that can do that. But with Dreamwitch Band, it's more challenging. However, B4U is still in an excellent spot. They have a 5-point lead. They just need to play conservatively. They can tie things out from here, as we talk about. Play conservatively, hold your lead, and you are able to win in the long run.
That is for sure, that is for sure. And I think that's the situation that both teams are in right now. When it comes to tying up, it is possible for both sides, right? Like, tying up on the hunter side as well as on the survivor side is always a good outcome. But at the same time, you know, if Raven is just tying it up against Before You right here, it's still in favor of Before You, just because they had such a strong round number 1. So you definitely want to push more for victories, and that is where it becomes a little bit more difficult. Yes, you can tie it up, which is not the worst outcome, but at one point you have to take victories. At one point, Team Raven needs to take victories if they want to compete in this tournament during the semifinals, because Before You is just having quite an advantage right here with this round 1 victory, with the 5 points that Sprinter was securing for their team. It is... Again, everything is still on the table. We said this before, and it's always the case. Nothing is decided until it is decided. And a little bit of an uphill battle. We can see that Pitstoppers is actually jumping in for the Hunter side on Before You's team right here for Sprinter. So that is gonna switch up things a little bit more, because Sprinter, as you already mentioned, very well known for the Dream Witch, and now is not necessarily having that Dream Witch available right here. Pitstoppers on the other side might be able to surprise Raven even in round 2 and 3.
Yeah, I don't know. The biggest issue, so Pitstoppers is currently a top hunter in NAEU, for those of you who don't know. He does play rank a lot, so I expect the Raven survivors to know exactly what Pitstoppers is coming in with. He plays against me, he plays against a lot of the Raven survivors as well in top tiers. So for those of you who don't know what Pitstoppers has available, he does have, looks like we're going to see Arms Factory for B4U here. They actually banned Ever Sleeping Town, which is interesting, considering that it is the map they picked in round 1. But But basically, for pit stoppers, he does have Dream Witch, he does have Breaking Wheel. His best hunter is typically known to be that Bonbon, so we might see that come out as well. He also has Sculptor available, and he can play Geisha or Bloody Queen, but maybe a little bit less likely. Maybe if he needs a tie, maybe play one of those hunters. But for the most part here, we should see Pit Stopper's Dream Witch probably get banned here. Not going to be able to play Breaking Wheel because, of course, it is Arms Factory. So he may have to go something like Sculptor or Bonbon, which, maybe is a little bit less ideal, more of a tie hunter. But when you do have a lead, such as a 5-point lead as of right now, there's really no need to play anything too extra aggressive besides going for those ties. So I think that's maybe the strategy here, is just put in Pit Stoppers. Just see if he can maybe try to get a tie here with one of his tie hunters, and then just, tie things out from there and hold your 5-point lead.
There's for sure something that before you can do, just, play it very, very conservatively and just take the ties. Don't necessarily need any more points as long as you don't give any more points to Ravens. That's all they need, but at the same time, it definitely is something that is on Ravens' mind. They know that they have to take victories. They know they can't just tie it up. And I'm very curious to see what Ravens is deciding to do in round number 2, because they know if they are losing round number 2, that's it. Before you will proceed into the semifinals and Ravens will be eliminated from the tournament. So they have to play it either at least in a situation, where they can tie it up, or potentially where they win. And that means they have to play it either very, very secure to get the tie, or they will come in risky to secure the victory in round number 2. And I almost feel like Raven needs to do that. Raven needs to get the victory right here in round number 2 to get a better outcome in round number 3, to get a better, start in this round number 3, because even if they win round number 2, it's still kind of tied up when it comes to the victory points for 4 rounds. So that's still a better outcome than just tying it. So again, I think, in my opinion, Raven should just push a little bit harder and try to get the victory in round number 2 to get a better spot in round number 3. And we can see Raven already banned Seer as well as the forward, and therefore allowing the Mercenary into Before You's team, as well as the Psychologist. Psychologist, the survivor that we have seen in this tournament, performing extremely well. Really, really bringing the kites, really, really bringing the action to the field when it comes to kiting the hunter. Curious to see how the Psychologist in Before You's team will perform in this match.
Yeah, so Mercenary, so we did see, of course, Forward and Seer, which the two staple bans for round number 2 here, especially on a map that doesn't really, usually doesn't see Priestess. We're going to see Postman ban here. So Postman ban indicates that David's trying to go more aggressive, trying to go for a win here, which obviously would make sense considering they are down on points. Postman is a good character. Again, it's a decoding character. It has a decoding letter. Postman does help create ties because of that Cypher Rush. So the Postman getting banned here is, again, David's way of saying, I want to try to win this round. The Postman Cypher Rush honestly probably made the difference in that last round. I think David, if there wasn't a Postman, there's probably a good chance David 4-mans there. I don't think the Cyphers would have been enough, but the decoding letter from the Postman really did help support that. Looks like we're going to see Acrobat as the next lock in here, which means that that'll probably push David off of playing Dream Witch, and Mechanic's going to be the last lock, which actually is interesting. David didn't actually ban Mechanic as his 4th one. I'm not actually sure what the 4th ban was, but yeah, it looks like David's probably not going to play Dream Witch into this team comp. Pretty anti-Dream Witch comp. It's going to be very difficult for him to actually chase a lot of these targets. So I expect him to probably go maybe something like Sculptor. Maybe we'll bring out something like Geisha. Also has, I believe, I'm not really sure what his other hunters. Also has Bloody Queen available, but I don't think he'll play Bloody Queen into this comp either. Mechanic Cypher Rush is just too challenging, and then Acrobatic can be a good kiter against Bloody Queen. The Psychologist can take extra hits, so I expect probably something more like Sculptor or Geisha here will be a good option for David.
Yeah, that is for sure. Again, all these are... It's just... I'm sorry, I'm just trying to see how Raven can really get ahead of Before You right here. They need to get a victory. They need to get not only a tie, a 2-point game for both sides, which basically ends up in a 0-point game advantage for Raven. They need to get a 3 or even 4 survival elimination to get points. I would argue that a 3-point game would be enough, because as long as they tie it up and they get the victory per rounds, they can decide this by rounds. Because right now Before You is having a 5-point advantage over them, and 5 points is a lot to come back from. They can definitely do it, that's for sure. But as long as they take home round victories, that could be enough for them to really win this. So we are going to see who Raven is picking for the Hunter side. We have to wait a little bit. We have technical difficulties, and we are jumping back into this match in a few moments. Very, very exciting to see what Raven is going to do right here, because again, they have two options. Either high round number 2 and try to push it in round number 3, but then you have to think about it, right? If you tie it in round number 2, you have to get at least a 5-point advantage over before you, which is definitely quite a task, I would say, especially in round number 3. So tying it up in round number 2 is not the best option. The second option they have is basically going for a victory. Doesn't really matter how many points they get, right? It doesn't matter if they just have one more point than before you. As long as they have one more point, they get the round victory, and then they can push for the round victory in round number 3 as well. And I think, as you already said it, David seems to be having the, thought of playing it a little bit more aggressive. And I think that is the right mindset. You just want to play it aggressive. You just want to get points at this point and hopefully get, not only a round 2, but also round 3 victory to proceed into the next semifinal step of this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like we're going to have, as you mentioned, technical difficulties. There was some issue with the band pick there, so we're going to have that reset in a moment. But yeah, again, so far it's looking like if these band picks do remain about the same, it's looking like David's not going to be playing Dream Witch. Of course, Acrobat Psychologist are really just hard chases. Acrobat's never good for Dream Witch because you can easily just cancel the Patroller Bite with the bombs. Psychologist is very strong in Dream Witch because you can take extra hits. So I expect we're probably going to see, and we also didn't know what David's last ban was, so if he does still have an option to do that last ban, I think he's a ban Mechanic. I think he's going to get rid of Mechanic. He's going to get rid of any possible, tie character for B4U. Again, B4U, their goal here is just try to tie, and then see if Pit Stoppers can tie as well, and just kind of tie out the last rounds. But if you ban Mechanic, then it gives David a chance. Obviously, it's a little bit more risky because it gives the Starvers more chance to win because you have some harder chase targets. However, you also get rid of the option of them having a very easy draw. So he did ban Postman already. I expect Mechanic to be banned as well if he still has that as an option. Just get rid of all the decoders. I mean, besides that, all that's left is really like Prisoner, Explorer, nothing too strong, no meta decoders left. The only meta decoders right now are really Postman and the Mechanic. So I expect that we're probably going to see Mechanic get banned from David if he has that as an option. And we'll probably try to play, maybe Sculptor, maybe even something like Geisha. It's just really tough here. You have to go aggressive. You have to try to win. And the only hunters with a lot of win potential going against a team comp like this, besides Dream Witch, of course, because you don't want to play Dream Witch against this comp, you're really kind of forced into playing, maybe something like Sculptor or Geisha. I actually didn't see what was banned on the hunter side, so Sculptor might have been banned as well. I'm not entirely sure.
Dream Witch was banned. Dream Witch was the only ban that we saw. So definitely not going to see a Dream Witch. But again, I agree. Mechanic ban makes a lot of sense. Already have the Postman banned and now banning the Mechanic because you want to play it aggressive, right? You don't want to push for a tie. You want to get the points because you want to, come back from that round number 1 right here instead of just tying it up and kind of having to decide it in round number 3. You really want to take that victory right here in round number 2. So banning the Mechanic, who could potentially focus, for the Survivor side, focus this match on a tie, would make a lot of sense. So I would assume we see the Mechanic banned, and since Dream Witch is being banned, I agree. Sculptor, potentially the Geisha. I would actually be very, very excited to see the Geisha. We haven't really seen the Geisha being utilized too much in this tournament yet. And again, these little bit more off-meta characters are always exciting to see. And Geisha is definitely a strong hunter that can come in with the victory that they need on the hunter side, because you have these butterflies. You really can dash from one side to another. You really can make a lot of distance, and especially on Arms Factory where it's not as big necessarily, you can really go from one point to another. And we are jumping right back into the bans and picks again. We have not the Mechanic being banned, we have the Patient being banned, and as far as I know, I would assume that B4U knows exactly what to do right now, and it is picking that Mechanic to secure at least that high, if not even a 3 survivor escape, because again, it looks really, really promising for B4U as long as they tie it up. And we're actually gonna see Daikiri's Nayad.
Nayad here is very interesting. Yeah, no Mechanic ban, Patient ban. Patient ban is okay. Obviously, chasing a Patient is never ideal, but Nayad, when you need a win, That's really tough here, especially against a mechanic. Of course, mechanic a very good draw survivor. And Naiad is it's really just a tie hunter. It's not doesn't have a lot of win potential. So curious decision here from David to go Naiad, but we'll see how it works out for B4U. I think if anything, this probably benefits B4U. Again, mechanic against a tie hunter, just asking for a draw at best. I mean, if the survivor's able to win, obviously that would put them in a great position too. So I think that here, David really needed to take a risk, try to play hunter with win potential like Sculptor, maybe even something like Geisha. I think that was probably his best bet. But now, yeah, now you're in a bit of a tough situation here if you are David here. Going Naiad, it's difficult. It's difficult. Of course, a small map does give him a potential edge to come back and go for a win here. The smaller map allowing for more Cypher pressure, which works well with Naiad. But it's just such a heavy tie hunter against a heavy tie Keem comp. Really doesn't give David any room to work with. I guess maybe he's relying on trying to get a tie and the survivors can maybe get a win against pit stoppers. But in this situation, I think if you're David here, you got to play a little bit more aggressive. But we'll have to see how it works out for him.
Yeah, that is for sure. I mean, we said it over and over again, right? On Raven's side, they just want to take the victory right here in round number 2. Very curious to see how this plays out on Naiad, though. And we can see he's going for what I think is Schmitty right away. Sees Schmitty right here, but not necessarily the best chase target so early in the match. So therefore tries to figure out a better target. Because again, you want to bring down these heavy decoders. The mechanic is on the field right here. We saw that the doll is already here. And now Daikiri is trying to figure out where the mechanic is.
Yeah, he's going to change targets over to Shaq here. Does find the location of mechanic. It's going to go ahead and break this pile here. Does have Trump card in detention. Pretty standard build here for Naiad mechanic with that broken windows transitioning towards middle here. You got to be careful going middle here. It's a pretty easy area for the Naiad to loop here. Let's see what my leg does here. Will he revault this pallet and transition away? No, he's kind of going in the open. This is kind of tough. You never really want to do this against a Naiad because look at this, Grizzly. They can catch up so fast. I think go ahead and benefited my leg to try to go for a mind game, but no. Just running into this area over here. Can David get this hit? It's really just a mind game situation. Goes back for the pallet stun, and he does get the pallet stun there. David, yeah, trying to play aggressive there. My leg taking advantage, able to get that first stun there. And now right back to 3 pallet here. He's going to go ahead and try to loop it yet again. But my leg going back into the open, trying to mind game at pallets. It's a risky strategy. Oh, yeah, he's just going to give a free hit here. So maybe a slight misstep there from my leg. But still buying time here. He's able to kite away from his doll as well. And the Cypher progress already off to a good start for B4U.
That is for sure, that's for sure. Was a really, really good hit on the mechanic right here, but at the same time, as you said, Cypher Machine progress is going ahead. We have 3 Cypher Machines remaining. The doll is still on the field, which definitely will provide more decoding speed on the Cyphers when Milek goes down. Right here, mechanic is down, and again, the doll is still on the field, so therefore there's still another survivor that can decode that last Cypher Machine, and therefore we already have the option for another survivor to go in for the rescue. We can see that the mercenary Schmitty is getting ready to rescue out of the basement. Basement definitely a good situation, especially for Naiads. Naiads are extremely strong in basement, and Schmitty knows that before Naiad is able to create this huge pool of water, we can see Schmitty coming in for the rescue, and we can also see Mechanic still took the hit right here with the water and now will go down eventually. That is definitely good for Raven right here. Gets another hit to get a little bit more presence. And now again, survivors are pushing these Cypher Machines. We have the doll in action that is just focusing on decoding as long as possible. Fantastic gameplay from both sides right here, but so far it really looks like a tie situation for the Hunter.
Yeah, I'm really, yeah, that rescue is a little concerning. As a mechanic, you want to leave the mechanic on chair as long as possible because you want them to decode as much as possible. Schmitty going for the instant rescue there. A beautiful avoidance of the dash there from Dashstar. We're gonna see him go for another one. Able to avoid that as well. Going for that early rescue means that he's not able to decode with bot. So of course it guarantees a safer rescue, or it helps a safer rescue because Naiad's basement camp is so strong. We're gonna see a double rescue here from the survivors. They're gonna try to push. The last Cypher goes for the swing through and he doesn't get it. He is gonna get the hit on to the acrobat. Excellent body block there. Excellent flame bomb as well. And it looks like they might have enough time with Cyphers anyway. We see the psychologist rushing down that last Cypher. 1 Cypher left. He needs to try to down this mechanic as quickly as possible. He's going to be able to get that water effect on there, but he's just transitioning out here. All the mercenary has to do rather is body block till the Cypher Machine is primed. And it looks like it's about to be primed. Grizzly goes for the swing. Is the Cypher Machine primed? It is primed, and they're already pushing for the end game. So it looks like that early rescue has worked out here into B4U's favor.
Yeah, that was just in time. That Cypher machine was ready and waiting for the mechanic to go down. Absolutely fantastic job. Mechanic can't get out of the water. No, can get out of the water with 97%. Absolutely fantastic. Milek buying a little bit more time is probably in a tough situation right here, because we can see how Daikiri is just looping around, trying to create a pool, but no, is not able to, is forced to hit the mechanic, and that might buy enough time for the rest of the team to open up these gates. And very well, Raven very well aware of that and is trying to get to Schmidty as well. Schmidty again is the mercenary who could potentially take another hit, but since detention is online, that hit will immediately bring down Schmidty, but avoids that hit right here, buys more time for the mechanic to just heal up. Will we see the mechanic getting up? These hits, they need to land. One of these hits needs to land. Will we see all the patience on Schmidty right here? Mechanic up and running again. Mechanic up and running again. It was almost a tie situation for Daikiri right here, but with that perfect late game kite of the mercenary not taking the hits, this might be, again, a 3 survivor escape for the survivors. At least the chance is there for sure, because when the mechanic goes down, we will definitely see how Daikiri is concentrating to get to another Cypher machine right here. But Dungeon is here. Will this be an even better outcome for the survivors? No! Dungeon is denied because last survivor mercenary is not at the gate yet, and here we have the 3 survivor escape though, which provides more points for B4U right here. And that is definitely a tough situation, because now Raven needs to come back on the survivor side with a 3 survivor, if not even 4 survivor escape as well. And that's just gonna be, it's definitely gonna be a task that is difficult, because we have so many hunters, even with the main hunters being banned. Like round number 1 you can use all the hunters you want. Round number 2 you will get banned your main hunter, which could be, you know, Dream Witch, it could be Breaking Wheel. On this map we don't have to worry about Breaking Wheel, but overall all these very strong winning hunters will be banned after round number 1. And now you're just in a situation where B4U can easily pick a hunter that can just tie up things for the second half, and that buy points would give them the victory in round number 2 and give them the second victory in this tournament situation against Ravens, and put them into a position where they will move on into the semifinals. Here we can see the stats of the match. Again, very well coordinated survivor team right here, was able to provide a lot of time with the mechanic with 150 seconds of containment time. Late game we saw the mercenary Schmidty coming through as well with a very long kiting time that was providing enough time to the mechanic to just get up again and to really secure the 3 survivor escape for B4U. And again, this is going to be a tough battle for Raven right now on the survivor side, because they need to basically replicate that outcome with a 3 survivor escape, if not even a 4 survivor escape, against one of the top hunters on our server, Pit Stoppers.
Yeah, so yeah, definitely a big task here for Ravens to come back. Now the question is, how do they approach this next matchup? So we do know the hunters that Pit Stoppers has. Of course, we have Dream Witch, we have Bloody Queen, we have things like Bon Sculptor. So out of these hunters, what hunter are you opting to take here, or what hunters are you opting to ban? So you can only ban one. I don't think it actually makes sense to ban Dream Witch anymore, considering that the survivors need a win. You have to try to ban one of the tie hunters, whether that's Bon or Bloody Queen. Pit Stoppers is known more for Bon than he doesn't play Bloody Queen as much, so I would expect maybe they'll ban Bon, but it's tough. Yeah, again, in a situation, you just need to get a tie here if you're Pit Stoppers. The survivors need to try to pull something out. So you just saw an excellent kite there from Milek against that Knight. And again, it begs the question of playing Knight in that situation. It's so difficult. It's just, as a hunter, you're either going to tie or you're going to lose. It's so tough because of that Cypher Rush with Mechanic. So yeah, I mean, that's kind of unfortunately, that's the downside there of playing Knight into that team comp. I think Sculptor or Geisha could have had a lot more potential, but B4U taking advantage of that. An excellent survivor game, able to get 3 survivors out there. So yeah, I expect them maybe to ban Bon or Bloody Queen from Pit Stoppers and try to go for at least a win, try to force that last round out.
Very possible outcome, but do you think that they will allow the Dream Witch on the Arms Factory? Arms Factory being such a strong map for the Dream Witch?
Yeah, I mean, I think they have to. I mean, the problem is, like, you can still play, like, obviously round 2 Dream Witch is difficult because you get 2 bans right away for the Hunter side, but I think the goal here is maybe just ban either Bon or Bloody Queen and just try to play like an anti-Dream Witch strategy. I mean, obviously Dream Witch is very strong, but it's easier to win against a Dream Witch than it is against say, a Bloody Queen or a Bonbon, because they're very consistent at getting draws, whereas Dream Witch is very consistent at getting, a lot of kills. But here, Pitstoppers doesn't need a lot of kills, so he may not even play Dream Witch anyways. He may do it if it's given to him, but yeah, again, in a situation where you only need to tie, Dream Witch is a good winning hunter, but less consistent for securing consistent draws in comparison to something like Bonbon and Bloody Queen.
I'm just curious to see what they will ban, if they will really leave the Dream Witch open. But again, you're very right. You want to ban these characters that can't just secure the tie, because the tie is what before you needs. They just need to get the 2 survival elimination to secure that round number 2 for them as well. Just like they did in round number 1, where we saw round number 1, they were taking the victory as well in the first half, and then they just tied. And as you have predicted, we have the Bloody Queen being banned right here. And on the Hunter side, we see Seer as well as Forward being banned, allowing again the Mercenary on the field. And we can see another little girl coming into this composition. Very, very curious to see how the little girl will perform this time. Again, against Before You. Wait, did we see the little girl earlier from Raven?
We did see it last round. Actually, it looks like, yeah, so they did ban Bloody Queen. I think honestly they're playing the same team comp. Obviously, just no Priestess, I'd imagine, because Priestess, not very strong on this map. But they're just trying to play anti-Dream Witch as much as possible. I don't know about, again, I don't really know about Wildling. I feel like there's better characters. I guess it makes sense because you can't patrol the Wildling, but it's risky. Something like Gravekeeper might be better. Something like Forward is just better. Of course, Forward was man, so I guess it's not an option. But it looks like as the last option, what do they pick here? Again, they need to try to go for a win. Embalmer. So Embalmer is there because it's a good counter to Dream Witch. So they're banning Bloody Queen. They're trying to play anti-Dream Witch. But I think if you're Pitstoppers here, you might just play Bonbon or Sculptor. Yeah, that works as well. Sculptor here is curious. I mean, again, you only need a tie, so Bonbon's more consistent for draws than Sculptor is. So Pitstopper is going a little bit extra aggressive in a situation where you need to play conservatively. May or may not pay off from him, but ultimately, I think Sculptor here does work pretty well against his team comp.
That is for sure. And again, Sculptor, a very, very strong hunter when it comes to securing the ties, and that's again all they need. Tie will secure the victory in round number 2 for Before You after a very, very strong Survivor team match right here with the 3 Survivor escape. Pitstoppers on the Sculptor. I'm very, very curious to see how that works out for Ravens right here. We have the Embalmer, as you already said. Embalmer, definitely a character that can secure, a dungeon or a potential late game coffin to the gate. So very, very curious to see how that plays out. They know that they definitely need to get 3 survivors out of this match. And that is what makes it so difficult, right? You can't just settle for a tie against a hunter that is so known for being a hunter that secures ties, right? Sculptor, strong hunter with all these statues, being able to not only chair 1 survivor and sit on that survivor to prevent rescues, but also utilizing her skill to, just have an overview of the entire map, see where other survivors are, and even interrupt them with the statues while they're decoding. It is a strong hunter for ties, and Raven needs to get the 3 survivor escape right here. And that's the situation that we have seen in this tournament before, where you just know you have to get these survivors out of the game, and that is putting Raven into a situation where if they have a survivor down, and if they have the survivor on the rocket chair quite early in the game, you can't just leave that survivor on the chair. We have seen the strategy coming in play when the first survivor, goes down very early. Just leave that survivor on the chair and buy your team more time to decode Cypher machines, because that is setting yourself up for a great tie situation. But now, if 1 survivor goes down, you have to go in for this rescue. You can't just settle for a tie situation, and that is definitely a really, really good situation for Pitstoppers too, because now survivor comes in for the rescue and he gets the chance to immediately focus on more than 1 survivor. And it's overall just a really, all or nothing situation for Ravens right here. They need to get the victory in this match to at least tie this round and make it into round number 3.
We're going to see a No Man's Land spawn, or also known as Big Rock here, for this hunter. Immediately going towards Shack here, which is the location of Agramont, who I think is, I'm not quite sure who Agramont is. I think it's probably the Wildling. So yeah, it is the Wildling. So he's going to go ahead and lead that there. Obviously, you cannot commit to Wildling. Going towards Deep Sandbags here. Or sorry, not deep sandbags. Going towards, I believe, I can't see. Oh, deep sandbags. There we go. Okay, trying to find the location of the survivor in the area. It is Little Girl. Little Girl tried to teleport, but actually took a chip before she could teleport away here. Mercenary is nearby to potentially pick him up here, and it looks like that is going to be the case. Mercenary picking... Oh, no, Mercenary didn't pick up here. Does they get the swing off? No, they don't get the swing off. They get the combine before that, and we're going to see an elbow pad away here for Sapphire. Going to this pallet, able to avoid that. Able to avoid... Oh, no, he gets hit with 2 statues there, actually. Goes to the thing and gets the Terror Shock on the pallet. Yeah, what... Great start there for Pit Stoppers.
That is for sure. That is a really, really strong start. Again, they know that they can't just leave that survivor on the chair. It is the mercenary who takes quite some time on the chair, so it gives some time to the rest of the team to decode a little bit more. But if you look at the Cypher Machine progress, halfway done. 2 of the Cypher Machines are halfway done, and the rest of the Cypher Machines are basically untouched. So having the mercenaries down so early in this match is absolutely fantastic for B4U right here. We have the Wildling transitioning into the area. Again, they need to pull off this rescue, but Wildling is also getting kind of sniped out already. Is getting prevented from just going straight to the rescue, and this might actually lead to the situation where they have to rescue the mercenary as late as possible. As late as possible, because you want to buy more time for the rest of the team to decode these Cypher Machines, but you also want to get that mercenary off the chair before he dies.
Yeah, Pit Stoppers has teleport, so that's kind of an interesting build here. In a situation where you need to tie, I think Link probably would have been more beneficial. Oh, 2 statues! Wildling walks into both of them. He's able to get a down on the Wildling as well. That's going to be a second chair here, and that should just secure things. I don't really see how Ravens can get 3 survivors out at this point, so this should be at least a tie here for Pit Stoppers. Probably more based off of the situation. Excellent statues there, but yeah, Wildling, you know, as a rescuer against a full presence scope, you gotta hug behind the wall. You gotta stay behind that wall there and avoid those statues. But yeah, Wildling just unfortunately running into all of those. And Pit Stoppers taking advantage, able to get another chip onto Embalmer as well here. Trying to go for that rescue, gets another chip as well, and Embalmer will go down right after that. He does have Coppin to get away, but at this point, this has pretty much secured things for B4U.
That is for sure. That was an extremely fantastic job from Pit Stoppers, just really preventing the rescues from happening. First the mercenary, now the Wildling. Embalmer can't really go in for a rescue because he would be down immediately. Already had a chip damage on the little girl very, very early in the game, which makes it also impossible for the little girl to come in for the rescue. We can see the teleport being utilized. Now little girl is buying a little bit more time, but again, with a tie, Pit Stoppers already won that 4v4U because that's all they need. They need the tie to get this round 2 victory. We can see that Angel D is trying to buy more time right now, but ultimately Wildling will be eliminated. Fantastic job from the little girl right here, really buying a lot of time for the survivor. Actually stunning Pit Stoppers right here at 3 pellets. Fantastic job. And we can see that Embalmer is just decoding Pit Stoppers. Knows that, sees the wiggling Cypher Machine, is trying to hit the Embalmer. One statue was connecting. Now he's down as soon as we see 1 chip damage on the Embalmer.
Yeah, so obviously B4U already has secured the win here. 2 survivors eliminated is all they need. So he's probably just going to go ahead down this Embalmer, put on the rocket chair, maybe go look for a little girl. But again, things have already been included here. He's going to go ahead and vault that for a speed boost. It's really just a matter of time here before this match concludes. So again, yeah, congratulations for B4U for moving on here. But he's going to go ahead and go for the swing on the Embalmer in a second. There, is able to get the down here. We expect him probably just going to... Nope, he's going to go for the little girl. Again, things have already been secured here for B4U, so it looks like he is going to go for 4 survivors anyway.
That is for sure. He's going to just secure the points because you just want to... it is a tournament situation and you just want to get as much practice in these tournament situations as possible. And if you get the chance to just secure this 4 survival elimination, just take it, you know? Like, why not play this round till the very end, really making sure to get all these points. We can see Embalmer is up and running again. Now with the little girl also up and running, we can probably see Pit Stoppers concentrating on the little girl right here, and now will not be able to connect 2 statues right away, will not be able to connect the swing. And Angel D again buying a little bit more time, but cannot avoid the statues right here. Fantastic job from Pit Stoppers with the Sculptor. Embalmer again still up and running, still working on that 1 Cypher Machine right there. We can see the Cypher Machine progress on several Cypher Machines. One is at 70, but that is not the one that the Embalmer is working on. The Embalmer tries to push a new one, which is around 40% now. There's not a lot that Raven can do right now. We can see Embalmer is getting chased off that chair, and Pitstoppers knows, not chair, sorry, Cypher Machine. Pitstoppers knows that the Embalmer is around, and now we will see Pitstoppers trying to get that last target.
Yeah, those stats have just been so on point this game. Just really doing a great job there. And it looks like yeah, they're just gonna have some fun here. Obviously, the match already has been secured, so it's always nice to see these players, just have some fun here and just play things out. And yeah, it is secured here for B4U. Looks like Pitstoppers is gonna go ahead and give the Embalmer Dungeon. Again, the points don't matter in this situation. B4U's already secured the win here ultimately, so really just good sportsmanship between the players to give him Dungeon in an already winning position. So yeah, B4U will be moving on here. So they are going to be going to play against Omega, which was the winner of the last round. But yeah, not much else to say here. Just wrapping up this final round here. Going to go ahead and give him Dungeon, but B4U ultimately far too high on points at this point here, and they will take rounds 2-0.
That is true. They only need the tie. They got the 3 survival elimination. Very, very nice sportsmanship that we can see right here on B4U's side. Just giving that Embalmer the Dungeon. Again, fantastic job from B4U. They were really showing that they were not only able to secure this first round, but they were also taking round number 2. Congratulations to B4U for making it into the semifinals. You already mentioned it. We're going to see Omega going against B4U in tomorrow's semifinal. Very, very excited to see both of these teams competing more in this tournament. Here we can see Pitstoppers on the hunting side was really able to put pressure on these survivors. Containment from the hunter is never over 100 seconds. That just shows how fast these survivors were going down against Pitstoppers. And the Cypher Machine progress, again, we saw how the Cypher Machine progress was split up. 2 Cypher Machines were already done, and 4 Cypher Machines were basically, just touched or decoded at like 70%. Not really enough to push it to the last Cypher Machine right here against Pitstoppers. And the match results ultimately lead to the 2-round victory of B4U, getting 7 points and 6 points in round number 1 and round number 2 over the 2 points in each rounds from Raven, securing the spot in the semifinals in the tournament that we are in right now, North American European Server Tournament. Very, very exciting, again, to see more of not only B4U but also Omega. And I want to give a shout out again to FT and Raven, who made it this far. Top 8 teams on our server, definitely something that is very, very good. You definitely have bragging rights right here, because top 8 is absolutely fantastic. But ultimately, only 4 teams can make it into the semifinals. And again, congratulations to Omega, OM, and B4U for taking these spots.
Absolutely. Final score 13-4 in favor of B4U. As you mentioned, we'll move on. We will have our MVP here in a moment. We also still have 2 more matches ahead of us, so don't forget to stay tuned for that. We will have the other top 8 matches right after this. Pod should know we'll be in. But before we go to break, we are going to have our MVP, so stick with us for that. Yeah, overall here, just excellent job from the Hunter side. We also saw a strong performance from my leg as well, so we might see any MVP from any of those players here, and it looks like it is going to be Sprinter here. Just an excellent Hunter job in round 1, able to get a win with 4 ciphers remaining. Just very strong Dreamwitch gameplay. Really goes to show Grizzly the power of that Dreamwitch character. If the Hunter plays Dreamwitch well, even against difficult team comps, you can still win. It's just such a formidable Hunter to go with. Very hard to kite, obviously because of the double patroller. You have incredible map pressure with the leeches, with the spawns, and that's what makes Dreamwitch such a strong character and such a difficult character to play against.
Definitely well-deserved MVP right here, especially as Dreamwitch going against a team composition that is specifically countering the Dreamwitch, and it was really, really difficult for the Dreamwitch to really get their hands on the survivor, because all of them would counter, or it's just unchaseable targets like Wildling were in the match as well. But just the focus on that little girl and just how everything snowballed, these hits here and there that were ultimately securing the victory before a second Cypher Machine was popping off. Definitely deserved MVP right here on Sprinter's Dreamwitch. for now, that is it for us. Eli, I'm very, very happy that I was able to cast these matches with you. I'm very excited for tomorrow's matches because tomorrow we are not only jumping into the semifinals, no, we are going to decide the final winner of this tournament, something that I'm very, very excited to spectate and very excited to cast with you. And again, we are jumping into more rounds. We have 2 more teams that will get spots in the semifinals, 4 more teams that we will see today, but that will be casted by Poch and Nello. And yeah, Eli, any last words that you want to give out to the viewers before we send into a short break?
Yeah, just excellent job from all the teams today. Thank you everyone for all the support. Everyone who kept all the positivity in the chat, we love to see that. Just keeping positive energy, supporting your favorite team is always the goal here. Keep NAEU as positive and support it as much as possible. We will be on a short break, as Grizzly said, and we'll see you guys back here in a few minutes.
踏过荒谷和大漠，肩负着族人的使命，去往异乡。阴谋与命运交织着。当星辰落下之时，毒蛇露出了尖牙。忠诚与背叛的戏码拉开序幕。火光将反叛的计划化为乌有，刺向毒蛇的弯刀，在烈火间把双手灼烫。然而，救命的稻草不过是又一场狩猎的预谋。而若不甘心成为猎物，只能自己勇敢伸手，触碰飞鸟与神鹰。
I finally arrived at the manor mentioned in the commission letter. The fairly complete main building became my first foothold here. At first, everything seemed to be going better than I had expected. That incomplete diary mentioned a bizarre game. The barely noticeable ashes and marks along the edges of the diary once again led me to new clues. A strange fireplace, unused firewood, a rotatable candlestick. As the wall began to turn, I knew that I had found what I was looking for. An even greater collection of diaries. I continued my deductions using these diaries. Finding information on the hunters is the key. Yet, it creates more questions than it solves. About the manor. About the game. And about me. I was once a novelist. I lost my memory in an accident 10 years ago, and have suffered from intermittent amnesia ever since. My condition has worsened with the passage of time. The span of my amnesia is getting worse. Finally, through the eyes of my neighbors, I realize the exact nature of my condition. It's not about amnesia, but that person has awakened.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to IVT, day number 3. Potch Spice and Nello Mello at your service, and all roads lead to the grand finals. But Nello Mello, we got some amazing matches for today. What are your thoughts on what we have? NFC versus OVO. We also got, for the grand finale, FZN versus NL. Give me your thoughts.
I mean, we've seen so many teams performing so well, and coming into this tournament, like they brought the hopes of their teams with them. And right now, what we keep saying, just emphasizing on it, that all of the teams are trying to showcase their very best. And for me, I'm just very excited. No matter what kind of gameplay, survivors, but of course, with the exception of certain survivors and hunter picks, which are very interesting. Yeah, I would definitely love it. But I would say I'm optimally very just excited for all of the matches. What about you, Tosh? Do you have anything? Lots of
I'm very excited because you know what, we just had some 2-0s like for the first two matches. I'm interested to see if we're going to continue that streak because I'm always for like a back and forth, and I really want to see that happen. Not to say the others weren't back and forth. It's just that it was a lot, like especially the last one. I mean, Spencer just capitalized on a lot of the openings that the survivors gave. So hopefully
Mm,
this one, especially with NFC versus OVO, we have the battle of the two MVPs. MVP of NFZ would be Cape Baldy, really
mhm,
amazing hunter. And
mhm,
honestly, OVO got captured my attention because, and I hope I'm
mhm,
pronouncing this right, Ning Yi Zuo, who is the magician main, and that magician was just so good to contain the hunter. So who knows? I'm excited to see these two forces clash in the match between NFZ and OVO.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, since you brought up Sprinter as well, I definitely think that NAEU is seeing the rise of certain players which are slowly becoming one of the very best, which are able to compete at the global stage. So I have to say right now, based on the matches that we've watched just now, previously with
Hmm.
Grizzly and Eli, Brinzer from B4U is definitely on top. I have to say, if not the very best right now, that's exactly how good he is because you can see that it was so dominant, and that's a reason for that because he has been grinding with the best, and that's exactly what other teams should be doing, pitting
Hmm.
themselves against the very best, putting up their best, and then figuring out what they can do to put themselves on the next level. So I'd say fighting with the best makes you one step closer to becoming the best as well. So
Yeah,
that's what I
great.
hope to see.
A great man once said, "To become the best, you got to beat the best, and to be the
Hmm.
man, you've got to beat the man." And honestly, Ravens really tried. They wanted to go up against them, and you know what? They will eventually, hopefully, have another shot in future tournaments. But now we have to shift our attention to NFZ.
Hmm.
They will be facing against OVO and Cape Baldy, the MVP of the previous matchup. I'm excited to see him hunt. We got Taki, E-Boy, Sarah, and Moss. Very well-rounded survivor team, but really the one that really takes home the points is Cape Baldy.
Like Kick Body with his Bonbon Sculptor and Wheel, like all those meta hunters, it really helps his team to capitalize. And I've seen a trend though with this patch, like
Mm-hmm.
it's so far it's been always the battle of the hunters. Like the
Yes.
hunters are the one wrecking in the points. We're gonna talk
Mm-hmm.
more about that later because right now we're gonna see OVO. Right now we have Santi. We can see Santi on the side of the hunter. I believe
Mm-hmm.
we do not have Santi in our data,
Yeah,
but
but he did bring a breaking
Mhm,
wheel in Ever Sleeping
mhm,
Town. You know what? He
mhm,
did
mhm,
have a little bit of overextensions, but still got a 3K. He also picked
mhm.
breaking wheel in church because they did ban his bonbon. So I'm guessing that they kind of did his homework with that. Maybe he's a bonbon breaking wheel main. But really, the highlight of that match before was just I would say this team synergy of Ni Yingzuo, Little Seven, Mika, and ABCDE. Rightly so, Mika being more of the support, Priestess Acrobat, Little Seven being the seer, ABCD, not missing the beat with his forward, and Ning Zizul, I mean, the magician was just chef's kisses. Like and no magic wand was wasted. We thought it was a fluke. He did go up with an amazing hunter against Zeus, and he was able to face his Bloody Queen. And I think, I forgot who's the first one he brought out, but still very slippery survivor. So I wonder if he's going to be able to duplicate that same type of performance.
Yeah, it's very nice to see players bring up different kinds of characters, especially like what you said, highlighting the magician. Magician didn't used to be so played frequently in tournaments. Even acrobat, like for example, female dancer, acrobat, embalmer, and even the magician right now. So it just shows that the ever-changing meta is what
Hmm.
makes the game so interesting and what makes it so alive. So that's exactly what we hope to see utilizing the meta. But so far though, we have not seen a lot of the novelists being put to use. So,
Uh, Novelist isn't allowed, so
oh,
I
sorry.
think that's one of the
Okay,
things. It's
I
little
see.
girl. We did see a little bit of the
Little
little
girl,
girl
yeah.
from Ravens, but it didn't really shine so well. So OVO does pick the Ever Sleeping Town because Santi does bring out that breaking wheel. So I think
Mhm,
they definitely wanted to capitalize on that. And just to touch on your points with the magician, yes, magician has been rising in the meta, but we're playing with this. It's not really the updated one since they're only playing with two magic wands. So that just shows the dedication Ning Yizhuo has with the
mhm.
magician that he doesn't waste a single wand. So I'm excited to see more of him.
Yeah, for sure. And just as we saw moments ago, ladies and gentlemen, it was the Leo's memory that has been banned. surprise, surprise, the winter map has been banned. I'm not so there's probably some reasoning towards it. But the Ever Sleeping Town will be chosen instead. So right here we can see it opens up to all the meta hunters to be utilized in this map. And
Yeah. That also brings to question, yeah, Cape Baldy. He does have a breaking wheel. He did bring it out in Lakeside Village, which isn't the most optimal map for the breaking wheel. But now he's allowed to bring it out in Ever Sleeping Town. So now, like, just to echo on your point you said a while ago, this could be the Battle of the Hunters since this map is so geared towards a breaking wheel 4K.
for sure, Breaking Will or even a Dream Witch if
True.
if the hunters has. But even the Bonbon though, like what you mentioned about Santi, he also has a Bonbon in the arsenal. So I'd say anything goes. But to be honest, I'd say go aggressive, fully aggressive, because again, there's an advantage. There's no flywheel yet in this tournament server. Because
Exactly.
flywheel, oh my goodness! If you if you notice, it counters Breaking Wheel
Honestly,
so much.
yeah, I feel like that was just built for Breaking Wheel.
Yeah, it's like
We've seen in Southeast Asia that Breaking Wheel has definitely fallen down the tiers because of just the use of flywheel. That hunters just go for single hits or just go for even they went back to the previous hunters, which is like Geisha, they go Bon. But here, make use of that. Make use of this first round. I think Eli brought on a point like round one should be your most aggressive start, so you can set the tempo of this match and force the players to go a bit reckless or overextend in round number two, and you could just go defensive, kind of like how B4U did it, kind of like how Omega did it in their match. So I wonder who will strike first blood in this matchup.
First Blood. Wouldn't surprise me if it's gonna be like 3K, 4K, even in the first round itself, because it's just so strong in Ever Sleeping Town. But of course, where are my manners again? Let's just welcome the viewers to this part of the game first, because hi guys, you've been here for the first half. We are here, Posh Spice and me. We are here for the second half of today. Hope that you guys are enjoying the tournament as always. Positivity is always a plus, and stay hydrated. Popcorns always, and let's just enjoy the show today.
Oh yeah, for sure. Big shout outs to everyone. I was also watching the very passionate community everyone has. Again, the emotions per game when someone gets a terror shock, when someone gets a rescue happening. Yeah, you just feel the emotions, and I can't wait for this matchup to start. A lot of supporters for NFC, a lot of supporters for OVO. NFC and OVO actually, if I recall, previous week they did not see a third round because of how dominant they were. So who knows? This could be the round to kind of break the streak of 0-2. But we still have Fusion versus NL, and how could we forget? Shout outs to Eli for being part of Fusion and being the mastermind, the big brains behind Fusion, the coach. And how could we forget your favorite hunter now from NL, Boy Boss, not Baby Boss,
Baby
Boy
Boss. I know.
With a double terror shock and the double stuffed rescue, beautiful performance. That's something to wait for in the main event. Right now, NFC versus OVO. We talked about the survivor side. Let's talk about the potentials. We talked about the hunter side. Let's talk about the potential survivor side in Ever Sleeping Town.
I mean, I'm sure that you definitely want to see another magician. Like magician does count. Yeah, magician does counter Breaking Will's first skill. The normal attack and the spike, just allowing himself to disappear, poof, into the air. And I think that's one of the things that I would like to see, especially. But right now, it's Santi that's going to be hunting first on the side of OVO. So against NFZ on the survivor side, well, I have to say, my bet is on Breaking Wheel Bonbon. What about you?
Okay. For sure. Breaking Wheel if it's on the table. Maybe save the Bonbon for later, or get the respect of them to ban the Breaking Wheel and bring out the Bonbon in a smaller map. So another interesting point to bring up with NFC Taki brought out Dancer, and it was a pretty scrambly match. Taki known to lay out the music boxes, not just one fast box, but a slow box in an area. So they could opt for that. It's definitely on the table, but since they did ban that forward, you got to get that seer.
For sure. And you have to know that this is the best of one, so there are no hunter bans. If Santi decides to bring out the Breaking Wheel, then I can't see how the Dancer can be much use in this map simply because if you put it under a pallet, Breaking Wheel can just break through the pallet, and
Right.
even if you put the slow music in wheel form, he's not affected. So the spikes still go on and things. But we'll see how they utilize it because right now, Seer, Priestess, one support, one hard counter towards Breaking Wheel. The Seer is released, and
Ooh,
yeah,
a hard
even
counter.
Gravekeeper.
Yeah. So, like you were saying, I think they're raring up for Santi's breaking wheel here. So, Santi rightly banning the mechanic here does not what we are seeing the dancer come out. I think this is more of preference. But
Oh, yeah.
so far, 3 out of 4 counter this breaking wheel. Gravekeeper go into that shovel form, wheel form gets denied. You got the Seer's Owl. Priestess just gives that utility. Breaking wheel can go through it without getting stunned, but if he's out of that wheel form, that's the most optimum one. And like you said, the dancer can have a hard time, but we'll see. If this is Moss or Taki, when they did bring it out, it was also an ever sleeping town. So I think
Yeah,
it is more of a preference thing.
yeah, for sure. But it's always nice to see these kind of survivors come out, right? Like it adds spice. It adds spice
Yes,
to
sure.
the name, to the
Flavor.
game, the flavor. But
Yeah.
surprise, surprise, Breaking Wheel.
Breaking. This is definitely no surprise. A welcome addition to the ever sleeping town. I think they gotta enjoy it while it lasts before the flywheel comes in. They gotta,
Yeah, for sure.
you gotta use it and get as much mileage out of this breaking wheel as possible before it hits that 100-mile mark, and then you gotta turn it in for a new model hunter, which maybe might be the clerk because of the flywheel. So enjoy the breaking wheel, guys, because as the meta evolves, yeah, flywheel is definitely here to stay for the survivors.
Priestess, like even though like you notice, right? Even though they know that there's gonna be a breaking wheel, and breaking wheel does counter Priestess portal, but they still decide to bring it out, right? Because there's a reason for that. Like, let's get a little bit educative here. Um, it even if they manage to break it out, the thing is, Priestess players like they just hold on to their portals. That's it. They try to rock hide the wheel form. Once the pollen breaks out of the wheel form, then that's where they stick near to the wall, put a portal, transition to the next available area with a pallet, and hopefully get some support. But right here, the only support here is the Seer's Owl, in case in case the Santi chases the priestess first. So I have to say, we have to see who he chases first, and it looks like it's gonna be the dancer.
Wow, and forcing him to actually break this box, and now leaving the breaking wheel in this part of the map is actually great because once he goes back into wheel form, he can stick to that windows. He's dropping all the music boxes here. Can he go for a stun? Oh wow, just doubling up just to add more. And also the slow as well. So Santi has to be very careful. He did bring confined space, so he couldn't just go through that window. Now, the dancer has to wait this one out. We have a 12-9 build on Santi, so he's got to down this dancer and down her quick.
Oh my goodness, and now Taki can just easily go towards the train, but the train has left the station!
You're a bit late, sir. Conductor's not there, and also the owl was able to block the dancer. That was a great awareness there. They used a lot of support, and now Taki just moving on back to where the boxes are. And now we see that, yeah, maybe a little bit of technical difficulties here. We're just going to find out, but yeah. So what a crazy start. Honestly,
sure.
I think we've all been there where we missed our bus, we've missed the train. But you got the support of your friends. You got Eli in the background. Shout outs to Eli O.
Yeah.
The owl
always.
is able to block. So I would say, all right, we're gonna count up the resources. So two music boxes were spent, and an owl. One more music box remains, and it's a slow box. So how you liking the resources so far on the survivor side now?
I mean, if the resources are used to buy time for the survivors to transition, position themselves nicely, and decode the ciphers, I'd say it's a great use of resource. Like, if I was the dancer, I guess that the dancer probably brought max pallet stun because it's so useful. Like the extra 2-3 seconds out of the stun, from the slow recovery. It adds up like 3 boxes. Like that's what it adds up to an amount of time, and against a breaking wheel, that's really what you need. It's a race against buying time for your survivors, for your survivor teammates to decode as much cipher progress as possible, and hopefully Gravekeeper is the sole rescue that this team needs in case one person gets chaired.
And you have to admit, like, I did see like a on the left side there was a long portal that was called out, so maybe they're already opting for an exit strategy for that dancer. But right now the dancer's in good health. She does have one spike. She can tank one hit. Just bait out a regular hit to move on. But the spot that she's at in the map right now, it's very advantageous, not only in a cipher rush standpoint, but also in a kiting standpoint. Yes, confined space was brought, but if you just force him out of that wheel form and force him to loop around with a fear of the box in the mids, yeah, it's tough for any breaking wheel. And honestly, I think the breaking wheel just hates this area to kite in because that window is just too overpowered going up against the breaking wheel.
For sure, and that's why confined space is brought because it's just so good against
Oh, true.
survivors who decide to loop around that area. But you
Mhm.
know what? Fun fact, Posh, the
Mhm.
chat saying that Santi is
Mhm.
from Latam. So
Oh, the
yeah,
LatAm. Oh,
yeah,
wow.
he's representing.
Let's
Shout
go.
out
Shout outs to one of our friends in the Latin community. I
Soy
think
Milk.
Soy Milk. Yeah, Soy
Yeah,
Milk. There you go. That's your shout out, Soy Milk. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, very well known content creator, so do follow her. But yeah,
mm.
wow. So Santi, big shout outs to him. So far, honestly, I don't think it's swinging in anyone's favor just yet. It could go any which way, but I would say great start for the survivors. But we've seen one terror shock, one mistimed play could go in the hunter's favor. So we have to see. Did you see what skill he brought, by the way? Or what trait, sorry, that the hunter brought?
He brought the blink.
He brought a
Yeah,
blink. Okay.
I'm pretty sure he brought a blink. Well, now that you asked me about it, it made me second guess. But I'm pretty sure he brought a blink because there's no
Mm-hmm.
reason for him to bring anything else. Like,
Yeah.
he
Excitement.
obviously
Mm-hmm.
he was so afraid because he banned forward and back there. He was afraid
Mm-hmm.
of the stuns, so he just
And
took that out.
mechanic too.
And
Yeah.
mechanic, yeah,
So no cipher rush, no
none for
stunners.
you.
Uh-huh. Yeah, so he'll be the one doing the stunning. But you know what? They're fine. Honestly, like looking at their lineup of the previous match, they're not really leaning towards stunners. I think NFC is more of the support because Taki on the dancer, we have Sarah on the psychologist in the previous
Mhm.
match, Moss on priestess, and E-boy on mercenary. So yeah, I think he just wanted to make sure that no one brings a stunner to the
Yeah,
mix because yeah, so yeah, if not that, what, teleport? I don't think so. Like this is the breaking wheel, so most
yeah, he
likely
doesn't need
blink.
to. Most
Hmm.
likely blink for sure. And well, taking it out makes sense because then he doesn't need to bring excitement anymore. Because we've seen some breaking wheels, they just commit to 9-12 confined
Hmm.
space and insolence or even detention, which is very rare. But
Hmm.
when they commit to an excitement without a trump card, like
Hmm.
there's nothing that they can do against late game. Some hunters, we've seen certain games where hunters they still manage to win 4K with excitement, but that's very very calculated because there's a forward around, there's a
Hmm.
priestess, there's an enchantress, so it's very it's calculated.
Yes.
The trade off is worth it. The
Oh
trade off
yeah.
was worth it.
And we've seen it. We've seen the other side of the coin where they held on to the excitement for too long, and I think the
Yeah,
survivors kind of sniffed it out, and it's just so
yeah.
hard because they know that, all right, you're not gonna blink. I'll go through this window. Because I know
Mhm.
they know that you brought excitement, so they're just not gonna stun, or they're just gonna use their stun just to just create separation from the hunter. So
Yeah.
a big gamble, to be honest. But I mean, I'm pretty sure it's you feel so ecstatic when you're able to time an excitement, or you brought the right trait and swapped it right away. So yeah, it's a give and take for this, and never. I think now more than ever, yeah, traits, the trait game in Identity 5, it's really so important to bring the right one to help hunters out because there are hunters that aren't in the meta, but they really rely on the traits like blink. They rely on
Mhm,
teleport
mhm.
just to add a little more presence. So yeah, that's very important, and I think the his like you said, his blink may come on the line, so that could be the difference maker once he's able to probably add one more spike on this dancer.
Mhm. Um, Maybe that's the reasoning why Santi didn't ban the seer because, like, okay, fine, you got the owl off, but there's still one spike on you, and
Right.
I still get the presence I need. So the next time I spike you, it's gonna be a guaranteed down. So it's just like
Mm-hmm.
taking out one step, but ultimately it's with the same outcome.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I kind of like what he's doing there, and he still has a blink, so definitely a better chase potential. Taking off the stunners, I have to say Santi is geared up towards the right direction. But as for the survivors, like what you mentioned earlier, you asked me about how I think about these resources. The longer it drags out, like right now they've already, yes, they managed to buy time, but once their resources are gone, female dancer can't exactly survive a full skill pollen. She cannot kite, rebound kite. She has nothing once the music box is done.
Yeah. And there's the priestess that replenishes her portals, but it takes so long, right? And you also got the seer that needs to be in the area of the pollen for him to regenerate his owl. So yeah, and right now the only one in contact with this pollen is the dancer, and right now she only has that one music box. So they need to make haste. They can't keep this up without popping some ciphers. There needs to be a trade-off for the resources that they have already popped. And now we see that Taki runs into a spike here, does pick up the box, and now the blink will be popped. And we see that Taki is making a mad dash for some pallets here.
Oh my god, that's exactly what I was talking about. Like, look, he just doesn't, he's not afraid. Like, even though the Owls was good there for the support the first time, but right now, Taki, with 2 spikes on him, Santi, with the blink, manages to get her down straight away. Whilst 5 ciphers remaining with 1 music box left, so I'd say good progress on Santi right here.
Yeah, true. I get it was kind of an expensive trade-off, but still they're in an okay position. Now the Gravekeeper has to leave his cipher, gets into the burrow form, just so that he can try and make this rescue happen for half. Lots of time left, so he doesn't have to rush anything that he doesn't want to. Gets out of the form and gets full presence. Can he take a ticket to ride here? It seems like he wants to just go for the window.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely cannot. Oh my god, no, he didn't even hit, but it did.
Through the window.
Yeah, it kind of hit through the last minute, and that's why Taki right now is just gonna run towards the very corner of the map, just trying to buy distance against, so that the other survivors are not affected by where the breaking wheel is gonna Taki onto the seat.
So what's good here is that Moss still has life to be able to go for this rebound rescue. Has also a shovel. He needs the body block if that's the case, and it seems like he's already going in that burrow form just to prime for that rescue. Well, I guess he's gonna not wait for the full blood and just already fully commit to being in this area. Would you see that the priestess and the seer are working on ciphers, and Santi is gonna try to sniff out where this gravekeeper is at.
And right now, he just has to be really careful, buy enough time here, because that's the thing though, like this situation happens so many times. Like the survivors, why are they doing this? Like rescuing at the very last minute, like put down. Oh my god, the music box did again, the spike came through, and that's exactly what I was talking about, Tosh. Because that's why sometimes you see the survivors try to fake rescue, because they just want the breaking wheel to break form before they rescue, so that the breaking wheel doesn't hit the dancer, and the second, when he breaks wheel form, the burst spikes gets the second spike, so they want to avoid that, but Santi just so patient.
Yeah, and there was still a lot of time, so Santi just forcing the pressure for that early rescue, but now I gotta focus the attention on 1 cipher remaining, so E-Boy and Moss here have to kite as long as possible for this priestess to find the last cipher with a blink. Oh, it was able to miss the blink, and now the seer will eat that hit though, so Santi's still closing out that distance. A little bit of a delayed gratification there, but Santi's already working on his 2nd survivor.
Yeah, looks really good. And but here's the thing, Priestess has to be the one to come and rescue, because Priestess has 3 portals remaining. Gravekeeper has no shovels yet, so if I was NFC, well, they're not exactly out of the hot soup yet, because Santi can just easily, he's at full presence now. Priestess is gonna try and rescue right here with Tide as well. Sarah's gonna eat 1 spike, 2nd spike right there, trying to get Sarah instead of chasing the seer.
And the seer actually making his way towards the portal just to establish that distance. No more confined space on that window, so there you could bet that they'll actually be hugging those windows, but now Santi changing his attention over onto the last cipher that's about 55%. So Gravekeeper still at full health here. It might be a tough chase for Santi. Already popped the extended spikes here. He's gonna drop down, but they are doing the right thing here. They are healing up next to the window just to force him out of that wheel form. force him to vault this window. But it seems like
Oh,
again there might be a technical pause here, but
yeah.
still action is going back and forth. Santi with a wave of momentum, downing that female dancer, and now we're just gonna wait and see what the people in the back have to say about the how we're gonna proceed here on out.
Yeah, we can see that the breaking wheel is shivering there. I can see the names shivering
Mhm.
as well. I think definitely if Santi is not able to pause himself, might require the officials to do a
Mhm.
pause for him. But
Mhm.
again, we saw Santi. Just a recap,
Mhm.
quick recap. Santi
Yes.
eliminated, has already eliminated
Mhm.
one survivor. Now just going for the second one. Right now they are at the standoff where they are all at
Mhm.
the grave, and the last cipher is on the second story, just right outside the
Yes.
grave. So,
Mhm. So let's retrace our steps. So Dancer didn't have the best rebound kite, got hit through the window. Once he
mhm,
was able to get the second chair in, Gravekeeper goes for a little bit of an early rescue. Like we said, Nell, you want to break that wheel form before you go for the rescue so you can eat all those spikes because once the
mhm.
Dancer got one spike, break the form, second spike, snap, Dancer's out of the game. No stun. He doesn't even need to look over his shoulder.
Yeah,
And
he's like, oh.
yeah, and unfortunately, the cipher progress wasn't enough for them to be able to put. I think it was at like 20%. Then the
Yeah,
seer was in the midst of the line of sight of the breaking wheel. Jumps
mhm,
back into the graveyard, but the blink was popped, and it didn't hit him, but at least the distance was already covered, and the seer did
mhm,
go down. So yeah, like you said, we're at a standoff. One cipher remains. No detention once endgame hits. So it's the survivors. Best case scenario for them is go for that 3-person escape, but it's
mhm.
looking like it might be a tie if he just focuses on one.
Yeah, I have to agree with you.
Mm-hmm.
Santi, considering his situation, like right now, this is the second time he's being forced to top. So I have to say he has to consider externally, internally, go
Mm-hmm.
for the tie. Focus on one, get rid of one more, get a tie, and then hope for his survivors to at least bring a tie, if not a three-man escape. Try to rake in the points. So I have to say, if I'm the hunter side right now of OVO,
Mm-hmm.
a tie is definitely what I'm looking for.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, all things considered, right? The dance had an early first chase. I would have to say the scramble situation when the seer got saved and then focused on the priestess. I think that was the opening for the survivors to break the concentration of Santi because you really want to focus on the survivor you already chaired and
Mhm.
considering that the priestess did have tide turner, the seer had a safe passage to move on away and just get away from the vicinity of where the hunter is at. Now he's got to work on another. Well, it seems like he was focusing on the gravekeeper for a bit. So, yeah, it's gonna. The survivors want to make this a 3 versus 1, which I feel like Tony Stark just defending against Bucky and Captain America right now.
Oh
Just
my
like
god.
it's everyone's
Oh
defend
my
the
god.
cipher.
I feel you, I feel you. But with the Priestess, it's totally possible because Priestess is so strong late game. And considering
Mm,
that Santi doesn't have
yeah.
a detention, oh my god,
Mm-hmm.
I have to say it's looking very scary. But the
Mm-hmm.
saving grace for Santi right now is the cipher on the second floor.
Yes.
It's not primed yet. It's
Mm-hmm.
more than half, but it's definitely not primed. So
Mm-hmm.
Santi has to control all three of the survivors from leaving the grave, from
Yeah.
even leaving the grave, because no one is technically on the second floor decoding. So Santi can just pressure them to stay there.
That's true.
Hmm.
But knowing the survivors, if Santi's too good at going back and forth, running from the graveyard to the 2-story, they
Hmm.
might try to look for another cipher to open up just to spread his attention out even more. You saw that the
Hmm.
priestess and seer kind of formed in the graveyard, just to heal up, just to unspike themselves, while the gravekeeper was trying to pop that cipher. I believe it was at 55%. Yeah, it's hard to let go of that because it's so close to popping. You want to keep working
Hmm.
on it, but if you're up against the breaking wheel, you got to be ready just to let go of the cipher and hug a window at that point.
Yeah, but again, the area, the grave area is so hard. It's so hard to transition away because technically there's
Right.
no way to exit. The only way
It's
is
one way
through.
exit, right?
Yeah, it is, and that's a big bad tram,
Mhm.
and the big bad breaking wheel covering that area. So I
Mhm.
have to say it's very hard. But anything can happen. We'll just have to see what happens later on. The continuation of Ovi Santi on the breaking wheel
Mhm.
versus NFC's survivors. But before
Mhm.
that, you mind just giving shout outs to you guys in the chat if you noticed.
Woo! Let's go.
Guys,
Mhm.
I'm looking above, but that's because my monitor is above, not because I'm
'Cause you
looking
guys
towards
are above.
heaven. You guys are above.
Y'all are top tier. Let's
Top
go.
tier, top tier.
You
So
go.
thank you so much to my fam, especially Chantel, Pasta, Sadao, Kaiser, Lacrimosa,
Mhm.
um, guys, Shimbia, Krisha, and of course Cory too. I see that you still want to hold my hands, but sorry, I can't. But yeah, high five for you.
Yeah.
And
High
everyone in the
five.
chat, thank you so much for supporting. And Worker B,
Mhm.
PRMDZ, the Court Jester.
Worker
Yeah,
bee, I think that's
Worker
that's
B.
yeah, he said he was gonna come in if before you needed that game number 3. I feel like that might be Cats because it's Cats'
That's
photo.
Cats?
I
You
don't know.
serious?
It looked like Katz's photo, but shout outs to
Oh,
Before You Cats.
yeah.
Yeah, that could be him. But honestly, like while we're talking to chat, let's hear your thoughts. How do you think
Mhm.
this one's gonna pan out? Is it gonna be a 2-0? Is it gonna be a 3-person escape? Is it gonna be a 3-1 in favor of the hunter
Mhm.
survivor? Let us know your
Mhm.
predictions.
Yeah, let
And
us know your predictions, guys. 2-2,
mhm,
3-1. Well,
4K.
yeah. Obviously, we're gonna think that if you say 3-1, we're gonna think that it's gonna be you have to say like 3-1. Who's gonna get the three?
Survivor, yeah,
Yeah,
Survivor escape,
yeah.
3-1 hunter kill because one
A
survivor
draw.
is out of the game. So, yeah. But if we're gonna be, if we're gonna put on our analytical hats and educational hats, it's looking like a draw because the odds are one person will have to be the sacrificial lamb and have to pop that cipher while still being chased, while the rest will prime the exit gate, and it could go down that way. I don't know where the dungeon is at. Nell, I'm not sure if you found out, but that is very important as well, especially if you have a priestess on your team that could help you get there.
I think the dungeon is at the S palette. I'm not really sure. It's
Okay.
yeah. I think it's all the way towards the
Mm-hmm.
S palette, but we'll just have to check it later. And how can I forgot? Hey
Mm-hmm.
Woo, hello, Hey Woo, and
Hello.
hey Hey Woo. Hey Woo does an amazing work on Wu Chang's fan art, and surprise,
Ooh.
surprise, link click is
Mm-hmm.
out. Have anyone bought the link click? I haven't bought it yet though.
Yeah. Oh,
So
dude.
nice, so nice,
I
so
think
nice.
Grizzly got it. I don't know.
Oh really?
I've been trying to watch his streams lately, but it's so late at night. But
Yeah, it's true,
uh,
it's true.
I'm not sure. I saw him play some Feaster at one point. Well, he always plays Feaster. So
Well, he's
shout out
close
to
to his
Grizzly.
S dash. He's close to his
He
S
is
dash.
very
And Juice
close.
as well. Shout out to you, Juice. Yeah,
Juice.
yeah,
Drink that vitamin
Juice.
C. Drink that juice.
Do I
Blame
have
it
no
on the
juice here?
juice. No, there we
Okay,
go.
okay, that's the juice.
Hmm.
Yeah, but I'm really excited though, to see who is going to advance into the top four tomorrow because right now top eight is already looking so exciting, and yeah,
Hmm.
I just can't wait to see, especially this one. Santi is doing so well. It's just very unfortunate because of the technical difficulty. Then the survivors will have a chance. That's the thing. Survivors will have a chance. And during the pause time, it's actually like one of those things where you think, oh, okay, the hunter needs some time to fix, but the survivors can take that chance to strategize. Like, what can they do at that
Hmm.
moment? So. I believe this is called a technical pause. Sometimes they do that, right? Tactical
Yeah,
pause.
technical pause. Yeah,
Yo.
so again, it aside from it like fixing the conditions, it also
Mhm,
gives a breather.
mhm,
You
mhm.
can see it any which way because sometimes some players like it. Sometimes some players don't like to be kept on ice because they're not warm enough for the game because you know you're kind of running with this momentum. So yeah, we just have to be a little more patient and also kind of understanding of these players, guys. You know what, they are under a lot of pressure and a lot is on the line. I mean, IVT is definitely raising the bar from last year. Prize pool, not only just that, but the glory to call yourselves IVT champions for NAEU. I mean, this is definitely a step up in competition from the previous one. So, yeah, just lots of pressure. So please do give your support and respect to all the players that did sign up. Yes, there are some matches where it seemed like the skill gap is very apparent, but you know what? You got to give it up for the team that tries because
Mhm.
ultimately, at the end of the day, they're putting themselves out there to try their skill, their resolve against the best of the best.
For sure. And speaking of surprise, though, I
Mhm.
have another surprise for you, Posh. You are
You
right.
do.
You
Hmm.
are right. Worker B has the profile of cats because he's secretly cats.
Cats. There we
he,
go. I
he
know.
is
Dun
cats.
dun
Uh,
dun.
drum
Oh,
roll.
shout
But
outs to cats.
yeah, thank
Uh,
you, man. Yeah,
yeah.
amazing,
Honest.
amazing.
honestly, just to share a little story, Katz is one of the guys that I went to learn the game, and also like to kind of teach. He was kind of teaching me call outs, and like back in his previous teams, he invited me to watch them train. And yeah, he's one of the hardest working people in the community. So shout out to Katz. He's a great guy.
Yeah, and I love great guys. I
Hmm.
mean, as a friend, yeah,
We all love great guys. We all love great people. Hmm.
great people, yeah. And to be honest,
Hmm.
speaking of great people, you guys are so great. Because if you
Hmm.
see me smiling, sometimes smiling out of it, and you see us smiling, me and Posh smiling, it's because we saw your messages on chat, and they're so sweet and warm.
Uplifting, yeah,
Yeah,
for sure. So
keeps
yeah,
us
big
going.
shout outs. Yeah, for sure. Because honestly, we're just here, best seats in the house. Also, we just want to give back to the community as well, and just show like the support to all the players as well, and just give the hype to each and every one. Because honestly, Identity V is a growing game. We want it to be as accessible as possible to whoever is interested in it. Because
Mhm.
yeah, for it to be mainstream and for it to be more successful, it really depends on the community. If the community can uplift each other, people will see it from the outside looking in and be like, hey, this is a great community. This seems
It
like a really
is, it
fun
is.
game to play with my friends. Let's get it. And I always say that Identity V has always been, each and every year they always bring new content, new avenues for tournaments for pro players.
Mhm,
And it just has anything and everything for people that are interested in the game. So it's only
mhm.
right that we give back and also support the players at the back and the people in the back. So shout outs to Prod as well for keeping things running. Because honestly, they feel like I feel like people at the Prod, they're like running around, they're like the SpongeBob, everything's
Yeah.
on fire, like oh no, what's happening, blah blah blah.
Oh,
Because it's a production is one of the hardest things to do, guys. So
yeah, man.
give your love and shout outs to the people at the back and the
For sure,
organizers
for
as well for
sure.
everything,
Yeah.
each and every tournament they have. Also Eli with the community tournament, so shout outs to him.
Yeah, with your heart emojis and all your
Hmm.
loves. Yeah, just keep spamming them in the chat. It's free and it
Hmm.
shows a lot of support. Like imagine all the love and the hearts in the chat. It's gonna look amazing. So
Hmm.
guys,
Hmm.
let's go. And of
Yeah.
course, speaking of which, just looking through some of the chats, we also have people talking
Mm.
about a they are also giving their predictions in the chat.
Oh,
There's
let's
like a
hear it.
two.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people saying 2-2. That's a tie, and
Hmm.
then there's 3-1 in favor of Santi. So definitely a lot of Santi
Ooh,
supporters,
let's
and of
go.
course
Santi Simp, let's go.
Santi Sims. Let's go.
Hmm. Hmm.
And I feel like I'm getting closer and closer, guys. If I'm getting bigger and bigger, it's because I'm getting closer to the to the
He's
camera
easy.
because it's so exciting. So I'm like, whoa. So
Hmm.
pardon me, pardon me.
No, it's fine. I think it's all good. We get to see your baby blue eyes, dude. That's it's
Oh,
not blue though,
okay.
but
It's blue. Yeah. But you know what, Posh? There's someone
Mhm.
shouting out for you as well. Posh,
Really?
I'm your biggest fan.
Who is this biggest fan? Oh my god.
Izzy. Izzy
Izzy?
right there. And
The
Phantom.
last
Izzy.
Oh, Izzy, big shout outs to you, Izzy. The last Stylebender? No, I'm just kidding. That's a UFC fighter. But shout outs to Izzy. Thank you so much. I need to fix my setup because if I have the chat on, I don't know if like this whole thing is gonna crash or something. Because that's happened before. No, in our community tournaments where it just my setup isn't the best. So I rely on you to be the chat whisperer for us. So big shout outs to Izzy. Thank you so much. I've never met
Yeah.
my number one fan before, but big shout outs to you.
I think Izzy has a nickname for you as well. You want to hear
Really?
it?
What?
Are you
Oh,
ready?
sure. If
Are you
if it's
ready?
if it's PG, sure. Like,
It's definitely PG, but you want to hear
okay,
it?
cool.
Okay,
Sure. What?
ready? Okay,
Mm-hmm.
okay. Don't smile. If you smile, you lose. Okay. Pochipu, I love you.
I laughed.
Oh
I'm
my god,
sorry. I
that's
lost.
so sweet though.
Wow. Thank you.
Yeah, guys.
That's really sweet. Thank you. I don't think anyone's ever called me that, but I appreciate it for the wholesome messages. Yeah, honestly, I wish this could also translate to welcoming more people into the community because from day one, me and Nell when we started working together, we always just wanted the best for Identity V, and you know what,
Sure.
if people are welcomed like this is gonna be great. Even if like they're just casually playing the game, I hope you guys can extend that to them as well. Just so they can get interested and they can also get interested to watch the game as well. So
Mhm.
there we go.
Yeah, yeah. If you guys have friends who want to come, they think that the game's cute. You guys can always come. If you see me in games, just spin
Hmm.
around. I'll be super friendly to you guys. Okay. Yeah,
Please don't be
we do.
toxic to me.
Yeah. I'm not gonna be toxic. I'll just like if you spin around,
if
I'll just be like I'll carry you
if
around.
if if I'm being toxic in game as a hunter. That's not me. That's Nell. He's borrowing my account.
No, that's not me.
I got
I'm not
evidence.
toxic.
I'm kidding. No, no, no. He's being
Yeah.
fun. He's but
It's just funny. It's just funny.
yeah, it's super fun, and it's not in ranked. It's in casual, so it's super
Yeah,
fun.
it is. It
Especially
is.
you're having
It is.
fun with the people watching your streams. By the way, subscribe to NLML on YouTube. Anyway,
Oh,
we did get a update. So
tell us.
unfortunately, they couldn't get Santi back into the game. So it's going to be a 3-1. So they left. So yeah, it's going to be NFZ 3 and OVO with 1. So it's a little unfortunate, but yeah, hopefully they'll have that sorted out. But it seems like 3-1. That's the prediction. Honestly, I think I echo everyone's sentiment with seeing that this is not usually how we want to see this go, but with the circumstances given, that's the call for the people in the back. So unfortunately, it is a 3-1 in favor of NFZ. NFZ is in the lead. Hopefully, Santi can fix the conditions, or people in the back can find a solution for that. But it seems like a 3-1, like the game isn't going to be played out. So at least he was able to get that 1 point, because like we said, a 3-1 is way better than a 5-0.
For sure, for sure. Fortunately, the saving grace was Santi got one person eliminated, and right now they're working hard to bring Santi back. Feels like we're conjuring someone
Give us a
back.
sign. Give us a sign.
Give us a sign. Hashtag
Mhm.
pray for Santi. Hashtag pray for Santi. So
We'll see.
we'll see.
But we'll keep you guys posted on that situation. But I feel like we might proceed with the switch of round number 1. So it will be Cape Baldy that will be coming in. So hopefully, I think this is gonna light a fire in the team of OVO, since they are in the back burner now with just 1 point. And the team really known for getting that 3-person escape. So who knows? They might turn this situation around. Just because of the unfortunate circumstances that we faced in round number 1, first half.
Yeah, I mean, all is not gone. They have to reset. I mean, obviously, 3-1 is better than a full deficit score of 5-0. So I agree with you. Well, Santi has done his best. Now it's up to the survivors of OBO. And speaking of which, the chat's just going crazy. So you know what? Here's a gift to you. That's one person. Like if you have easy, I have one person in the chat for me right now. Tosh. I have Corey too. Here's for you, Corey too.
Oh, here I got you guys.
I got
Boom!
ya.
Draw 4 cards, guys. I'm kidding. No, we're not gonna play that. Things are getting wild. Wild.
I should have brought my Uno card. Actually,
Yeah. Did you reverse it to me, or you block it? Like, nope.
Yeah. Speaking of which, I owe you some IDV merchandise, which I'm gonna give to you when we meet in IBC. Yeah.
Ooh, oh my god. Okay.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah. It's
Okay.
it's a violinist standee, and then there's a IdentityV poker card deck. I'm gonna show it to you guys as well tomorrow when I bring it
There
up.
we go. All right,
So
cool. Yeah, bring that poker card. Yeah, me and Nellos kind of we kind of like we like poker. We like other card games. We like Uno because I get to hit with the reversals and stuff. So yeah. Anyway.
Okay. I'll say something to you. You choose a card. Okay.
Okay. What? I'll choose a card.
Yeah. I'm gonna say something to you. You choose an action for me.
Okay. Okay. Cool. Okay. Cool.
Okay. You're so cool.
Reverse. So you're so cool. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Ah, that works.
There we go. Hit you
There
with
we
this.
go. Thank you.
Someone pulls you over. Nope, I don't think so, sir. Like, okay, no identification. Let me see your identification. I got this.
Not if I reverse it back to you. Okay, I'm just kidding. I don't have my card with me.
Anyway, let's get back on track. Apologies, ladies and gentlemen.
Apologies.
So we will let's talk about Cape Baldy, because Cape Baldy does have that breaking wheel. He does have other hunters. You mentioned what others on the list does Cape Baldy have when it comes to hunting?
I mean, Bonbon Sculptor Will is his go-to hunter.
Right.
And honestly speaking, going into a BO3, I can't imagine any hunters that he would rely on more than this tree. Because regardless of the maps that they choose, everything can be geared towards a Bonbon or even a Sculptor. If they take out Bonbon, they have a Sculptor. So all good.
Okay.
All good for Cape Baldy.
Yeah, so Cape Baldy, like you mentioned, Sculptor. So he did bring out the breaking wheel in Lakeside Village in his first map. And in the second map, it was Ever Sleeping Town, and he was able to get a 4K with a Sculptor. So something that stood out to me based on my notes when I watched it yesterday was
Mhm.
he was able to gain presence early on, and I think he
Oh.
was able to turn the aggressive survivors into his. He was able to feed off that, ultimately getting to the 4K. Mid to late game, he did kind of lose track of the survivors, but still, I mean, when he gained that much momentum at the start, it's only an inevitability for him to get the
Mhm.
4K. So,
Mhm.
OVO is gonna have their hands full on this one because Cape
Mhm.
Baldi starting things off, banning the seer right away.
Yeah, banning the seer, but this provides an opportunity to take the priestess and even the forward if they have one in their arsenal, looking at which in OVO's lineup they do have a batter, they do have a forward. Sorry, they do have a batter in their lineup, so I'm guessing they can take the priestess with the merc first.
They
Hmm?
could, and
Yeah.
just like that, yeah, I don't think they have to stray too far away from conventional
Mhm.
picks at the start because we've seen how well we didn't see in the previous match, but we've seen in other matches how Priestess can be so effective. Mercenary is always just a rainy day survivor, like he's just so stable. Just don't chase him first. And now we see Ning Yizuo's Magician. I'm excited for this one. This is what I've been asking for. And Cape Baldi's gonna have to be very careful once he finds this magician. Last ban on the side of the on for the hunter here did ban out the psychologist. Who will be the last one? You could go for a mechanic. You could go for another support kiter. And
Oh,
what's up? Go for it.
sorry. I'm just seeing the magician. I'm thinking about. uh, I just got excited. Sorry, please continue. Please continue. But hey, there's one
Yeah.
person here saying,
Yes.
sorry. I have to say this, otherwise this person is gonna cancel IDV. Sapphire, hi. Please continue playing IDV. otherwise or I cancel
Okay.
IDV. Lamau.
Cool. All right. Thank you. At least we averted that crisis. There we go.
Yes,
And
nice.
now psychologist and patient ban. We're not going to see the lovers or the seer, but we do have a acrobat, which is a great counter to the breaking wheel. So let's see. Cape Baldi also has the sculptor to go to, has a bonbon as well if he wants to keep things stable. Just needs a tie for him to be able to be claim victory for his team in round number 1. So we're gonna find out who he will be locking in with. Oh my God, the undead!
Dead?
What?
Oh my goodness! I mean, we've seen this before, right, Tosh, in
Yeah.
other in IVA, but now, right now, in a best of one where no hunters
Yeah.
are banned. So, and I
Mm-hmm.
have to say, Mercenary is the only one um that's slow in decoding, like the one that's really
Mm-hmm.
proficient. Um, they don't have a forward, they don't have a
They
batter, so Cypher's gonna be pretty fast. And
Yeah. Like,
Undead, I don't know. Do you think? What do you think, Tosh?
I know he wants. Maybe he's trying to test it out, test the waters with this, because in our notes he does not. Well, he didn't disclose that he's gonna use undead, but now he's gonna use it. I think he just wants to aim for at least a 2-2. But I mean, you got the mobility of the priestess, you have the acrobat, but I would have to say undead has good mobility as well. It just really depends on how Cape Baldi is able to make his hits land.
Mhm,
Yeah, with magician you have to time those wands super well just to avoid
mhm,
those hits, or it's still kind of tough, but you're not even gonna get the buff of the magician, right? So
mhm,
being
mhm.
rescued, because no one's gonna rescue anymore. This is all like
Yeah,
he's gonna slug everyone and hope everyone just stays down.
yeah, but that's the good thing though, because this is a band pick phase, so they know that Kate Polly is gonna be choosing undead. So right now, Mercenary can easily just go for 3-9. He doesn't even
Hmm.
need to go for Tide if he feels that there's no need for Tide. And all the other survivors, they can have the 9, the Broken Windows trait, which will
Hmm.
allow them to kite even better against an undead. Because obviously, Tide here, um, healing is one thing. Like guys, ladies and gentlemen at home, like against an undead, usually what they're trying to do is they try to delay as much time as possible on the floor, try to transition away, so that when the hunter downs the survivor, the hunter cannot do anything. They cannot chair. Okay, but they can self heal. So that's the one thing that's good against undead, because they can
Hmm.
self heal. They are not chaired, so they are able to run freely after they self heal. So that's one
Hmm.
thing good about playing against an undead. And number
Hmm.
two, if this
Hmm.
undead doesn't bring teleport, it's gonna be so hard to come back to the cipher where they dropped in order to
Hmm.
chase. So they have to watch
True.
out against this.
Yeah, because we've seen some undeads bring peepers because they want that. They'd rather rely on the mobility. So we're just gonna have to see which Cape Baldi does bring. He is in the midst of three survivors now. It seems like Mika would be the one nearby if he's gonna run this route. But we do see that Mika, Lil Seven, is hiding. Everyone else is working on
Oh.
ciphers here. So it seems like he's gonna go for. Oh my God, the magician.
Yeah, your favorite character with my favorite skin as well. Oh my god,
Mhm.
that skin's so pretty. And that's the thing
Mhm.
though, like Magician in this batch, oh, what? Like just negating the damage from that with the magic wand. But again, um, that's the thing with Undead. When Undead reaches 50% energy, all he has to do is just swing and the pallet breaks. And he's gonna get one hit onto the Magician just like that.
So now he's got another magic wand online. He's gonna have to make this kite last long. Look at the energy bar, ladies and gentlemen, as Nell said, and he goes for another wand. But then, yeah, he just swings at these pallets. So he's just gonna play Ring Around the Rosie one more time. But the magician does fall down. 5 ciphers still remaining, but this is what Cape Baldi has to go for. Teleport now. So aggressive build, doesn't want to have those peepers. So now this is where the survivors need to divide and conquer. Magician. Oh my God, the portal though.
Yeah, I mean, oh my god, this clears so fast. But the good thing is the priestess is still dodging by a hair's breadth. Oh, it's gonna get that hit, but my goodness, the priestess is out in the open. I'm not sure what exactly is he thinking, but
He was trying to double back. I think he was trying. A little hesitation here. Will have to fall down now. Magician does get up. 4 ciphers still remaining, so everyone's gonna have their time getting slugged here. So now Cape Baldi will have to go to the magician, and we will see another slight pause in deduction here. But so far, it seems like cipher progress is going by pretty well. But you gotta admit too, I don't know if anyone picked up Cape Baldi because he seemed like he was the only one in that area. So maybe he's used his self heal while everyone else is just working on cipher progress, but everything's still up in the air in terms of momentum.
for sure.
hmm
But looking at that, like it has a few factors contributing towards it as well. Number one, the tournament server, the magician is still not reworked there. So there's only two
hmm
ones that Ning can use right there. So two
hmm
ones, and that's basically it. He has no more ones to utilize in the late game. And then
hmm
of course there's also the, how do you put this? Like the priestess against a undead. Um, I have to say the mentality, not against just the priestess, against the OVO's team, because Santi couldn't reconnect to the game anymore and was given the 1-3. Um, Pig Baldy is more relaxed. That's why he picked Undead. It creates
hmm
pressure. It's not exactly a meta hunter, but it creates pressure to the survivors. Because
Yeah.
what do they do? Like what's the most annoying thing about playing against a survivor who keeps slamming? It's so
Break
annoying,
it.
right?
Yeah,
Like yeah.
exactly.
Yeah, and when you eliminate that possibility, like being able to break it just like that and just swinging, he got the magician down in no time, and that was really a fast start. So the advantage was he's just more relaxed simply because his
hmm
team has gotten 3 escape. Mhm.
So mercenary, acrobat, magician, and priestess, right?
Priestess.
So
Mhm.
yeah, honestly, I feel like he last minute. It looked like they were preparing for the breaking wheel, and for him to bring out the undead was really just, I think, like the art of war tactic to add more pressure. Yes, it's not conventional, but you're gonna have to think on the spot to try and counter this because you guys were gearing towards a breaking wheel match. And yeah,
Mhm.
downing the magician, Ning Yi Zuo. I mean, we've seen him do amazing like 3 cipher kites, but now
Mhm.
yeah, he has no more wands, and one more hit,
Mhm.
he will fall down, and he has to get picked up by his fellow survivors. 4 ciphers remaining, and also you did see the priestess kind of, I would say, kind of double back and second guess herself because
Mhm.
the portal was there. You want to go to that portal, but I think he was thinking that if I go here, the magician can't get up because I'll fall down, and we're in the same area. So maybe that's what she was
Mhm.
considering. But
Mhm.
you wanna use those portals light, and we've been seeing her use kind of those short portals when there was a structure right next to the 11, the pallets, or
Mhm.
was it the pallets, the S
Yeah,
whatever
the
area there.
escalate. Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, I think Cape Baldi is in their heads, and he definitely created that that mental advantage, bringing the undead. So
Mhm.
also, shout outs to everyone in the back. They did confirm that the talent or the persona is up down, so confined space and detention. So yeah,
Wow.
he will hold on to this teleport, and yeah, it seems like it did pay off.
It did. Like I'm very early down. Yeah, most of the undead usually go for that, but simply because Ever Sleeping Town has all these windows, so having the confined space is pretty important as well.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, sometimes you will see that some undead players they don't bring 12, they bring trump card with
Trump card.
detention. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
simply because they go for the healing, um, the control freak. No, not the control freak. They go for this. There's one trait where the survivors' healing are
It's slow down.
dramatically slowed. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
and the
Mm-hmm.
limb. Yeah, so they go for this 3/6. But 12, I can imagine because of the looping capability in Ever Sleeping Town. So bringing 12 is definitely a must for undead.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but I have to say, like Posh, have you kited against an undead before? Like,
I
have you
have
met?
done it unsuccessfully. Thank you. I
But
think that was
that's
you. I was against you.
Oh no, I don't play undead though. But that's a character that you play that actually kind of counters undead. Um,
Mm-hmm.
it's actually the enchantress,
Mm-hmm.
tight kiting around pallets. Like you
Mm.
just have to keep going and going, just keep looping. Like if you play
Mm-hmm.
against an undead, just keep tight kiting around, especially like the graveyard. That's actually a very good place to
Mm-hmm.
tight kite against because if it gets near, just
Stun.
stun. If you
Yeah,
think,
one hit.
yeah, even if undead is over 50% energy, you can still stun him as long as he's not doing anything while you are
Mm-hmm.
stunning him. Like if he's
Mm-hmm.
swinging and you try to stun, it's not gonna work obviously. But if
Yeah.
he's just walking, it can
Stun.
go through. Yeah, it can go
Yeah.
through, and that's gonna buy a lot of time.
So this is
Kite.
where it pays off if you guys spam stuns as enchantress, ladies and gentlemen. That's what Nell's saying.
Not
But
when
yeah,
he's
I
moving, not when
yeah,
he's
no, 'cause I
swinging.
think I while you were explaining that, I think the one time I tried well, because it's so rare to see an undead, right? I think I was seer. Yeah, I
Mhm,
mean, once your owl's gone, it's like, all right, now you got to rely on rock hiding, and if you're caught in, I think I was at Red Church in
mhm,
the top broken side. Yeah,
mhm,
not much you can work with. He just starts swinging at you, and yeah, you just fall, and you gotta crawl,
mhm,
ask for help, and like your
mhm,
teammates, like you're on your own. All right, then
mhm,
that's when
mhm,
GGs are gonna be called. But you know what? OVO still, they can definitely turn the situation around.
mhm.
But yeah, now that we talk about how well Baldy has been doing, and before the pause happened, we saw that magician was crossing the street, and they made eye contact, and
And they're
he's like,
like,
I could
boom.
just he could just dash right to him.
Mhm. He could, he could. And that's the thing about him. He's like a geisha that can close the distance in in an instant. But when it comes to
Mhm.
swinging, that's very slow. And that brings me to my next point, where just now we talk
Mhm.
about tight kiting against
Mhm.
the undead. Right. The second one, that was what the magician did. But the second part is where actually when you kite against an undead, you have a last minute resort against undead because the undead swings so slowly on the mobile. He
Mhm.
swings
Ooh.
so slowly. You
Mhm.
can actually do a 360. You can actually do a 360 and he will
Oh,
miss.
right.
Yeah, we've seen people done this
Mhm.
a few times before. So that's sort of like it's
Mhm.
not reliable, but it's still something, right? It's still
It's a
something.
big gamble, I would have to say. Like, if there's
Yeah.
nothing else, no pallet next to you, no resources. All right, just do the 360 maneuver. I've never done that
Yeah.
successfully, but we've seen done. Honestly, it's
Yeah.
pretty amazing, especially with the slow and wide hitbox. If you're able to hug him a little bit, he misses, right?
Mhm.
So that's something that they could consider. But how things are looking out so far, Priestess is down. We do see that
Magician's down. Yeah.
Magician got back up, so he's
Oh yeah.
about to
Okay.
fall down again. And like you said, yes, like the geisha, but the geisha is deathly afraid of pallets, right? But
For sure. For
undead doesn't
sure.
care. He just keeps swinging, and then yeah, he can get stunned if he's a little below the energy, but he's just gonna swing at a pallet and it breaks, and he doesn't really. He could just walk right through it, and it's totally fine. And considering, yeah, the only technical stunner in the group is the acrobat, and we haven't seen the acrobat yet.
Hmm. The acrobat. Yeah, I mean they are not equipped against a an undead. Mercenary is definitely not. It's not gonna stand a chance against undead. Even
Mm-hmm.
having the priestess, having the magician, it's not exactly a hard counter to undead because there's so many things that you can do. Like for example, if they had a dancer in that game, that would have been so good as well. Like
Mm-hmm.
if they had a dancer like the previous teams, the
Mm-hmm.
matchup, yeah, having a dancer would be so good as well. Simply because even if he breaks the pallet, it will still be very very slow.
Mm-hmm.
Having a patient will also help a lot. Not because of creating distance, but because the patient can easily create distance from the first floor, the ground floor to the first floor, easily just go up. And that still
Mm-hmm.
needs time to go up. So that also creates distance. Um, Crobat as well, but yeah, so I have to say, apart from the priestess with the ability to go to the other side of the wall,
Mm-hmm.
the rest is pretty much rock fighting.
Yeah, that's
Yes.
true. And yeah, we've seen the priestess already use up her holy keys, but it seems like now he's already crossed the street, and now the
Oh.
magician is gonna have to kite this one out.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Let's see if he do the 360 here. Oh. Yeah. He's not close enough.
Yeah,
He's
he
not
had
close
to
enough to
hug
the
him.
hunter. Yeah, you have to
Mhm.
hug him like a big papa bear.
Please
Yeah.
don't hit me. Oh
No,
no.
don't hit me. Yeah. Now Mika has to bring the hunter far, far away because if that happens, what they can do is priestess can easily call a global portal towards magician and heal him up straight away.
Whoa!
Oh,
First victim of the day, ladies and gentlemen.
let's
Unfortunately, it was the undead.
go.
So we forgot to ask chat now about
How many
the
trap
prediction.
hits?
That's one.
That's one right there.
Even though he was at 50%, you still felt that.
Oh,
And like you
they're
said,
doing it
Nelly,
now.
yeah, they're doing it now, but
Oh my God,
unfortunately, he
no.
can clean it up. Ooh, so that's gonna be tough because everyone's so far away from the magician. It seems like the magician will expire, and he just needs one more kill, and then he's definitely gonna take the win for his team.
Yeah, I mean, what Machinery could go easily because he has a pad, can easily go and touch the magician. Because magician is still at his first, he hasn't gone down yet. So if he touches the magician, he can still body block. Even if the machinery goes down, at least the magician will be able to keep fighting. Just go, yeah. But right now, Kid Baldy knows what's going on. He's just standing there. I think that they definitely need to try and rescue, but simply because they are 3 points down. So
Yeah, like I think the desperation is there because they need to make those points happen. But 3 ciphers still remain. Magician's about to expire. Everyone's on the opposite side of this map. Acrobat will eat another hit, so everyone is injured. Magician's about to expire, and Mika has to take this next kite. Depending if Kate Baldy's gonna like commit, because he does have teleport up, so that's a constant threat that that he can bank on, so people won't be touching ciphers.
yeah, they can't touch ciphers. To be honest, it looks really good for Kid Baldy now because he can just go over like that. Guys, you have to watch out for Undead, especially when he's at 50% energy, because he can easily just dash and perform a second hit which lands like a Buster Sword thing.
Oh! Wow, he tried to jump over the structure, but Cape Baldy just waiting it out and capitalizing on the recovery there. So Cape Baldy has his another survivor down. Priestess has already fell down, by the way, so that's technically, this is going to be your second rocket chair. And now just cleaning up the portal just because those Buster Sword, those Engine Blade dashes have been working out for Cape Baldy. And now able to land a hit. No, Priestess was able to avoid.
Okay. Oh, nice. Kid Baldy couldn't stop his swing. He's just going to look at what's going on. He's just... To be honest, Kid Baldy is really, really attentive. Like when the priestess called a global portal earlier, Kid Baldy was able to spot it out. And right now, even he's spotting it out. Oh my God, how did the acrobat not get hit by that?
I thought he was able to get him hit while he was in the air, but now silence the undead here. And now we see that the flames have subsided. He's going to go for another dash through the pallet just to avoid anything. And now he's going to try to go for a hit. Let's see. Acrobat doing a great job so far. He does have a slow bomb. He might have to use it, but no. Acrobat gets slugged once again. Who will come for the rescue now? They really need to try and make this happen if they want to still stay alive, but... Now, I don't blame them if they don't, because they need some ciphers popped. 3 ciphers still remain.
3 ciphers meaning 1 cipher about to be done really soon, but 2 ciphers are below the halfway mark. So OVO, it looks... They have to be really good at juggling right now. Like, for example, they have to juggle their self-heals really, really well in order for them to make it. And Machinery already getting hit right there. Used up the elbow pad, but very unfortunate. Just giving that one hit, and right now Priestess is the only one at full health. Acrobat is basically on the floor. Acrobat is just staying. at the graveyard area, while Mercenary is the second choice of target now.
Wow, just like that. And these dashes, man, is covering out the distance and able to down this
Oh.
mercenary. We do see that the acrobat is back up. So now, again, 2 ciphers still remain. Cape Aldi just needs one more. Once the acrobat is hit, he will be falling down. Mercenary has already fallen. So everyone has seen the ground already. So Lil 7 has to be careful here.
Nice.
Mhm.
Nice. Yeah, he has to be really careful, but my goodness, Priestess is doing such a good job of avoiding the. Oh my goodness!
Yeah, I thought he was at that pallet, but no, unfortunately. Lil 7 still working here, still just avoiding as much as possible. Mercenary takes a while for him to self-heal, and now Capaldi can go for the teleport, and he's going straight towards Mika. Mika has to avoid this hit. Once Mika is hit, he will be downed, and now he tries to go for the hit. Oh, unable to go through the structure.
Yeah, but Mika has already used his buff. Going to the second. Oh my god.
Death from above.
Yeah, man. Death from above, I like that. 2 survivors out now. Basically, Kate Ball has already secured a win for round number 1. But
I think as much as possible, Cape Baldi wants more survivors just to prevent the comeback from happening. So NFZ here, yeah, even though he does secure the victory, he still wants more. And now ABCD did get up. I think he used the self-heal. Mercenary does take a while for him to heal up, but now we see Cape Baldi just running the rounds here. Going through just to make sure the confined space blocks off his route. Just breaks the pallet right through, saving up the elbow pad, and now he activates it.
Yeah, he has to be careful though. He only has like 3 swings. Oh my god, doing so good here, and that's it. A, B, C, D, E. Missing one letter there, but he's just gonna go down after a delayed hit there. He has no more pads left. Priestess only has 1 portal, but also even the Priestess is at half health. Lil 7, I guess Lil 7 has no choice. He has to just hide as long as possible and wait until machinery expires to get at least 1 point.
Yeah, Cape Baldi now. The Tinnitus is being triggered, and now spots out the Priestess out in the open. Definitely gonna cut her off from trying to make that dungeon escape happen. So Cape Baldi could go on the record books here for the 4K undead. He wants that, and now we see that the Priestess, trying to make a mad dash, but unfortunately the Mercenary isn't close to expiring just yet. Tries to go for the 360, able to get it, but no, Priestess has fallen, and now they're gonna try to crawl, but
yeah, but Baldi's just gonna change the location of the dungeon.
He is. Oh my god! There we go. Oh, it's open. Can he go for it? Oh, he's able. Oh, he was able to get it. Oh my god! Right before he escaped, he changed it. Wow, a 3-person. Well, 3-1. That was clutch. I would have to say that was kind of insane. Are you okay? How's your pulse?
my neck.
I saw you jerk a little bit. Yeah, these matches are so intense. Shout out to the NA community making that an amazing match. Wow, let's talk about it. The Priestess played it pretty well there. The if only that was a little second earlier. Like she escaped right before the dungeon teleported. So that was that was clutch.
Yeah, that's one thing that's pretty down for Undead. Like even though he has the ability to change the dungeon, but still
takes a while.
It takes a while, yeah, and it's like X-Files where the dungeon has been teleported, but whoop, Priestess went through like Mario, man. Yeah,
so looking at the match stats here, containment time is great, but honestly that doesn't there's no chairs here. You really have to look at the more of the hits that he was able to take. Everyone had their chance on the ground here. Ultimately, I think Little 7 was able to kind of stop the bleeding in triage mode here. At least it's not a 5-person, 5 points, a 4-person kill. It's 6-2, still manageable in round number 2. So yeah, OVO is definitely still fighting in this one. So chat, like we say, you got to give them your support now because they need it now more than ever because NFC running rampant here in the first round. Can they deny the third? We'll have to find out as we head into the second.
Yeah, OVO. Like guys, if you support OVO, just go uwu in the chat. Uwu. Uwu. Yeah, man. Santi right here, obviously, it all depends on which side is gonna go first. I think it would be nicer if the survivor side of Ovo go first again next game, if they get the chance to do it. Because I think they really, I mean, they are in the optimal condition to make a play. Whereas so that Santi doesn't have to do as much carrying in his current condition. So I have to say, if Survivor goes first and manage to get a draw or even a tie, I mean, at least, hey, if it's a draw, something can be like, oh yeah, getting a draw is not too bad. Yeah, we can definitely push for a round 3.
Yeah. Looking at my notes there, yeah, Santi is known to get like a 3K. I would say kind of stable, like just plays defense. Survivors are the ones that, in the previous match when they went against EX, they're the ones to get a lot of the points. I think they were consistent. Three Survivor escape. Santi 3K Hunter, but I think he was really riding on the momentum of the Survivor team. So yeah, I agree with you. If ever they can pick the sides first, if ever they're not allowed to pick the map, maybe have the Survivors go first, because they did pretty okay. Honestly, Lil Seven was a highlight for me because he was able to dodge a lot of the dashes and
Yeah,
buy
man.
enough time for for the mercenary kind of to expire for her, for Lil Seven to ultimately get the dungeon. So I think they're still running it hot. And now, coming into this one, I don't think Cape Baldy will try anything too out of the meta now, because I think they're gonna look at this just like a reset, and I think Cape Baldy would want to give that momentum shift for his survivor team, and also kind of just give them that leeway coming into the second half.
Yeah, totally agree. Like right now, I'm just looking at the chat. They're also talking about, because right now they are looking at the part where Priestess just escaped X-Files
Yeah.
moment. Boom. Yeah, but
The truth is out there.
the truth is out there.
Mm-hmm.
But here's a question though, Posh. Like
Mm-hmm.
if they go into round number 2, do you think OO would try and respect ban the undead, or
Hmm.
build a team that's against undead? Because to be honest, I think banning undead, if both choices are hard. If you ban the
Mm-hmm.
undead, then Cape Baldy can bring something out. Other his main hunter, meta hunters out. But if they
Mm-hmm.
geared up towards a team that is anti undead, well,
You're leaning
if
one
he
direction, right? Mm-hmm.
yeah, if he doesn't choose undead, then you're pretty much
Yeah,
in a
because
trouble.
like you said, let's say let's build that all-star team that will go up against the undead. You said Enchantress is really good. Maybe Patient. Yeah, like there's a lot to choose from, but
Yeah.
you also have to consider if that can cover the ground for the Sculptor or for the Breaking Wheel, which again, those are two very different hunters. My question and suggestion is maybe shadow ban the undead with a map, but I'm not sure what map he doesn't excel in. We're gonna go to Moonlit River Park, and it's
Oh,
NFZ that picks this. So they're covering all their options here because it's a big map. Undead, I think,
can
doesn't
still be
mind,
there.
crossing the bridge. Especially, you saw how well he was with teleports. So,
Oh yeah.
he was able to almost get 4K. So it really depends on the mentality. So now we know that it's Moonlit. This is actually a tough decision because he has a breaking wheel too. So
Yeah,
what are you
man.
gonna ban? A 4K hunter a 3K hunter that he just used on you guys, or a breaking wheel? So I feel like it's really it's Cape Bali that's kind of holding the cards here.
I think they sort of know what to do against undead already. Like they already played against undead in round number 1. So what I think is, in my opinion, ban Breaking Wheel, because Breaking
Mm-hmm.
Wheel is still he's still very very fast. That's choice number 1. Ban Breaking
Mm-hmm.
Wheel, and then gear up towards um, covering anti undead and even
Mm-hmm.
anti sculptor. Just keep the priestess or mercenary there as backup rescuer.
Right.
Or choice number 2, just ban undead and then gear up towards countering
Sculptor
breaking
breaking
wheel or
wheel.
sculptor.
Oof.
Yeah. But undead
Yeah.
is really really strong though with the teleport. At least breaking wheel
Uh-huh.
doesn't have the ability to teleport. That's the thing.
Yeah.
He can run, but you know,
You can see where he's coming from, but here it's
yeah.
like with teleport, you don't know which cipher is gonna teleport to. I mean, sure, there's a bit of an animation, but if you're caught unguarded, or if you're caught in a tough spot when you're about to where you're so close to priming the cipher, but he just teleports right in your face. You have to make a split-second decision. Would you commit to popping
Oh.
it or run away? So yeah, it's a tough call for OVO. So we're gonna have to see how they are coming into this, because yeah, they didn't have the best first round, and now they got to really pick up the pace here and just try to stay toe to toe with NFZ. I would say, yeah, first round it was very unfortunate what happened to Santi. Second half, that was the first half. Second half, I think, yeah, Cape Baldi just he won the pick and ban there. He just knew that his he had a hunter that could counter everyone, and it was the undead.
Yeah, just a little shout out to Santi again, representing LATAM there. Obviously, uh, because of his location, definitely there's gonna be one or two technicalities that's gonna be involved. But he's trying his best to come back. So guys, just give your support. Of course, we here are trying to do our best behind the scene, on in front of the screen, and all of you in the chat. We all have something that we can do, which is to cheer on the teams.
Yes.
Yeah, and just push on, just push on.
Yeah, give your support now, because they need it more than ever, especially OVO. Cape Baldi now, they opt to ban the breaking wheels, so let's see if they're going to cover their grounds with an undead or sculptor build, since Cape Baldi has proven to have those two hunters. And now, yes, okay, this is actually good. A psychologist could definitely like have Wi-Fi heals ready. Mercenary, like you said, you just a very stable survivor. So let's see who Cape Baldi will be banning next.
Well, maybe he's already taken out the Seer and Priestess, so maybe the Patient Acrobat. Because those two, regardless of the Hunter, those two are very good at kiting against a Sculptor or even Undead in Moonlit River Park. So maybe take out those two, or if he wants to go, okay, that's one Acrobat. Maybe Mechanic Patient Mechanic. Either one is good.
I mean, forward's still on the table if ever they want to bring it out. I don't think they've ever brought out a forward.
It's too much though. Like, I mean, I agree with you. They can bring out the forward, but that's the thing. If they bring out the forward, Cape Baldi will just bring out Undead, and that's gonna be so hard again.
Right.
So
yeah, that's true.
They're just going back with their roots. Magician again. So I like it, but Cape Baldi, Patient or Mechanic, or we'll just have to see what he's gonna ban the last though.
Yeah, maybe Patient, just to make sure. Again, it really depends if Cape Baldi will go for either Sculptor or Undead. But so far, I think this is a solid lineup. We just have to wait and see which Cape Baldi will go for. I mean, if he's gonna go for a Sculptor, yeah, Prisoner. Okay, I wasn't thinking of Prisoner. I thought he'd prioritize Mechanic, but I mean, Prisoner can connect those ciphers from long distances, and now opting to bring the Mechanic just to add pressure. Okay.
Yeah, I mean Patient or Mechanic, but since he
what? In a map like this?
What is going on?
Goodness gracious!
You're really a Cape Baldi. I mean, you're Mad
no
Eyes
Cape,
is
but he's a Baldi.
yeah. I mean, but Mad Eyes, like, when is the last time you actually see a Mad Eyes in a tournament?
I'm just surprised he bring it out in a mat like this, and we're getting Eli coming in. Eli with the insights here, top 10. He was top 10 Mad Eyes. So yeah, no wonder here. So it seems like they have to be very careful in this map. So
yeah, man.
Honestly, yeah, he steered away from the meta. Now he went straight towards the undead, and now the Mad Eyes. I gotta start remembering. I'm getting Koa 5 flashbacks here of who's the hunter from Team Korea? Oh jeez.
Was it SZ? SZ with what? Oh no, it was from the MS.
Yeah, MS.
And then the guy was I can't remember.
There we go.
You
with the undead. Shocking FPX shocking a lot of people there. I mean, getting ties, but still with an undead. Yeah.
Me? I'm not a Mad Eyes player. Who are you talking about? You?
Well, okay, we're not gonna do this now.
No, we're not. But yeah, you is definitely very proficient, and we saw how crazy his Mad Eyes was in Ever Sleeping Town. But again, this is a Moonlit River Park, and it's so hard. I mean, I've seen players use this in 8v2, but it got counted pretty hard because everyone was just messing with the consoles.
Consoles.
Yeah. But again, this is. I mean, there's so many grounds to cover, though. I mean, yes, being top 10 is really impressive. But again, there's so many grounds to cover. Like, what do you bring? Do you bring a blink? Do you bring a teleport? If you bring a blink, then are you gonna be able to chase after your first down? Like after your first hit, are you gonna be able to chase there? Because basically, without his walls, he's just a Leo with a blink, or Joseph. Yeah, a Leo with a blink. So once he gets that down, how confident are you to cover the routes of the survivors running away from you? Because so big.
I think he's really relying on the fact that OVO is in dire need of points. So he's going to capitalize on them, trying to rescue, trying to overextend, trying to go for more survivors out. And now let's head into the match. He does spawn at Lion Cage, and now it makes no skips no beat. He does try to find where the survivor's at, and he's going to set up these walls. Note that the mechanic is there in the two-story building. Yes.
No, sorry. I was just looking at him covering all the. Look at what he's doing. He's just covering. Yeah, that's exactly what they should do. Like he should do. He's just covering all of the ciphers, like just blocking it, like one by one. If no one, never mind. Just moving. This reminds me of the guy who played in IBA the previous round, where he's just so fast. Like, look at the action that he's doing. So I'm very convinced that he knows what he's doing. He's very confident, and we just have to see where he goes to next.
Ooh, it seems like he's going to go to the Cypher in the bridge area where the psychologist is at. So Mika, he's going to have to kite for a while. It seems like Cape Baldi will go on foot here just to try and down and gain some presence. Not sure which persona he did bring, but now Cape Baldi does have Blink online.
Oh my god, okay, getting that first hit. I mean, the saving grace is Mika has 2 hits left in her. So, at least, Psychologist will be able to tank 2 more hits. And Cape Baldi has Blink online, but if he uses it here, he's gonna lose the opportunity to chase the second time. So, as you can see, like right now, Mika is just looping around, but of course, the Hunter with, oh my god, with the charge attack, basically Cape Baldi now has a Blink, and here's where the terror is gonna start. Once he gets the Blink on Mika down, he's gonna camp so hard with the Cape.
Still holding on to it, and now just doesn't even need it. Now Cape Baldi here, 3 hits on Mika, and now he's gonna try setting up these walls just to cover some ciphers here. Do you see the Magician's about to pop a cipher there? He's just checking constantly and making sure that he's being very proactive, one step ahead. He's gonna chair this Psychologist, he's gonna force them to rescue, and he can actually still harass while he's still camping out this chair.
Yeah, man. Like you can see that if you play this kind of hunter like Matt, you have to be very familiar with the terrain, like what he's doing. Like he knows where to check. You have to be very familiar with the terrain in order to use CCTV. Like look what he's doing.
Yeah, and now the rescue does happen. He tries to block it off, but no, able to use Blink, and now trying to go for the hit here. Still trying to control, but the Mercenary has the body block there, and now this kind of opens up the Psychologist, but Tide Turner, she's not going to be able to use the coaster. She's just using this place to transition, and now Cape Baldi making sure he's just going to use the roller coaster just to transition quickly. Now, 1 hit, the Psychologist will fall down. No more Blink, and we see that he's trying to cut off Mika here, just breaking this pallet, and now gets the hit, 2nd down on the Psychologist.
Yeah, and now, 2 ciphers are remaining. 1 cipher is about to be done, but you can see that the pressure is up. Like Cape Baldi, I think he overlooked and allowed the Machinery to get a free rescue onto the Psychologist, which is kinda.
Ooh, now Mercenary, he's trying to block him off. Oh my god, stuffed the rescue, put up the wall, went for the hit. He's gonna wait for the Psychologist to go down, and Magician also gets. Everyone's getting a wall. You get a wall, and now has to be very careful because the mechanic. Oh my god, mechanic Half-Life.
Yeah,
just like that.
Another. Oh my god.
Yeah, he's building these walls. Look at that.
Crazy,
yeah, this is insane. Just when I thought like the survivors were in a winning position, mechanic is about to fall down.
He's blocked in. He's blocked in.
Yeah.
And oh my god, is he really gonna get everyone with just the walls? He has to chair the Machinery now, otherwise he's gonna get up. But seriously though, mechanic down to the walls alone, and Magician half health, I mean, partially, this looks like a 4K for Kid Baldi. Looks.
Yeah, luckily the Mechanics bot is still alive. Cape Baldi has not spotted that one out yet. Magician has to be very careful. He's really prominent on going for that Cypher, and now, has to be careful. The walls are closing in. Is he gonna eat one? Oh, nice. He's moving on away. It's over to the broken carousel, but trying to avoid one more, and he's gonna fall down. He's following him. He's ran out. He's ran out.
He's ran out of energy. He ran out of juice, man. And the mechanic, though, he's still just trying to cover the mechanic. He's like, yeah, you're not gonna go anywhere. I'm just gonna cover you here first. I'm just gonna wait until the energy is up.
Now goes towards the Magician. Mechanic still kind of decoding here. The bot is still up and running. And we do see that he did, teleport right towards that Magician. He's gonna put up a wall. Oh my god, unable to in time. Just checking on the Mechanic first and foremost. Mercenary will expire soon enough. And now, he's probably just gonna chase this Magician on foot. Mechanic's bot has already expired, so he's just gonna make sure that, he might actually try to just overextend himself just a little bit here so the Magician doesn't get to a good kiting area in the tent here. Basement is also there, though.
Yeah, basement is there. And right now the Mechanic has already used up his self-heal. And he knows exactly where the dungeon is. Kid Baldi, if he can manage to get the Mechanic down again, then all he has to do is just chase the other one that's still around.
So this is actually a good spot. At least the tent is kind of blocking the vantage point of this Mad Eyes. But now the Mechanic is actually opening up a chest. Let's see what she got. Seems like she has a football, so at least that'll make her transition away from the walls soon enough. And now he's setting up just some traps here at the tent. So this is actually a good standstill moment for the survivors, and it seems like he's gonna go for this Magician because he knows that the Mechanic would take some time for her to pop a Cypher here.
Yeah, man. I mean, he's using the console now. He just wants to check. He doesn't want anyone to touch the Cypher.
Oh my god!
Oh my god! Godlike, man.
That was quick. He knew the route he was gonna take. Now Cape Baldi has a down Magician. And it seems like, he might focus on just chairing and, just setting up these walls, right? So he actually just cornered the Magician and just kind of, he built this labyrinth for this Magician to run into that wall. And now it seems like he will chair this, well, not really. I thought he's going to wait and just chair just to be safe, but he wants the Mechanic as well.
Yeah, I mean, he's had enough of this. He can just put the Magician on the chair, and obviously, Lil 7 cannot touch the Cypher, so the crows will always be on top of his head, and Cape Baldi easily just gonna put him down. He's still gonna monitor. He doesn't want the Mechanic to touch. Oh my god!
Oh man!
What is
He's
this?
Cornering him. You're in jail, sir. You're not gonna be able to crawl away.
He wants to bring him to the basement, I think. I'm not sure.
Oh, he's trying to make him struggle free, but I mean the walls are gone already, so he's trying to. Interesting choice here. So now the Magician still has that self-heal. So Mechanic is opening up another. She does have elbow pads and a football. So both great tools to use to transition away. But Cape Baldi, I think this might be an opening for the survivors to better position themselves to at least pop the Cypher here.
Yeah, I mean both of them are still separated. And Magician is doing a great job hiding behind the tent, just like giving tinnitus, but not really showing where he is. So you can see that he's struggling. But Cape Baldi is gonna. Oh my god, this is the worst area because you can just easily block the person. Oh my god!
One more wall, and now he's gonna be able to find a situation here where the Magician has to wait things out. Mechanic gets spotted out here. He has to be very careful with the walls, and now he's gonna teleport straight towards the Cypher that is about to pop. And now the Mechanic does have that football on cooldown. Now it's I think she dropped her elbow pads too, and now we see that the Magician is still in that tent. Lil 7 having a run for his life, but able to catch him off.
Oh my goodness. Mechanic is still half health, so technically she has to avoid. Oh my god, that was so close. That was so close. The Magician also, basically it's like a stalemate because you can't really do anything, especially when the Mad Eye is just looking around. Like 2 survivors left, half health. 1.5 health, a quarter of a health. So you can't really do anything. And Little Seven's gonna be trapped here. Oh my
Yeah,
God.
but so far not eating any hits because
Wow.
yeah, she's moving when the walls are respawning. So now I think he's got to focus on one. I know that he's constantly going back and forth, but he's got to at least secure the 3 down, right? So now Magician is still at this tent area. Still trying to look in the eagle eye view, but still no dice with this Magician. It's the mechanic that he's been spotting first and foremost.
Oh my God, it's just constantly going back and forth. The Little Seven, just doing a great job of trying to avoid, like, really, really good kiting right there. And he has no choice. He has to just block the Cypher. It's like, yeah, you know what, I'm just gonna block the Cypher first. And
you saw that the Magician was actually just crossing through, and now the Magician's actually going to be at the same spot where the mechanic is, so they need to heal up. It seems like they're going to try to pop. Yeah, they're both working on the Cypher, but Cape Baldy has to chase them away. Can he do it in time? They pop the last Cypher.
I think Cape Baldy there, like, instead of wasting the energy there, they could have just closed the route there, right? It's such a good place to close the route there. And right now, I mean, I don't know, man. He doesn't even have
attention either.
Yeah, that's the thing. Because obviously he relies on the wall. He relies on the chip damage. He has to be really careful so that OVO, like on the side of OVO, they can definitely aim for a 2-man escape or even a 1-man escape now. So Cape Baldy has to be really careful not to allow this to happen. Get the 3K at the very least on the side of him.
I can see a ticket to ride here unless he blocks it off. Magician has an exit route. Now it seems like he's just hanging out in this area. He's going to use the roller coaster while the mechanic moves on over to the other gate here. So teleport is already online. He's just checking. He knows that he's gonna have to teleport one way or another because everyone is here. And now he hits him out of the coaster.
Wow. My goodness. He's like an eagle, man. He's just looking. He's like standing on one side of the gate and covering the other side of the gate while constantly spying on the Magician. This is really, really hard. This is really, really hard to do.
Just when he thought it was a stalemate with the Cypher, it's a stalemate with the gate. No one wants to touch that exit gate just yet. Now Lil 7 gets spotted out here. Walls are closing in. Now just pops the skill of the elbow pad. And now we see that the mechanic gets away from the line of sight. But Cape Baldy, look at the energy. He's very efficient with this. Now everyone is actually hiding under the coaster. That's so smart now.
Oh, yeah. I think he should figure out that they're actually there. But we'll see.
Teleport straight away, but at the exit gate here, so this gives them an opening to heal up. And honestly, with no detention, this is gonna be tough for him to get a 4K. He's gonna just focus on one, and it seems like the mechanic is the juiciest target for him to go after. Magician still has those wands, and now they can actually make a dash towards the exit gate. Can he cut them off?
I think it's really hard. Oh, the Magician! Mode. And the second
wow.
Cape Baldy. Saitama's name is Cape Baldy, but seriously, man, my goodness.
Oh my God, he's down.
Oh my God.
So let's see if he's gonna commit here, because he can actually. Well, this would be the first share. He might want to just go for a bleed out strategy here, just because Mechanic can still go for that save. But Mechanic, you know what? One hit, she's fallen down, so she just has to stuff that rescue. So let's see what Cape Baldy will try to opt for. Magician is already above the 50% mark in terms of healing. So let's see.
Yeah, I think he definitely has to share. Like, it took him so long. Like, just now, the one reason why he was forced into this situation was because he let the Magician struggle free, and he brought that.
Hang on. He's gonna go for the gate. Is he gonna spot out the Mechanic? It's about to open up. Oh, but the Mechanic's already out. So it's a 3-person escape. Cape Baldy with the Mad Eyes. Not just the Undead to start things off, but the Mad Eyes. That was, again, shout outs to Eli for the insight here. Top 10 Mad Eyes. Not surprised that he's top 10 there. That was excellent Mad Eyes plays. Because usually when we see the Mad Eyes in top high level competition, it's usually just ties, right? But he was at least able to get a 3K, looking like a 4K, but I mean, I think he'd settle for a 3K.
Yeah, I mean, you just have to give. You just have to applaud Cape Baldy there, because number one, Mad Eyes is actually very technical, and looking at his finger work right there, just constantly switching and alternating, and not to mention that he's doing this in a very big map. as compared to Red Church. Red Church, Arms Factory, or even Leo's Memory, like he's really good in this kind of maps. But when you go to a bigger map, it requires more. It requires more precision, understanding of the terrain, which one to go. And I just have to say he did really well, even though it took like 12 minutes, but ultimately he still ended up with 3K. Whereas on the side of the survivors, I think one of the things that they didn't really do was they didn't really understand what the Mad Eyes was capable of. Like at the moment that you see that the Mad Eye is not chasing anyone, they should they should just be careful, especially when they are around the cipher, because the moment you are decoding on the cipher, it doesn't take much. A Mad Eye player can just easily tune in, swipe, tune in, swipe. It doesn't even take like 1 second for you to do that. And even though you notice, oh, there's a like an icon showing that the Mad Eyes is controlling the cipher near you, the machine near you, it's too late. So they got the 25% damage there so fast. So and not to mention the survivors never really took out the energy of where they were going to be. Like take out the machine. Yeah, so I think ultimately that's why Kate Baldy was pressuring them so much there.
Yeah, I think especially at the start, right? You know what, he did try his best to find the best possible target. It was really when he was able to down the first survivor and just not only stuff the rescue of the mercenary. Yeah, I think survivors really need to put respect on once he's on that console and it's near, because yeah, he was just blocking everything like you said. And not just that, he was so proficient with the routes they were running. I mean, yeah, the mechanic and the magician did have a really good end game kite, but ultimately it led to the 3-1, and that's all you can ask for when it comes to Mad Eyes in this meta.
For sure. Yeah. And one thing that is very scary about this hunter, Kid Baldy in general, like players like Kid Baldy, they don't use meta hunters and they still get these kind of results, which makes it very difficult for other players to ban against them. Because what can you do? Like if you can't ban, like you're not gonna seriously ban an undead unless if you know that that's his go-to hunter all the time.
And he has nothing else to use.
Yeah. And then suddenly Mad Eyes comes out, and you're like, oh no. And if it goes to BO3, BO2, BO3, if you ban these kind of hunters, then what's gonna happen? He can easily bring out meta hunters. So which one do you actually want to play against? Meta or non-meta? Because both of them is gonna destroy either way.
I would say that it's even harder to face meta in the later rounds when there's more survivors that are banned. So you don't want to risk it, right? You want to ban the metas right away, but that's the dangerous thing. I mean, he's just a tremendous hunter when he's with the game plan he kind of brought in, and I hope I'm pretty sure either Fusion or NL are looking real close, because they will have to face either of these hunters. But you know what? That's it for now when it comes to the hunter that is known as Cape Baldy. We will have to switch things up. It's going to be Santi once again, who had a great start, I would admit. Just a little technical difficulties for him to not continue with that. So hopefully that's behind. We'll have to just see and find out. Now, coming into this one, I'm sure that they're going to ban his breaking wheel, leaving open maybe that bonbon to come out. And honestly, they could just sell the survivors. They can go embalmer, mechanic, and just go for like a tie game for them to be able to move on in the next game.
Yeah, I love what you're saying, like bringing out the embalmer. Yeah, I definitely agree with you. Embalmer, very strong against a camping hunter like Bon Bon. So embalmer and even the toy merchant, if they have a toy merchant player in the list, toy merchant is just so good at creating distance. You know, Bon Bon's weakness is distance. Like it's just look at the short legs. It's cute, but let's be serious. You're not gonna catch anyone with that. Yeah, so Bon needs to cover a lot of distance in order to catch up with someone. So acrobat, patient, toy merchant, embalmer. Like what you said, sell one person. If one person kites, he's down. Sell that person. You still get a 3-man escape, or even a 2-man escape, and you still win.
The best case scenario for if they bring out the mechanic is the best case scenario for the survivors too. Find the mechanic, keep the doll away from the hunter. Just let her decode on chair. Maybe rescue her once when it's like full blood. Then just keep letting her decode, because yeah, it's the victory is definitely in grasp of NFZ. OVO, for them to continue this game, they need at least Santi needs at least a 3K. And it can be done, especially with Santi. But if they're gonna take out his breaking wheel with a bonbon, he's gonna have to work extra hard, because the survivors, I believe, are the ones that are gonna control the pace of this match.
Yeah, Santi's going uphill now. OVO
Mhm.
Survivor has done their best. At least they didn't go down with a 4K by
Right.
kickball, so at least they got one person out. So there's still a fighting chance for Santi, but let's admit it, Santi is facing an uphill battle. He
Mhm.
cannot drive a sedan up the hill now. He has to go full four-wheel drive mode. He just has to
Mhm.
push through the gears, and I have to say and pray for the best um for his uh for his gameplay and also connection, at least so
Mhm.
that it will be minimized and hopefully bring in the best optimal condition for him to score that equalizer.
Yeah, for sure. So again, shout outs to chat. I hope you guys have been sending your love and support to OVO because Santi definitely needs it more. Because yeah, he's put in the back burner now. And NFZ are definitely in a good spot. Now that's actually what's scary. If they are too relaxed, if they rest on their laurels now, this could be the opening that OVO might be looking for to push for that round number 3. And speaking of
Mhm.
chat, Nell, I know you looked up. Is there any shout outs you want to give out while we wait for the match, the
I
picks and bans for the
do
next match? Mm-hmm.
actually see Tomie Kawakami. That's the name of the skin. Tomie,
Mhm.
but Sadao's there.
Hey, Sada. Hmm.
Yeah, and Karina as well. Hello, Karina. And Red. Red says like the chat's so much better. And yeah, I really agree. The chat's really,
Hey,
really nice.
okay, that's good
Uh,
because honestly, the team definitely needs it now. Yeah.
hmm.
Any last shout outs before we talk about the picks and bans?
Alia. Alia, hello, Alia. And Isu, Spider
Hello,
Queen, Jared,
the
Ghost
Spider
Queen,
Queen's here. Oh,
the Spider Queen's here. Yeah. Yeah, and I purple you, they are called meta hunters because they are used a lot and their efficiency in getting win conditions is very high. That's why it's
true,
called.
very
Yeah.
true. Thank you for that. Thank you also for letting people in the chat know. Welcoming everyone once again.
So,
We are at round number 2, second half. No fly zone in an advantage here. They just need a tie to move on. While Santi, really a lot of pressure on his side. He's got to go all gas, no brakes coming into this one, but he will have no braking wheel. So let's see if the Bonbon will come out or another hunter. Who knows? Maybe Santi might have a braking wheel too. I know. I mean, an undead too.
undead too, yeah. I
Mhm.
mean, I don't think he will go undead because
Yeah, I know.
yeah, I mean, um, but he took out the priestess. He took out the forward. So I'm guessing it's definitely going to be a bonbon. He doesn't want mobility. He doesn't want someone to stun him while he's rescuing. So, um, yeah, I have to say bonbon is his best choice. Otherwise, what else can he really go for?
Ooh,
Sculptor? Yeah, I mean,
Sculptor's okay, but
yeah,
mhm.
I mean, like you can see right now, like even NFZ, No Flying Zone Survivor, they're so confident, like they already know what's Santi's game plan because
Mhm.
Unbalmer has been chosen. And Unbalmer, we know, like even if you catch him first, all I have to do is just rebirth, and I get a
Yeah.
second chance. You catch me again, you don't, it's okay, fine, because they're gonna sell me anyway.
Wow.
Oh my god,
So
and the wall.
this is a every man for himself lineup.
It
Everyone
is,
just
it
has.
is.
There is some support here and there with the bees and the psychologist with the whistle, but honestly, looking at this, yeah, they're if one gets caught, they're just gonna hope for the best for them to be able to kite for as long as they can. They're gonna sell if they have to. They don't. The mechanic was barred out, so they might as well go for the wildling that takes so long to down, especially if yeah, for anyone it's really tough. I guess Wilding might be there just in case he needs to go for the save, but ultimately I think they're just gonna sell, especially if it's a bonbon.
Yeah, for sure. And Bonbon, you have the trouble of picking either teleport first or blink first because again, you need to close the distance. But you know what, Tosh? Let's do something
All right.
fun right now, and with the chat as well. Like,
Mm-hmm.
okay, here's the thing: we keep saying that okay, all they need is just to sacrifice teammates, but what if they decide to push for one rescue? So my question is, to make things fun between us,
Mm-hmm.
how many rescues do you think they're gonna do? Zero? One? Two? How many do you think?
I think if it's gonna, I think two.
Excluding the coffin save. Excluding the coffin save. Like if he rebirths himself, it doesn't count as a rescue. But if
I think
someone goes to rescue,
if it's gonna be a tie, I think two.
two rescues.
I'll go two rescues.
Okay.
How about
I'm
you? One.
I'm probably, you know what, since I think they don't really need to, I'm gonna go say zero. I'm just gonna say
Mm.
they're just gonna sacrifice. And Walling's probably just gonna toy around and with
Just
the
keep pushing.
balloon. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. but I can't really see the use of walling here except just to annoy the hunter because you cannot
I'll
really
be
push
honest.
the
Yeah,
corner, though.
I can't analyze that either. 'Cause, I mean, that's
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
like
You can't really balloon, right? Because of the bomb
yeah.
on the floor.
They could have gone mercenary for if they wanted a rescuer. They could have gone someone with no harassing, but they went with wildling for a reason. I think E-Boy wants to harass. He wants the boar time to
Yeah.
come up and just go for it. So
Team
guys,
9, man.
actually, no fly zone in Ovo. I think Ovo, it looks like an owl. I'm gonna say like they're an owl emoji, and let's put some airplane emojis for NFZ. So please let us know in the chat. Make some noise for both these teams. Santi now on the potential last stand for his team. Will he be able to get at least 3 survivors out of this game?
I see right now. Like Walling's use is just to take off the Terminus. Okay.
That's actually true. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
also,
yeah,
it's to frustrate. It's not just to harass, but frustrate too. Yeah,
Yeah,
but
but
the
Santi just knows. Santi just knows where the kite route is. Like he knows, and he's like turning left, and he's gonna see the footprints now. Moss is gonna be the first one kiting. She has like 3 hits basically. So basically the best kiter in the team simply because she's so tanky. But here's the thing though, if she dies,
that's a sell. Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah, but again, Posh has decided on 2. He predicts 2 rescues. I predicted 0. So chat, you guys are also predicting. We'll see who's the one who's gonna get it correct because the winner is gonna have a request for the loser. That's what we're
Wow.
gonna do.
I can't believe you asked for the rescues and you immediately like said there are not gonna be any rescues. You set me up now. That was a setup.
Oh,
But now
I did.
Embalmer
Embalmer?
goes. Yeah, so this is gonna be. I think he realized the tankiness. So let's see how this one's gonna go. He gets the hit on the Embalmer. So I didn't see where he actually dropped the coffin. So let's see if he's able to move on away. Taki now going to the God Kiting area. This might be the area where he kind of chooses to fall into because it's only a matter of time till Santi's able to close out the distance and drop some bombs here. So let's see. Doing a great job so far is Taki. But now, no pallet in this area for him to slow down in. Gets the down on the Embalmer. So now, will he choose to resurrect? Oh, and he does.
He does. But that's going to be counted as 0 rescue. So, but that's the thing though, like, he's buying a lot of time. Like, you can see, like, because they know that Santi has already used up teleport, which is why they went with the instant rebirth, because he doesn't want Bonbon to chair nearer to the coffin and then bring up the distance. And right now you can see E-Boy is in the vicinity. Time to harass because he's on the pick right there.
So now Taki actually just receiving the heal from the psychologist because technically that's going to be his second chair. And now Embalmer back on the, back on full health. So now Taki has to be very careful. Not much to use here since Santi did break the pallets here, so he's going to have to be very careful. But still, he has the boost of that psychologist. And now Cyphers are popping left and right. And now can try to go for the control bomb, but no, unable to get a hit on this very slippery Embalmer. It might have to go for a regular hit. He's going to try to time it well. Oh, gets the hit down.
Yeah, he got the hit. It was a trade-off, but at least he got the stun off. And right now, if Taki dies, and they're just gonna sell, and they're still, because they only have 2 ciphers remaining, 2 new ciphers, but still, they can easily go for a 2-2.
Tries to go for that hit. Yeah, a little too hit aggressive here. Tries to go for another one, but at least the hitbox was extended. And now E-Boy, this is what we're talking about. He's gonna try to drop some here. Oh wow, able to hit. Is he able to get the push going? Uh-oh, he's gonna try and chair here, but no, unable to. Oh, he's trying to hit him out of the chair, but now this might buy some time for him to get the push. And he's able to get the push go, but now let's see if he's able to struggle free. No, that's the first chair. Oh, second chair, my bad.
Yeah, second chair, but I think Taki didn't bring struggle, because they're probably like thinking, oh yeah, you know what, we're just probably gonna sacrifice all man for himself. So yeah, I believe that the rescue is not gonna happen, unless if the Cypher is prime, then maybe one rescue will happen. But to be honest, I really doubt it, because those are new Cyphers, Posh.
Yeah, but he seems like he's gonna try to just keep him in this area. He's gonna rescue Nell, so he already loses.
Yeah,
a last effort! Oh my God, Embalmer's down, but the Wildling. Well, let's see if the 2 rescues gonna happen, because that's the win condition. We need to. Santi needs to believe, and now Taki moving on to the corner.
Okay. Yeah, but basically Taki's gonna fly it off. But I think they're gonna push it. I think the
Oh, but then the detention hit, and now Embalmer does have a coffin, but now, yeah, it just has to establish the distance. Teleport is already online. Sarah is already working on that exit gate, and it seems like both of us lose, actually. No. Right in the middle, 2-0.
Unless if someone decides to go rescue.
Unless that's true. But
Unless.
let's see. It seems like Taki might actually stick to the dungeon here. So now, oh man, Santi. Oh wait, there's actually someone that is also here, just given that tinnitus, and now the embalmer is about to open up that exit gate, and Taki, I believe, is already near the dungeon, and Moss has to make a run for his life. So let's see if they're actually going to go for that rescue of the wildling, since he's still on that rocket chair.
Oh my god, are you serious? Maybe
Oh,
they
the
are.
rescue's gonna happen, but wait, no! The teleport's gonna happen. Oh, he gets two rescues! Oh my god,
my
Eli,
God.
I'm the new seer. I'm the captain now. Uh-oh.
Okay. Yeah, it's not out of hot soup yet because right now E-Boy is trying to create distance and he's just trying to run away. But again, the wilding speed is just so fast and coupled with Bonbon's rather, slow movements.
Yes.
Yeah.
The legs, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But now, see,
okay.
like, look at the distance that Taki's, like, it's a 100-meter dash, and Embalmer is not even, like, he's just running in a straight line, so Santi's trying his best to down this Embalmer, but still, I mean, Santi's just, now he's able to close that distance. There we go.
Is he gonna go out? Is he gonna go out? Side prediction. Is he gonna go out?
I think he's able to get it. Yeah, I think he's able to make his way out.
He's not gonna make out. He's not gonna make out. He's not gonna make out.
I think
man.
he might
Okay,
actually,
he's gonna
Nell.
make out.
He will. Look at that. He's getting close. And now Wildlings are already at the dungeon, and it's going to be a 4-person escape. So Nell trying to double down there. But, man, big shout-outs to NFC. I think, honestly, like, the confidence that their team got from their Hunter, coupled with the... they just knew the win condition. Embalmer Psychologist was a tough... a tough lineup to counter with a bonbon. So
that's true.
yeah, that was so any highlights you want to talk about now in the match?
Yeah, first I'm a Santi believer. That's why that's why I doubled down. But yeah, I just want to say the lineup was actually supposed to be all man for himself, and they sort of reverse psychology Santi because they actually went for the rescue.
Well, I think they were forced. If you think about it, they were forced because the push didn't happen so well, and they I guess the ciphers were primed enough that they went for it. I get that was an every man for himself strategy, but I think that would be the case if they had early downs. But the Embalmer did such a great job just not being downed early on and just rebirthing. So I think they were kind of just forced to get the 2-person rescue. So by any means, I mean, I just guessed. So it's still,
and with the existence of the psychologist as well, in order to provide the Wi-Fi heal, that also played a very important role. And ultimately, the Embalmer was the MVP with the Wildling, and we have to give our applause to E-Boy as well because his Wildling manages to push away the Hunter trying to body block. That's something that's really, really high level. And even managing to rescue, baiting the chair hit, I have to say, really, really well deserved victory, NFC. But on the side of OVO, they've tried their best and they're great players, but unfortunately this time they're not gonna be moving on. But still, great job though to both teams.
Yeah.
Both have played well.
Spam some hearts and some owls in the chat, ladies and gentlemen, for OVO, giving us a great fight. I mean, Santi, you got I keep looking Ning Yizuo with the magician, with the we got Little Seven, you got ABCDE, you got Mika. Yeah, big shout outs to all of them. But we are gonna give a big shout out to Cape Bali. Wow.
Yeah.
MVP of it's undead, ladies and gentlemen, and not just the undead. He's also got the Mad Eyes. So, but the undead did get the 4K. So 1 cipher average remaining. I mean, total pallets destroyed 12 because he doesn't care about pallets. No terror shocks, but still able to get the amazing victory for his team and get that confidence boost, right? And also kind of I would say mind game. So if Fusion or NL have to watch very closely because they have to prepare for that type of hunter tomorrow.
They do. But having an advantage in the form of a coach, definitely is going to pay off because there's going to be strategies involved. And then you can see the Albert Einstein picture coming in with the calculations. So research is definitely very important. And after witnessing what Kate Baldy, aka Saitama, has done just now with the 2 non-meta hunters, I believe a lot of people are really, really surprised and pleasantly delighted, because using this kind of hunters to gain victory, that's really good. That's really good.
Yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, I'm excited for more of these matches. Again, big shout outs to both teams that really left their blood, sweat, and tears in this arena. So NFZ and OVO. We will have to take a short break because we got to set the stage for Fusion versus NL. Please don't go anywhere. More of IVT when we return.
Anna. Night. Girls' school. To discover the truth about what happened to Anna, I disguised myself as a maid at the school. After the incident, someone was still the center of attention. Someone was still beloved. Someone seemed to be hiding something. And the odd thing, someone was trying to look for answers in those ancient legends. The truth may not be what it seems. Everyone is under suspicion. Things were not as simple as I imagined.
Last night, I dreamt of returning to that place once again, trapped in a trance, the scent of the soil leaves, and the chimes of midnight were beckoning me. No matter how many times you found salvation within your own creation, you could not escape the nightmares of your memories.
Stop it! End all this now!
I remember now. It's all coming back to me. When the nightingale sings, the mansion gates will open for me under the starry sky. Tonight, the truth will be revealed.
Stay a while. I have an interesting tale for you. Sergei, once the backbone of this circus, he brought numerous joy and laughter on stage. But he was a slave to the bottle off stage. His mistress began to fall for a more considerate man. And after a heated argument, she sought refuge in that man's tent. Sergei couldn't stand for this. He destroyed that man's wretched face with acid and ruined his life forever. The truth was finally spilled in a fit of drunkenness. In turn, on that drunken night, Sergei also lost his face. I don't like this face. Oh, it sickens me. But this face has become a new symbol, belonging to Sergei and to me.
Hey guys, welcome back to IVT day number 3, where we just witnessed amazing gameplay between OVO versus
And no fly zone. So no fly zone does move on, ladies and gentlemen. But big shout outs to OVO putting up a great fight. Santi, you know, one of the players I'm looking forward to seeing more in future NAEU tournaments, representing the Latin community. Big shout outs to them, and big shout outs to NFC Cape Baldi, you know, MVP. Still, like I would say, the consistent MVP for his team. But now we're gonna move on now because we have Fusion versus NL, and initial thoughts on this match, because we were talking to Eli about this, and you know what, they have been preparing relentlessly for this tournament.
Well, let's talk about NL first, so that I don't. And we're gonna look at Baby Boss first. Sorry, Boy Boss first, because I told myself Boy Boss, and I got to Baby Boss. But you know what? Let's just look at the lineups first. FC and Fusion. MX is the Hunter. There's also Dreamer, who came in BO2. But technically, MX he does play a Soul Weaver, a Reaper, a Geisha. And we've seen his Geisha in BO1 in Everspeak Town, which it wasn't really successful. But we'll see how he pulls back in this fight against NL. And
yeah, I would have to say that you know, when it comes to Fusion, their Survivor tandem's really good. A lot of good kiters. Green, you know, consistent stunner, but the Hunter can catch him once he's expended all his football. But let's move on to NL here. Boy Boss. I have to highlight his double terror shock, his stuffing of the rescue. He was highlighted relentlessly in the previous matchup, but we also got to talk about the survivors. Ari made an amazing kiter, did bring out the Enchantress. We have Whatmutter, a very consistent rescuer. We did see that, I believe the Sentry, very persistent stunner. Who made the? Sorry, I'm looking at my notes because someone did come in for
Honor.
Someone did no. Wait, hang on. Who is it? Honor? Yeah, Honor. Thank you.
Honor team.
Honor did come in a bit shaky start, but I don't know what the lineup is definitely going to be. But I would have to say very evenly matched lineup. So let's see how this one's going to pan out. So back to my original question, your thoughts on this type of matchup we're going to witness?
Well, I'm definitely thinking that it's gonna be neck and neck, toe to toe, because like what you said, NL has its very own baby boy boss.
Boy.
He baby face boy boss maybe, I don't know. But boy boss with the double Terra shocks definitely making an impression, a lasting impression on all of us. And whereas in Fusion, there's also Dreamer, which I actually paid a little bit more attention to because he was sort of coming in with a great result in BO2. So MX in BO1 and then Dreamer in BO2. So I have to say Fusion is very balanced in terms of they have someone to cover, come in and cover in different BOs rounds, whereas NL they have Baby Boss, and not to mention they have an RE main.
Yeah, dude.
The
Kiting
RE
main, the RE main, the
Kiting main.
charms. Yeah, that will come out. Okay, so I really think that NL, they did face VOS, which is a relatively new team based on what we've heard. So this is a big test for NL. They've done really well, but you know what? They will go up against Fusion, very seasoned players. You got Green, you got Bossy, Sally, you got Momo, MM. So it's definitely they will be tested, but Fusion, I don't think they're gonna take this game any lightly. They're gonna I think with the work ethic that they're putting in, plus the guidance of Eli, I'm sure that they're going to come into this and really test how NL will approach this match. And you did see the picks and bans of the map. Chinatown was banned, and NL did pick Ever Sleeping Town. And now Ever Sleeping Town was the map where MX did come out with the geisha, but so Fusion will be hunting first. So I'm not sure if Dreamer will be coming in first or they're going to save that for later. But something to highlight with that match with Mushin MX. The Geisha had a great start, but I think it was remember that's when we coined the line, it's better to hide from your problems than it is to face them. And that's when he lost track of the forward, and that's when it ultimately led to a tie.
Yeah, and not to mention late game, he wasn't able to change trade. Basically went towards the portal, which was sort of, there was no one there. And the three of them just appeared on the other side of the map, opening the gate. So ultimately leading to a 3-1 in favor of the survivors then.
Yes.
But
CH4, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah, CH4. But ultimately, I think that IMAX is definitely going to come in with Geisha here. But the thing is, what are we going to expect to see that he banned in this map, especially? The Seer is a must. What about the Priestess? Or do you want to get rid of the forward because you don't want to deal with stun rescues?
Those two might actually be picked at the start for NL. I mean, those are great picks. But but no, they opt for interesting first round Enchantress and Acrobat. So like you said, Nell, MX does have that opening to ban either just cut out the mobility with that Priestess. Okay, they're not listening. Okay, so I don't know this game at all.
I don't know.
We don't know this game. We're just fans. All right, we're gonna play this one out. Mercenary. So interestingly enough, will Sentry go for the forward here? It's still very available. Priestess is also on the table for them to kind of secure. So just interestingly enough, we're gonna find out who Sentry will be using. In the previous, Sentry did play the forward, did play the batter, so he's a very consistent stunner.
I mean, maybe that's why though. Like maybe that's why, because MX saw the Enchantress, and then he's like, okay, I'm just gonna ban Machinery. If they bring out the forward, I'm just gonna bring an excitement since there's an Enchantress already anyway. So might as well. I just allow you to bring forward. I just allow you because there's already an Enchantress. So let's see if NL is gonna pick up on the offer. And boy boss is in the chat. Yo, what's up, my boy?
My boss.
My boy boss.
Yeah. What's he saying? He's probably baby.
He's like, don't call me baby boss, but it's cute though. But,
sorry about that, boy
sorry
boss.
About that,
boy
bro.
boss.
Big fan.
I've been watching Boss Baby too many times. Sorry about that.
Yeah. Sorry about that. Yeah,
wait, while he's in the chat, big shout outs to you, sir. Can't wait to see more Terror Shocks. I know we're gonna wait and see, but it seems like I don't know if there's a ban, but we'll just wait and see. But they do opt for a psychologist.
a psychologist with the Wi-Fi heal makes sense because that's a geisha, right? Like if the hide and seek can happen again, well, then the heal will definitely be very useful. And even if the psychologist is the first chase, well, at least she can take 3 hits, and the geisha, yeah, the MX is gonna pick geisha after banning the forward. So, NL gonna go with the gravekeeper. Okay, so just one harasser there.
Wow. Okay. So now
Mhm.
that I think about it, yeah, maybe Arimane would opt for the Enchantress. Because the priestess, the other priestess main here is Arimane. So I think Arimane likes the Enchantress. And oh no,
Mhm.
not actually. Arimane's gonna be the psychologist, and What Mutter is
Oh,
going to be the Enchantress. What
enchantress,
Mutter,
yeah.
usually the Merc, but
What?
Merc was banned. Hmm
Yeah, usually, man. While we're at it, can I call you Pachipu? Because that's what I'm seeing in the chat the whole time.
Are you serious? I'm gonna change.
Yes!
Well, I don't
Pa-
know. It feels like maybe an
Pachipu.
NAEU. That's my new name, but we'll find
That's your
out.
new name. Okay. Late 13!
Beautiful
Oh,
skin.
beautiful. Yeah.
Oh, it
I
seems
just
like
love this skin.
Honor is the Gravekeeper. Okay.
But Zula is the one who's gonna be. Oh, look at Mushin just trying to hide the red light.
Moonwalk.
Yeah, moonwalking there, but Zilla just knows. Just puts down both of the pallets, trying to create distance, moving towards the pallet area again. Because again, Geisha is very afraid of pallets. And Acrobat though, Acrobat is gonna be such a hard first chase. That's the thing. And because he has 3 balls available, and now look, that's the reason why you put down the pallets first, because when you transition height, at least you'll be able to. Oh
Wow.
my god!
But like you were saying, yeah, just putting down the pallets. She's afraid of them. She has to break them, and this allows him to transition back and forth from the pallet area to the S pallets of the. Oh my God, he's able to dash through, and just like that, Zweller falls down. Didn't even have to blink. I thought, yeah, it was a great early kite for the acrobat, but Mushin turning things around in a blink of an eye. And now, speaking of Blink, Blink is definitely online now.
Yeah, Blink's online. He doesn't really care about Enchantress because Enchantress again he takes time for him to build the stacks. Whereas forward, if you have a forward in the game, then maybe you will take excitement. But again, look, oh my god, Honor is just gonna get the thing. No, he's not gonna get a free
Wow.
rescue, but he is gonna be able to get that rescue there. And 4 ciphers remaining. And already the rescue is happening.
Wow, just look at the back, the 180, but no, the blink to counter it, and the acrobat. That was actually great jukes there, trying to break the ankles of this geisha. Jumping across the pallet, making sure the bomb was ready, and now this Gravekeeper is going to be very careful making this support rescue. He does have 2 more shovels. Psychologist can go for the Wi-Fi heal, just for Gravekeeper to have an easier time for that rescue, but it seems like Honor is backtracking here. I guess maybe moving on away. Just to heal properly. But now Acrobat on a second chair.
Acrobat second chair, like what you said, he's already gonna get healed by the Wi-Fi heal by the psychologist, but I don't think that they're gonna go. Gravekeeper's gonna go for the rescue because it seems like it's like what Matter is not going. No one's going. I think they're just gonna let him die there. Yeah, he has no rebound kite resources available there.
True. And I think they already saw that the butterflies were being placed, so mobility was definitely on the side of the geisha, and now the geisha, committing to just, this Gravekeeper. So now it's going to be a tough chase here. He's able to get the hit now at full presence. 15 seconds left on the clock for this shovel to cool down on, but Mushin wants to be able to down this Gravekeeper, just so you won't have to worry about him going for rescues.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Tier 2 presence has been unlocked by Mushin, so you can see that the dashes are faster, fiercer, and it allows certain glitch dashes to happen right now, so they have to be really, really careful. Even anti-dashing, staring against the geisha is not going to really work properly. Yeah, so right now, Gravekeeper is going to be doing the 65%.
Whoa!
Oh my god!
Slams the pallet. Mushin, has to be careful because What Mutter, just was ready for that slam. Now goes for the dash and hit 2 stacks on the side of this Enchantress. But I mean, once she dashes in and just hits hopefully he'll have the stun ready. But Mushin now just calculating his approach here on this Enchantress.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, he has no choice. He cannot wait until there's like a 3 stack. So So that's why.
Wi-Fi heal again,
Yeah.
Nell.
Yeah, he's just gonna do that because he has one more. He has one more shove ready, and that's the thing because psychologist he's just gonna focus on decoding right there. One cipher remaining, not too bad, 37%. I think they have to go for the full blood rescue though.
Yeah, it
But
seems like Honor might try to push it here. Oh, goes for before half, so at least this allows the Enchantress to build up that stack. But now, oh, that was close. Could have gone for it, but now able to get him out of that shovel. So no more resources for this Gravekeeper. It seems like Honor will be the focus of Mushin.
And it looks like Enchantress. Yeah, he's just gonna teleport straight away. This is very, very smart by Mushin. Very, very attentive towards what's going on in the environment. And Ari main right now is gonna be the one that's gonna do the kite. Oh my god, and the Terra Shock there, yeah.
Yeah, that's
Amazing,
huge
man.
for Mushin. Yeah, that
It
was
is.
I mean, he already kind of set a check situation there where he dropped the butterfly. Yeah, you really just have to loop around because if you stand across from it, he's just going to dash in your face. And getting the Terror Shock as well is just icing on the cake. Now, Honor has to be careful touching that Cypher. Well, there is a Cypher that is potentially moving. It's at 40%, but that's still a long way. And now What Mutter, one hit and she will fall down, but she does have a stack. So this actually, it's a 3 stack, able to get the Psychologist.
Yeah, man. Like, my goodness. There's still a leeway to go with the ciphers. So they have to make sure that this kite counts. Ari's gonna go down. But the good thing is, at least the Geisha does not have the teleport anymore. So yeah, he's just gonna leave her on the ground and just go and try to pressure the cipher but the thing is there are 2 ciphers being decoded at the same time now.
So she needs to, chair or at least go for, at least get another down, and it might be the Enchantress. Oh, fortunate there. Able to drop the pallet in time to create that distance. Enchantress can skill check out in the open, but now we see that the, Psychologist is slowly healing up. So, yeah, Mushin kind of playing a tug of war here between these 2 ciphers, and I'm not sure if he's going to opt to change it up for an abnormal, but I actually don't know what persona he built, but it seems like he's just guarding these 2 ciphers at this point.
Like he cares more about guarding the cipher than downing the survivors now actually, and just waiting for one of them to make a mistake so that if one person makes a mistake, okay, that's it. It's gonna be game over, and Enchantress gonna go down right now. But the cipher about to be popped.
Oh, he teleports right to the Cypher, and he's able to down the Gravekeeper. Ari main is the only one that is up and running, and it seems like he's going to try to focus on downing her as well. Triple down for Mushin. Now all he has to do is clean up shop here.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a miscommunication right there because Honor was still sticking around. He was probably thinking about forcing the Cypher up, and they could definitely do that if Psychologist stayed there and tried to force the cipher as well, because one person down, at least the other person can still get the decoding going, right? So a little bit of miscommunication there, but right now what matters is the Enchantress needs to try and get up, tries to rescue, and at the same time try to pop. So the game is really, really difficult. Mushin though has to pay really, really good attention so that he does not miss the Enchantress who's trying to go for the rescue.
Cuts him off, able to juke though, has a 3 stack, so can go for a stun and a rescue. So Mushin now will have to, the 3 stack, oh no, just the 1. Now closing out the distance here, and now, honestly, I thought he'd go for the 3 stack because the Psychologist can't get up anymore. So, oh man, Mushin just capitalizing on the openings there, able to get a 4K, a winning pace for Fusion here in this first round.
Yeah, man, like that's the miscommunication with trying to force the cipher, and then now not even using the 3 stacks.
It looked like if he used the 3 stack, that would be a rescue on the Gravekeeper, and then at least they can actually prime the cipher, bring everything up.
Yeah.
Could have been a tie situation, but yeah, Mushin playing his cards right. I actually thought he was kind of taking his time to go to the Enchantress because the Enchantress was the only one to chair. Then it would have been his game to win. But you know what, Mushin, by hook or by crook, he's able to win that. It's not by an inch or a mile. A win is still a win, and Mushin able to get that.
Yeah, that's a 4K right there, ladies and gentlemen. Fusion starting off the first round, first half, very, very strong with 5-0. So next is gonna be NL. Sorry, let me look. Boy Boss. NL Boy Boss is gonna be huntering next. So he needs to be able to reciprocate respond to what Mushin is doing in round one, first half, because it's a tall order, 4K.
Uh-huh. I'm thinking Boy Boss, right? And shout out if he's still in chat. Boy Boss, he's got a geisha. He was actually in potential to actually get a 4K with those two Terror Shocks. Beautiful stuff. He also has a 4K Anne. So and he brought it out in Lakeside Village. So that's also something to be careful of with Boy Boss. And this puts a lot of pressure away from Fusion survivors. They could just go for ties, play kind of conservatively, add more pressure come round number 2, because the pace was definitely set by Mushin coming into this. So let's see what Boy Boss will bring to the table, because they have to respond to this 4K.
Has to respond, but Fusion survivors though on the same, you have to consider that Boy Boss has done an amazing job in the previous game at securing like a double Terra Shock. That was really amazing. But coming to the game, it's a whole different level right now because it is the top 8. It is Fusion right here, moving in as well into the top 8, and you have to expect that they're gonna be fighting for their life, man. And it's not gonna be a walk in the park. So guys in the chat, ladies and gentlemen, give them their support because right now, Fusion versus NL, both teams need your support. Shout outs to all the teams that you guys are supporting, NL or Fusion. Go ahead in the chat. Spam the chats, right? With it.
Yeah, please do. Again, we can't. I mean, what? I don't know what NL stands for, or Fusion. What's an emoji? But just
No
spam some hearts.
limit. Yeah.
No limit. So
No
I don't know.
limits.
Pick
100%.
pick two colors. Just pick two colors randomly.
Yeah, just pick two colors.
No, you tell the chat.
Red color for no limit.
Red for no limit. I'm gonna go for blue for Fusion. So I want to see
Fusion
some red
blue,
and blues.
okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Nice.
Cool.
Blue
So red and
hearts for
blue.
Fusion.
Yeah, blue hearts for Fusion, red hearts for NL. Yeah, lots of pressure coming into this. So really, do you have your notes out? Because I want to ask if you can see if Boy Boss has more hunters to use, because I did mention, yeah, just the Geisha and the Anne that he brought out in the previous one, but maybe there's other hunters that he has as well.
I mean, in the notes that I have, he plays Geisha, he plays Breaking Will,
Breaking
he
Will.
plays Sculptor as well. So those are the go-to hunters that he used, with success from the previous games. So I have to say, what is the map that's going to be chosen in here in best of 2? Because first map, Ever Sleeping Town, it opens up possibility to Breaking Will.
Yes.
Opens up possibility to even a Geisha. He can respond with a Geisha as well.
Could.
Yeah, so we just have to see if he wants to go something like, yeah, you know what?
Toe to toe.
Mushin, yeah, Mushin's going 4K. You know what? I'm just going to go 4K with my Geisha too. When you least expect it.
Yeah, it could be the battle of the hunters. It could be like a hunter showdown if that's the case. But we have yet to see Dreamer, because right, it was Dreamer in the previous match of Fusion that did come in round 2 and round 3, and I think Mushin, was able to get a redemption in him from moving up from a tie to a 4K. That's going to bring confidence coming into the next day if Fusion does get there. And now Green and not wasting any time. They got to get a harasser. They got to get the priestess locked in, while Boy Boss bans the seer and the mercenary.
I mean, Banner is just so devastating towards even a Geisha or a Breaking Wheel, especially when you've seen so many times, right? A Banner versus a forward, like both of them are 8 S tier rescuers, but what makes the Banner stand out more against Geisha, against Breaking Wheel, is that each time they break form, the swinging just brings them, just pushes them further away.
Yeah, it negates the AOE of the Breaking Wheel.
It does, and it's so annoying. And if you excitement, so what? I'm not injured. Like if the forward, you have to commit to it. Like you're using your body to commit to stunning, and if it fails, you get hit. But Banner is like, yeah, it's okay. If I miss, even if you use excitement, I'm fine. I'm still safe. I can still go for the rescue if I need to, even if I fail the ball.
Yeah, and that same goes for Geisha too. Just he can monitor the Geisha, kind of skill checker, and also swing at her at the same time. So it's a tough call. What Boy Boss is gonna go for if he wants the 4K. I know he's capable with the Geisha, but he's also very capable with that Breaking Wheel. So yeah, I think like you said, Green's gonna have to time his bats really well. And Boy Boss, not even gonna have the luxury, I would say, of hunting at his own pace because we got a postman coming in. So if he allows this postman not to be chased first, it could be tough. He could be sending letters out to everyone, and then before you know it, it's gonna be the last cipher already primed.
Yeah, you can notice that sometimes during a chase, it's so exhilarating that you lose track of what the other survivors are doing, and all of a sudden you get one person down. Oh my goodness! One cipher remaining. What?
Yeah.
So yeah, Boy Boss has to be really careful about that situation. He cannot be too tunnel vision focused on one survivor. I think he loses track of time, loses track of what's happening around him. Yeah. So we'll just have to see because it's not going to be the battle of geishas, but again, we'll just have to see what the breaking will be able to do in this kind of situation. Who he's going to chase first? That really matters.
He's spawning here at the Dancing Geisha. Now we see that Sally is in the immediate area here, so this is the priestess over at Corner House. Let's see if he's going to fully commit here. It seems like it, but this allows the postman to actually just send letters and actually boost the decoding of the batter or the acrobat here. And now, oh my god, able to catch her! An early hit goes to Boy Boss here. So great start.
Great start indeed. Like, so far, 1 for 1. The hooks are so good, and just like that, he's gonna be able to snap really, really soon. Sally has to be careful. He's just gonna go through the portal, gonna go up, try to create an elevation. That's the reason why they don't want to snap. He doesn't really want to snap because he's afraid that due to different elevations, the snap might not connect. But you know what? Boy Boss doesn't even need it. He just goes for the normal hit, and guess what, Tosh? Excitement build.
Yeah, I was gonna say, oh, basement? No, yeah, but basement is here, so excitement. So just that respect, and now a green is actually in this area, very persistent stunner. He's gonna try to monitor this area, but I don't think he saw green go up to the second floor. He's actually just gonna monitor and see if anyone is in this area, but green could take his time. But now I think Boy Boss found out that green is going down the stairs here. That separation, and now we see that the bat, able to just hit just a little bit, but the trap again. Wow.
2 for 2. This is amazing. I have to say that Boy Boss, so far, his breaking wheel is on point. And right now, oh my god, the trap is so weird. Yeah, it's true.
Yeah. Sally now just trying to establish some distance here, but you know what? Just the snap would bring her back down. We do see that MM is also here just to get a little bit of that, but the excitement gets popped. At least this batter is, yeah, he's already running away. He's not going to risk anything more. And I feel like they might just sell. MM has to be careful. He's working on a cipher that's actually close by. And Bossy trying to close out the distance here with the white bomb. Able to get the rescue, but, you know, still in wheel form. He could easily just snap the priestess out of it. And that'll be an early down. But can she provide that distance?
Oh my goodness, that was such a perfect... That was such a perfect portal because usually the burst from the spike will cancel out the priestess making portals, and yeah, Sally did a perfect portal there. But unfortunately, she's gonna get that. Sally's gonna get that second spike right there, and all it takes is just one more spike. But that push away, and that's why you say the batter is so annoying.
Yeah, the batter has one more ball to be able to provide that distance, but the snap, just the movement and the distance created from this priestess. MM still trying to harass here, but now still calling out. 3 ciphers still remaining. Postman's working on popping one. We do see that this batter, I mean, holding up this breaking wheel at bat point here. Like, do not try anything funny. I'm here to rescue my teammate. And now MM just frustrating Boy Boss to the point where he's actually the one being focused on.
Yeah, but unfortunately, Batter only has 1 hit away, and he has 1 spike, so basically 1 burst is just going to take him out. And Boy Boss does have the spike again, and that's why you see the priestess just trying to loop around the second elevation, trying to snap. This time Boy Boss is not going to use the snap prematurely because he knows he's not going to miss. Oh my goodness!
Now we see the MM here. Can he try to go for a bat hit? Another excitement gets popped late game here. So this is actually kind of good, but at least Boy Boss got his first survivor down.
First survivor down, but the danger's not over yet. Even though it's down to the last cipher, but you can see it's like 50% now. But green is the one that's going to be chased here. The acrobat just, just being very diligent. Wow.
yeah, the dog bite just to provide that distance, forcing him to go back into wheel form. Now we see that the acrobat is trying to work on a cipher here, as is also working. They're all working on ciphers. So Boy Boss has his attention split 3 ways here. So now we see that Bossy, in full health here. The acrobat is gonna try to move on away, forcing him to slow with the slow here in between the pallets. He's just gonna go for a simple snap. And now he's going to focus his attention back on going to wheel form to try to harass some of these ciphers. But you see, once he went back into wheel form, went up right away. He didn't want to risk anything.
Yeah, this is very smart. Like, doing 2 ciphers at the same time, what does he do? Even though Boy Boss can close the distance in an instant, but that's the thing though, because 1 person down, the 3rd person can still go in for the rescue. That's the thing. And you can see that Green has already sent a decoding cipher, the Tranquility letter to the Acrobat. Acrobat is running, it is the Postman running now, but the cipher is being done at a very amazing rate right now.
Yeah, accelerated decoding, but look at that, able to trap Green in the corner here. And now this is actually a tough call because you got 2 injured survivors. They got to go for heals. I don't know if the going for a rescue at this state would be the most advantageous, but Bossy still hanging out in this area, maybe forcing a wheel form here. And now he tries to make this approach. Will he guard this cipher? Because that cipher is about to be ready and primed. Rescue has happened.
Rescue has happened. If this happens, they just have to prime it straight away. Nice. That's the reason why they prime it. Yeah, nice one. That's the reason why they prime it straight away, because 2 spikes, if he uses the spike burst, at least the Postman will still be able to keep running. And that's exactly what he's doing. Boy Boss is going to be changing target, going towards Momo right there. The tram is there, but you know what? Breaking Wheel is not afraid of the tram, but Momo can easily go up to the tram.
I think he did. Yeah. Oh, he goes for excitement again. Conserving it. Wow, I thought that hit would land, but Momo is still doing an amazing job. And now Boy Boss has no excitement to just pop while he tries to down this batter, because this batter, 1 hit, he will be falling down. Boy Boss trying to make something happen here. And now if he can find the dungeon, that's going to be good. But no, succumbs to the trap and now gets the tie. Ultimately, Fusion leads this round.
GG, well played. Both teams have done amazingly well. You can see that Baby Boss. Goodness, sorry. I'm so sorry, Baby Boss. I'm so sorry, Boy Boss. Okay, I'm so sorry, Boy Boss. But you can see that Boy Boss has done amazing there. Like he I didn't do it on purpose, just so you know.
I know exactly.
Okay, but Boy Boss.
You were saying.
Yeah, but Boy Boss, he did amazingly well in the early games where he landed all of the. He landed it so fast. He landed it fast, accurate. He got the Priestess first, and just getting the banner as well. So I just have to say, he had an amazing start. But the saving grace was, as soon as excitement is over, the banner is there. You saw that he bought time with the balls there, trying to buy time. Ultimately, I think that was what Momo actually bought a lot of time there, covering the Priestess there.
We were talking about the batter and what he brings differently to the table other than the forward. And honestly, we saw it highlighted there, the mind games, right? You see him about to swing. He's charging up his bat. With the forward, once you activate that skill, it's all or nothing. You really have to go for the stun or run away. But with the batter, he could just fake it out. He could cancel it out, and you saw that the constant mind games that were being played by Momo to Boy Boss here was definitely something to highlight, and that was really the game changer for the Priestess to rebound kite. And Momo is still establishing that distance, not succumbing to any of the hits or the traps. Going for that tie. It's still a 5-point lead on the side of Fusion. Great start for them. NL not out of it just yet. We're going to go to the second round. If they're able to win this round, that's going to be so important. So, yeah, they need to shake out the cobwebs of this one and hopefully come out stronger in the second round.
Who do you think is going to come out for Fusion in round number 2, though? Well, because MX has done amazingly well in best of 1. So do you think they're going to swap him out for Dreamer again, like usual?
Okay, so I'm trying to look who picked the map. So it was NL to pick Ever Sleeping Town. That could be a possibility because it is Fusion that's going to pick the map. So if they pick an advantageous map for MX, that could happen. But I think if they want to end it here and now, bring out Dreamer. Dreamer has so much hunters. I think Momo, he's a point hunter. He's a point player. Like just let him do his work. He was able to get the 5 points. That's ultimately what you can ask for. And I think
Yeah.
Dreamer might be the one to come in now just to be able to solidify the lead. But that's just me. I know Eli's listening. Maybe you could give us a little bit of an insight, but we'll just wait.
Yeah. I
Mhm.
mean, I agree with you. There are some teams that do this. For example, guys, in Call of the Abyss, there's Sunset Sisters, SST. They
Yes.
have
Alf.
Silk.
Alf
They
and
have
Silk.
yeah, Silk is the one who goes in best of one first. He goes with the signature Dream Witch. So that's what he plays all the time in best of one. And then when it's best of two, best of three, then they switch it with Alf. So maybe Fusion is one of those teams who also has this kind of strategy, like
Could
one
be.
specialized Mushin on Geisha, best of one, best of two, best of three, then come with Dreamer. So
Yeah.
yeah, it could work that way.
That also shout outs to the players of Sun Sisters. Unfortunately, they disbanded, but they're still playing in
Yeah,
IJL.
they are.
Or he could look at in a way. They could look at it in a way that they want to test out Mushin more and ask him to go beyond the first round hunter. Who knows? But from what
Could
we
be, could
know,
be.
like the strength really comes with that geisha, and he already got the 5 points. I wouldn't want to roll the dice again if I were them, because if he brings it out again, they're for sure gonna ban the geisha, and they even might pick a map that's disadvantageous for that geisha that might not spur him to bring it out. So yeah, just depends on the map. And I think if Fusion really means business and they want to end it right here, right now, yeah, I think they might want to bring out Dreamer.
Yeah, man. Bring out Dreamer to make the dreams come true.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
He's there. He's the dream maker.
Yeah, but fortunately, as well, another added point, Fusion is kind of comfortable with 7-2. So that's a 5 point advantage. So in round number two, at least the Fusion survivors, they sort of have this calmness, like they don't feel as pressured or as stressed to make something happen.
Right.
So they just have to play their usual self, be calm, be efficient, communicate well, and basically that's it. They can easily get like a draw, a 3-man escape, or even a 4-man escape. So they're very relaxed to do so. But at the same time, Boy Boss is
There we
gonna be
go.
under a lot of I was stopping for a while. Boy Boss is gonna be under a lot of pressure because, well, his breaking will, supposedly his ace in the hole kind of character is not working. So not to say not working, but didn't get the result that he was expecting. So we'll just have to see. Oh, Fusion's gonna go with Red Church.
Yeah, and shout out to the prod at the back. We just confirmed that there's no player swap, so Mushin will be hunting again. So yeah, I'm pretty sure they're gonna ban the geisha, and we're gonna see more levels to Mushin's game here. So I think they want to test out Mushin more in not just a BO1 but a BO2. So let's see.
This is a perfect map for Mushin too, because apart from Geisha, he does have the Soul Weaver, which is very good in this map. And even the Ripper, if he wants to, but I still think Soul Weaver is more of a 4K hero in this map. 4K kind of hunter. So we'll just see how they handle his Soul Weaver, I'm guessing.
Yeah. If it would be their way, I think the survivors would want to go first to give Mushin that confidence to bring out Soul Weaver. But it really depends on what NL would be they'd be bringing to the table, because and it seems like NL will be surviving first because they want to test out Mushin. So I think that they don't want the survivors to give that boost of confidence to Mushin. They want to test their luck going up against the Soul Weaver, because they could try to counter it, but I mean, he's very proficient Soul Weaver, so they're gonna have to be very careful and not underestimate Mushin here.
Let's say Mushin goes for the Soul Weaver, they ban his Geisha, then chooses Soul Weaver. What are the compositions that you sort of suggest that can work for a Team NL to sort of counter the picks of Soul Weaver? Like, what are the standards you usually see?
Well, in this map, if Priestess isn't banned, I mean, you go with Entomologist. Even though like the bees can get caught, at least you can actually do like tight turns. I don't know if this is recency bias, but I would want to see more batter come out in matches here, just for the harassment if the forward gets banned. But Acrobat, you go Patient. You know what? Fight webs with Spider-Man himself with the Patient, just to move on away from the webs he sets up. There's a lot to pick from, but honestly, knowing loyalists of Soul Weaver, they don't care. They're just gonna play their game. We've seen how like even in Southeast Asia, like we've seen a lot of players that even in maps where you don't necessarily agree or lineups you don't agree with, they're still able to make it work. So if he's loyal to this Soul Weaver, I'm sure he's gonna, no matter what happens, he might bring it out because this is Red Church. This is a really good map for a Soul Weaver.
It is, it is. Not to mention that Soul Weaver is really good against certain kinds of characters. Like even if you have the beast, the beast, you can spit and then it does reduce the durability. Or even the patient, you try to hook, right? And then you get spit on, it cancels your hook. So
Yeah,
that's
so the
definitely
side
something to
steps,
watch out for.
yeah, the dodge needs to be on point with Team NL. But let's see. I mean, they got an Enchantress main. Well, it wasn't Ari that was the Enchantress last time, but I'm sure that they want to kind of redeem themselves in the previous match and try to get more points on the board just for their just for Boy Boss to come into this with a little lighter head and more confidence because yeah, like you said, a lot of pressure on his side if ever. MX does continue his streak of getting 4K.
Yeah, I mean, MX definitely has to be feeling very good after scoring a 4K all elimination last round. So in second round, first half right here, Mushin taking away the stunner, taking away the all support, taking away the tanker slash Wi-Fi healer. So an acrobat, yeah, I'm guessing
You want to
it's probably
get rid of it.
Soul Weaver. Yeah, it's definitely gonna be a Soul Weaver, I think.
So who will the last lock in be for the survivor side? Because yeah, you know what, no question asked here for the priestess and mercenary. Honor coming in. Well, I don't know if it's Honor. They're still going to shift it around. But Postman, we've seen how efficient Postman can be to just rush the cipher. Yeah, they can. If they want to double down decoders, that's fine. But I mean, you need someone that can kite, and they will go for the entomologist.
Like what you said, like very, very good kiter. And then the beast can offer support, block against projectiles, the shooting webs, So it's really, really good.
That's going to be the one that's super concerning because you did paint a picture where, yeah, you can just cancel her out of the beast state. You can snipe out survivors and then and then ride the webs to just have a quick down. So yeah, MX is gonna have to be very efficient with utilizing the real estate to set up traps. But you know what? We're talking up a storm on a Soul Weaver, but a Sculptor comes out, which honestly, this lineup still works with a Sculptor.
It does, it does. I mean, this lineup works with most of everything. Like you have a Merc, which pretty much is a S tier rescuer against a lot of the hunters, the priestess. But I have to say though, with the sculptor, he's definitely with the huge backswing, right? I think it's gonna be countered to a certain degree by the entomologist B, even the postman's dog. So Mushin has to make this work. Probably gonna bring 12, 9, 12, 3, 12. But to be honest, I just see a lot of insolence confined space, or even detention confined space with Galatea in this map.
Yeah, it really depends because this is the first time I'm seeing his sculptor. We've seen other sculptors that rely on the insolence. We've seen other sculptors like top sculptors that they're so in tune with their statues that they don't need insolence and they want to bring trump card detention just to account for the late game. But it seems like Mushin already making his way towards backgate. He can't find a survivor just yet. So we're just gonna see the mini map here, and it seems like he will run into Honor in the shack area.
Yeah, Honor, and very unfortunate. They actually have 2 survivors nearby, and he's not gonna be chasing the mercenary. Yeah, but it's such a good place to throw the dogs. He missed the dogs, sort of, and got 1 chip damage. The second chip damage, my God, Mushin off to a great start. The sniping god right there. The statue snipes though.
And this is the best possible target, right? Yes, the priestess does have a letter, but now, oh wow, nice avoidance there. Could have been a tougher situation, but Mushin now just chasing him towards the corner side of the exit gate here. And now Zweller has to be careful with that. Oh, he commits to actually using the pallet. And now still the avoidance. Excellent job so far. And now the blanket misses. And now Zweller able to at least bait out a skill. And now the bees are here just to provide a little bit of harassment. You see they're about to set up. There is a holy key there and some bees to push, but now they realize, yeah, that's Mushin was just a little bit a step ahead there, and now Postman is on a rocket chair.
Yeah, the setup was pretty nice. Unfortunately, it didn't make it to the postman in time. You can see that the machinery is coming. Just a point to bring out though, that you don't usually see players walk through the window, then put down the pallet next to you, simply because you have the speed boost already. Usually people jump through the windows, jump to the pallets to transition to a better kiting
Away,
area.
yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm.
so putting down the pallet there, kind of questionable, but
Slowed it
it's okay.
down.
Yeah,
Mhm.
slowed it down a little there.
I guess it was just the
Machinery?
pressure. Uh-oh, watch out. Oh my god, last effort popped on the postman. That was a quick rescue. At
It
least
was.
Honor got the rescue happening with a little bit of damage, but Mushin got what he wanted. He's going to down this postman once again. He's going to try to hit him for more presence here. So one more statue hit, and he's at full presence. So that's going to be tier 2 statues.
Yeah, I I think they should definitely just sacrifice here, because to be honest, the postman doesn't really have a rebound kite potential here. Like there's no
Right.
more pallets here. You've used up the pallets here, and right now Motion is just gonna place you right in front of the shack. This is like an open area. It's so easy to mess things up. Like Honor looks like he's gonna transition and take over. And he's just running behind the red church. Ari main is just dodging statues in the middle. 3 snipers remaining. Yeah, I think they're just gonna sacrifice the postman there.
Yeah, at this point, look, it's an open area, full 360 view for Mushin to see if any rescue would come in. And he does see that there is detention, but now he's gonna try his luck and see if anyone is inside the church. Postman has already expired, and it seems like Honor is also here. So let's see if he's gonna take the bait and trying to go for Honor. Ben's an elbow pad, so that's definitely something that Mushin would want, especially if he's not going to commit towards this mercenary. And now 3 ciphers still remaining, 3 survivors left, so let's see how they try to counter this situation. Mushin off to a great start, though.
Great start. 3 ciphers remaining. 2 ciphers are still new. So if things get out of control, I think the second kite needs to be really, really good. Because if it snowballs, Mushin's just gonna get an upper hand. Like he's just one statue away from full presence, and basically no one will be able to rescue there. Oh my
Yeah,
goodness.
and just like you said, he got that statue now.
Oh!
And we see that, oh my god, making it rain statues with the regular hit. And now we see that the bees are trying to push, but you know what? He's just gonna, just hit the bees, and now he has no more rebound kite potential now. And what mutter is next on this rocket chair. So Mercenary has to come back to rescue, while Priestess can't heal up the Mercenary from that chip damage. Oh, it seems like the Priestess is coming in.
Yeah, Princess is coming in because she can hide behind the wall and still use.
Uh-oh.
Oh, okay, but at least he's gonna be able to rescue that. I mean, the thing about Princess is at least she'll be able to hide behind the wall and then use the portal to sort of step out. But Mushin, okay, a little premature swing there. Oh, and the portal, the Oreo portal there, but it's okay because Arimain has lost, like Mushin has lost sight.
Oh, now he actually doubles back, and now actually this is a good call because Arimain would want that. He wants to be the one chased, while Entomologist one more chip damage from falling down, and it seems like he's gonna go back for Arimain. So again, he's kind of spreading himself a little too thin here. I thought he'd want to just zone in and tunnel one survivor. Now he's going back towards the Entomologist and downs him right as he's exiting the shack area.
It paid off. Now the situation has changed. Because of that perfect statue hit, Entomologist is going to be on the ground. The Cypher is not going to be nearly enough. Machinery is trying his best to finish the Cypher in the middle. But right now, Arimain has to make it count. He has to kite as long as possible so that Entomologist will be able to stand up, will be able to at least decode that last Cypher. But looks like he's just going to teleport back. He doesn't want to risk it.
Yeah, I think this is the good call here, and now we just make him chair near that cipher, or at least in an open vicinity. So it seems like the Priestess is actually working on a new cipher. Oh no, actually calling for a global portal. So now Honor is going to be going for the rescue, while Priestess will try to rescue here. And now Honor closing out the distance here. This rescue needs to happen.
Yeah, it needs to happen. He has to dodge. He has to dodge though. Oh, he's not even gonna hit.
Ooh, able to get a regular hit here,
okay.
opening up the possibility for this Priestess to open up that cipher, but it's still not at 50%. So this rebound kite needs to last. Mercenary already actually both of them, and now Entomologist falls down, and this is our last chair.
Yeah, it's the last chair, and just like that, Priestess and Machinery are gonna be the last two ones remaining. I don't think they are gonna be able to prime the Cypher Apologists. Best case scenario, NL is going to be able to escape with one survivor, but I think it's so super hard because again, look at look at their health. It's just
Yeah.
one chip away from going
Yeah,
down.
Mushin actually just needs to work on one survivor, right? And if the other one pops, that's fine. At least get the 3K. And now it seems like Ari main. Oh, but the global portal. Now he has to clean that one up.
Yeah, he has to finish that gold portal. Otherwise, the priestess is just gonna keep rotating back and forth. Now he's gonna spot out Honor. Oh my god! The last
That was
tap there.
close.
So
Yeah.
close. Yeah, I thought I was gonna hit though.
If the mercenary fell in that scenario, that would have been a GG. But now, you know what? They're still going back and forth. So now they can still see some openings here. But yeah, Mushin just honestly needs to just focus on one survivor. Downs one. He even chairs it just to secure. Oh, there we go.
Okay.
Mercenary's fallen down.
Yeah, and look at Ari Main, what she's trying to do. She's still trying to stick to the cipher, still trying to code, but to be honest, yeah, it's just a matter of time. Even if Mushin doesn't chair Honor, and even if Honor stands up, it's okay because his teleport is up. He has CCTV, he has perfect statue, his full presence. He's not afraid of committing towards a 4K.
Yeah, that's true. And it seems like they might go for that play. Priestess is not approaching the mercenary. I don't know if he's just going to hold on to the self-heal. It seems like he's just monitoring the area, waiting for the tinnitus to prop up. While Priestess, I believe, not sure if she's working on any new cipher. Seems like she's just rotating around the map. And it's, this is going to be really tough. Yeah, there we go.
The crows have me. To be honest, Honor should have definitely just stand up just now. He knows that the CCTV was there to watch him. He should have just stood up, start running. Because right now, not only did he not use his self heal, Mushin can focus on Ari Main.
Yeah,
Just like
and
that.
there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Mushin, a 5-point hunter game so far, not just with a geisha, but with the sculptor. Beautiful performance. I mean, you got to give NL their props. They tried going back and forth with that, but statues were too good. He's able to gain presence, and also the teleports were really on point. Ultimately, for him to really solidify that 5 points for his team.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, okay, here's the thing about kiting sculptors. Some people might say it's easier said than done, but the thing is, the sculptor in the very beginning, when sculptor has no presence, the landing a hit onto the sculptor means usually only have a few choices. When the survivor hugs the wall, that's the perfect chance for them to try and land a statue. Or when they are going towards the pallet, that's the perfect place to land statues. So basically, if you're kiting against sculptor, play the mind game. You make them think you're going there, but instead you make the juke.
Waste the statues because she's not at full presence. I don't think Mushin did bring insolence in that matter. Yeah, just keep them starving for presence because once they hit that tier 2, once they hit that chisel, yeah, you can really feel like the pressure building up. Now looking at the match stats here, excellent kite on Ari Main, the priestess. You know what? She was one of the most peskiest survivors, like going back and forth. Did receive 2 strikes, but you know ultimately it was two strikes on the mercenary, 1 strike on the priestess. But yeah, downing the postman, eliminating him from the game, entomologist as well. Yeah, it's just that's something that other teams have to take note of when they go up against Mushin. Not only does they have to worry about Dreamer as a hunter, now you got the sculptor and geisha of Mushin. So excellent performance on his side, and now this is do or die time for Boy Boss here. This is when he has to level up, and you know he has to become the ultra boss, or he's got to be the boss of everyone.
Yeah, man. Final secret level 9,000 boss. I mean, he definitely needs to do that, but to be honest, not everyone like the most important thing when going into a map with a loss is that you sort of have to pacify yourself and calm yourself down. Like, oh my god, I'm dealing with this like 5-0 2 times in a row, and now I have to pretty much get a 5-0 only to make it a draw. That's a lot of pressure, man.
Yeah,
that's a lot of mental pressure as well. That's
I always thought that BOSS, BOSS, stood for built on self-success. So if Boy Boss wants to live up to that, he's going to have to pull out all the stops here. Shout out to Sasha Banks. Anyway, yeah. So, I mean, he's the boss for a reason. He calls himself that. So we're going to see if he can do the... I would say do the big. I won't say it's impossible because it's definitely possible.
Yeah.
It's really tough because with so much momentum on Fusion's side, he's gonna have to break that momentum. He's gonna have to kind of break that state and formulate a plan here just so he'll be able to get that 5 points. And Fusion not really known for no, they are known for their survivors as well. And I think on a bad game they get at least 1 or 2 out. They go for ties if ever it's not going their way, and they find ways.
They find ways. I like that. I like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that's exactly what everyone needs to do, like finding way. And speaking of which, there's one person in the chat who's trying to find a way to your heart.
Wow, who is this? Izzy again?
Yeah.
Oh, shout out to
I think
Izzy.
yeah, I mean seriously, man. I just look at the chat and she's like, you want me to read it for you?
Sure, if it's
Poo, me amor, I love
wow.
you so
Oh my
much.
gosh.
Yeah.
It's wow.
That's
Okay,
a
I'm
little too
overwhelmed.
intense.
Yeah, honestly, I'd be blushing, but I'm so invested in this match that I think all my
It is.
I'm just yeah. But Izzy, big shout outs to you. He, she, yeah. Honestly, I'm flabbergasted, and I'm so flattered with all the kind words. Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah, she's been pinging me a lot of times to tell you. So I'm gonna be the cupid. I'm gonna be the cupid here.
Why, thank
Yeah.
you. I
Yeah,
appreciate it. I appreciate it.
yeah.
Anyway, just also redirect that love towards Fusion and NL guys. Like
Yes.
Izzy, be the example here. Yeah, just spam some hearts. Again, red hearts for NL, blue hearts for Fusion. Yeah, boy boss will definitely have to level up to be the man boss, or the what's it, what's
The big boss.
the
How's
big
that?
boss. There we
The
go, the
big
big
boss.
boss.
Oh my
Mhm.
god, it reminds me of MGS, but yeah, the big
Oh
boss.
wow, there we
Ding,
go.
ding, ding, ding.
What a thrill. Mhm.
Taking out the batter, like boy boss really doesn't want to deal with the batter anymore, especially after last game. Even with excitement, Momo was making the batter work in his favor so much.
Mhm.
But let's not forget there's still a forward up for grabs, and that's exactly what they capitalized on. Fusion took forward in straight away after Boy Boss banned the Seer and the batter. So so far so good, it seems, forward with Priestess and now with an entomology support.
So yeah, I'm also looking. Yeah, you mentioned like Sculptor being banned. This I don't know. He can go for Geisha again. He can. I mean, if he wants to force Breaking Wheel, but oh, he's gonna go for the 4K Geisha. He's channeling his inner Dongxuan. Here we go.
Inner Dongshen, the Dongshen of. I mean, we already have a Dongshen of Southeast Asia, so wouldn't be surprising if we have a Dongshen of NAEU. So Boy
Could
Boss
be.
right here. But having a forward, having a Gravekeeper, having an Entomologist Beast, having the Postman, Dog Bites, so many things to counter the Geisha. And not to mention that the Geisha is so afraid of pallets, and there are two, and there's a forward who slams the pallet so fast that you can't even see.
It's just down, right? Then oh, you're
Yeah,
stunned.
it's like, what? It slams you all the way back until your phone shuts down. But
Yeah, you're like, what? Yeah, that's
What?
he has
Restart.
a really fast. He has a fast pallet stun.
yeah,
It's
it
insane.
is. So, do you bring
And
excitement though for this though? Like,
you might
just-
have to. Yeah. Well, I don't know. Green is a very consistent stunner, but in the previous match, that consistency worked against him because the hunter was able to exploit his lack of resources because he invested so much in the stun that he downed him early on. So he could play that game. He could just not bring excitement, get stunned, and just down Green when it's possible. But I mean, look, you got the support of the bees. You got another rescuer in the Gravekeeper, and you got the portals of the Priestess. So, yeah, having just bringing excitement just for one person, I don't know. We'll have to see and find out.
Yo, 38 seconds. Yeah, it's probably gonna be the excitement. I'm not really sure. I have to see clearer. But it looks like Boy Boss is gonna make the rotation to the front broken, slowly forcing Bossy to go towards the corner. He's just moving towards, like, he's just trying to get the most optimal survivor, and he's gonna find the Priestess.
Sally. Yeah, cutting off
best
the
target.
Priestess from the church. This is actually pretty good. Not allowing her to set up these portals, and now they're gonna play the mind games here, waiting for her to just vault the window or go through the thing, and now dropping a butterfly. This is huge. So is
Yeah.
Sally gonna pick it up? Oh, dropping two. Okay.
Oh, he kind of missed the dash right there. But is he gonna go for the? Oh! Whoa! And the
Went
slow
for-
bolt.
Yeah, and now this actually provides some distance,
Yeah,
but now
good one.
this could be an early down of Sally. Oh, wow, able to maneuver over. Can she make it to the window in time? The bees are here for the support, and now Bossy, he just needs one well-placed. What's that? Well, a butterfly here, and now Sally hanging around the altar. This might be where she falls, and Boy Boss off to a great start.
Yeah, amazing right there. Okay, just a slight analysis of what happened right there. Priestess actually leaped into the shack, which makes use of her vaulting speed. And when that happens, Boy Boss did something where he just stood there, tried to make sure that the Priestess stayed in the area, wasting her vaulting speed.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
it's
And
not
that
even
normal as
excitement.
well.
Yeah, so
My
Boy
God.
Boss here came to play. He wants to get the 4K here. So now Gravekeeper now formulating a plan for this rescue, gets the rescue, and the bees are here to push away. And now Priestess here has to be very careful, has one more portal to utilize. And now just goes for a short dash here, and now just also hopefully get the speed boost, but that gets negated. And now Priestess has to be so careful. Forward can actually go for a stun here, so Boy Boss has to be very careful because he's also keeping his eyes on that forward.
So funny though, because Boy Boss totally ignored the bees, and right now is forced to make the forward come and rescue. Now if the charge attack is going to bring him down, but now the challenge comes where how can Boy Boss chair without getting stunned by the forward here? Because
True.
no excitement, they know. There's no excitement.
There's that fast pallet.
Oh,
Tries to go for
what?
a dash, but no, unable to. Interesting. I don't know where the bees landed there, but Green vaulting the window here, just skill checking all this time. Boy Boss now realizing this Priestess might get up. Oh, wow, he's trying to go for a long stun, able to get it, and now allows the Priestess to move on away. So Green fully committing to a half football stun, and look at the distance that Sally is covering.
Oh my goodness, that was actually really beautiful. The communication was there, you can tell it's very, very clear. Because it's like, okay, we know that we're gonna buy a lot of time, Priestess is gonna try and self-heal. And the moment, even if he doesn't make it, doesn't chair, just use the stun. Yeah, and now the bees are destroying that. I have to say, Fusion's communication right here, so good. The bees are harassing, but the bees are not really, like this is the third time though, not really blocking the geisha much.
Yeah, the bees, you see that setting up for a hit there, but no, unfortunately, oh wow, able to hit right in this area where there is a rocket chair, and now Green has to be careful. He might have to just move on away or eat a hit. Oh no, he's being forced to use the football just to move on over. Now Sally will have to hit that rocket chair. Green at least can go for that rescue, while two ciphers from the Gravekeeper and the Entomologist are about to be primed. Actually, just one. Gravekeeper's cipher is on 40, I believe.
Yeah, and there's one whole new cipher. So it's really, really risky. I don't think forward, even if the forward manages to rescue, I think the forward needs to sort of body block.
Ooh!
Oh, wow.
Oh, forces the rescue to happen and now has the body block, but the last effort, the control on Boy Boss. And now, yeah, this forward, less than a fourth of a football to use. I think it's too risky to just hang around this area. And now he's actually just gonna, try to harass as much as possible, but he's gonna be, it has to be very careful because Boy Boss could easily switch targets. Now, Gravekeeper on that fourth cipher, and we see that the Entomologist working on that last cipher, about to be 30%. So let's see, because Abnormal is still in the works here, but if it's the last cipher remaining, not sure. Ooh, he's just hanging around in this area. Oh, can he go for it? Oh no, able to get the Priestess. The stun was great, but you know what? Boy Boss was a little too quick. Can MM pop this cipher in time? I don't think he's gonna make it. They might have to open up another cipher because Abnormal is ready for Boy Boss to use.
Yeah, they have to start, and obviously you can see the forward and Gravekeeper are decoding the same ciphers now. God, Abnormal again. Oh my god, it's like crushing your soul. It's like, you know what? Hard work doesn't matter. Boom! Emotional damage. Abnormal. Oh my god.
So let's see how this Entomologist will work. Does have some bees to work with here just to give her that speed boost. Gravekeeper now on that cipher in the graveyard area, while Boy Boss might want to focus on this Entomologist. Yeah, he has to commit now. And now while the forward probably moving on over to provide some support of some sort, or maybe just being on the exit gate. Now the movement from MM is going to try to hang around near these pallets because the Gravekeeper is so close to popping that cipher, about 80%, I believe.
Oh my god, Momo is making the kite of his life. Like, look at how well his kite.
Wow. Oh, back.
Oh my
Nice. Able
god.
to vault in time. And now just sticking around this area, forcing him to go through the butterfly. Made a wrong turn there. And now MM still buying so much time, but no, eats the hit. And now Cypher is about to be primed. It seems like the forward is opening up a chest. So
Yeah, he
forward
is.
is the best possible person to go for this rescue.
I don't think the forward. Yeah, the forward has to come for the rescue. He has an elbow pad. The Gravekeeper has 2 shovels, and even if he prime, like let's say, even if they prime and he gets 1 person down, at least still has tight turner. Yeah, it's very very possible that it can make at least a 2-man escape or even a 3-man escape. So we'll just have to see what happens now. Momo is obviously trying to bring him away as far as possible from the gate, forcing him to use it. Oh,
Whoa,
God,
able to get the stun. Oh, they're not. They're gonna prime it right at the last possible second. And now this entomologist, wow,
Oh
the
my
kite of
God.
his life, like you said, Nell. Beautiful, potential MVP, to be honest. Even though he
Yeah.
might fall down, he's just buying so much time, and like he's just doing so well, but no one gets hit out of the bees. Teleport is already up. But we do see that the forward has already opened up that gate, and now he's just gonna pop that elbow pad. He's gonna have to go back for the entomologist because Gravekeeper has already opened the other gate, and it's gonna be a tied game. But, ladies and gentlemen, Fusion moves on.
My goodness. GG, well played 2 times, man. Um, like 2 games we've seen it sort of goes back and forth in the
Right.
early game, but ultimately it's what the middle and the late game which decides the outcome. And you can see just now beautiful performance by the survivors. Like I have to say, Momo's second kite was amazingly good.
Yeah.
Very, very good.
Not to mention also green support on that forward, like able the communication on the priestess propping up that self heal and the forward just going for that really long stun. Bought a lot of times, and honestly, Momo originally the bees didn't work out quite well, but honestly, I think he just needed those bees to kite with because that is that was the game changer, allowing a Gravekeeper to open up a brand new cipher. Honestly, Boy Boss had the right plan going for the abnormal. It worked out at first, but yeah, just the containment on the survivors, the constant communication. Fusion was definitely firing on all cylinders for them to be able to not only get the victory on the hunter side, but also on the survivor side. Even though it is a tie, that was a great one because you're going up against a Boy Boss, a consistent 4K hunter from the previous match. So kudos to them.
Yeah. It just shows you guys that with every phase of the competition, it's just getting hotter, harder, faster, fiercer, and better. So, like,
Stronger, better, faster, stronger, never over. I know there's a song.
yeah, man. That's the model of everyone who wants a relationship out there. But I'm just kidding. But yeah, that's definitely what we are hoping and expecting and hoping again to see in this kind of tournaments because we're trying to bring out the best of the best. Trying to nurture new talents, trying to nurture new teams, and ultimately trying to assemble the strongest team to represent each region to go to the ultimate stage, which is done annually, Call of the Abyss, which is going to be Call of the Abyss 6 next year. So I have to say, this is a really, really great step, IVT NAEU.
Yeah, honestly, shout out to Team NL, Boy Boss in particular. You know what? He really tried and really wanted to go for the 4K. It was looking like that the early seconds, but ultimately, Fusion Survivors just a little step ahead. Also to NL Survivors, they put up a really good fight up against the Sculptor of Mushin. But yeah, Mushin came into play. So I think, yeah, if I remember correctly, it will be the team of NFZ to go up against Fusion tomorrow. So that's definitely something to watch out for. We're going to see some 4 matches tomorrow. They're the first 2 matches to qualify to the grand finals, and there's going to be a battle for the third place spot. But we have our top 4 already. So that's we have OM, we got B4U, we got NFZ, and we got Fusion. So
yeah. Definitely no easy feat to make it this far into the competition. Fusion, Eli is definitely going to be very proud of his team. Yeah, so please ask your coach to treat you to some McDonald's.
I did. Yeah, he said he was going to treat them out, right? That's what Eli told us on off stream. Yeah, so yeah, he did say he was going to McDonald's. Just order
Go
everything.
claim it. Yeah, claim it for tomorrow. Do it tonight. But yes, surprise, surprise. No surprise actually.
It's MM. Yeah, even though you know what, with a game like Mushin, and so consistent, but you got to give your praise to some of the survivors here, not just with the batter, but also with the entomologist. A lot of decoding progress, and look, triple digits on both decoding and containment time. One rescue, all around survivor. That's all you can ask for when it comes to an MVP here on the survivor side. So can't wait to see more of come tomorrow.
Yeah, man. Definitely not only the best, not only one of the best harassers of the team, also the best kiter.
Mm.
So I am really looking forward to what's going to happen tomorrow, because tomorrow the four juggernauts are going to meet and ultimately decide. I have to say, um, the the favorites going to the finals, one of them is definitely before you, considering that they are the representatives of NAEU to COA. But
Mhm.
with these three juggernauts chasing so close behind, I have to say anything can happen tomorrow.
For
Anything can happen.
sure. Yeah, so that's why you guys got to tune in, because you know what, anything could definitely happen with these top four teams. We did I feel like we're going to, yeah, just recap the results and the brackets, just to give
Mhm.
you, just to show what we have lined up and how far we've come. But like Nell said, yeah, anything could definitely happen. I think NAEU has definitely leveled up in terms of their competition. I know B4U, as the reigning defending representatives of NAEU, they've won the previous IVT. They won qualifiers for COA, but that could change. I feel like all these teams are foaming in the mouth and they're ready to go for them to be able to, you know, lay claim to win IVT. So tomorrow is going to be one hot one.
Foaming in your mouth, huh? I wish that coffee is foaming in my mouth. You know what? We're just gonna look at the scoreboard right here. OM versus FT. Can see that OM with going through the whole three BOs and finally managing to secure a spot in tomorrow's match. And Raven versus B4U. B4U with a very decisive 2-0. So I just have to say, very, very strong performance right here by the teams. But among these two, I have to say Sprinter is definitely in my eyes. For now, I feel like he's the highlight for me at this moment.
Yeah.
If I may say so, one of the big pride of NAEU. Yeah, Sprinter.
Yeah, with the way he's been hunting, he's so consistent. And also he was able to find ways to counter the strategy of Little Girl Wildling, which has been a nightmare for any hunter to chase. But for Sprinter, it's just another day in the office. So B4U and OM are going to square it off tomorrow. That's going to be the first match. And you know what? Kudos to OM as well. You know, it went the full three, but still able to create find their opportunities in that second round. So it was quite close. And on the other side of the brackets, though it's the second half that we were able to witness. Again, it was NFC versus OVO and Fusion versus NL. Beautiful performance by both teams, living up to the 2-0 streak that Ravens versus B4U had. And again, also take note tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, it is still going to be a best of three, even in the grand finals. So, yeah, all these teams have to have the best foot forward. Usually, it's like best of five, best of seven. They're still going to stick to the same type of banning pick system. So, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of ever sleeping towns tomorrow.
The town that ever sleeps but never sleeps in the players' books. But tomorrow though, these teams that you mentioned just now, NFC versus OVO, definitely looking forward to NFC as well, especially the Kate Baldy, bringing out the Mad Eyes and the Undead. Mad Eyes
Right.
especially, so that really caught my attention as well. So definitely looking forward to see how they're going to perform tomorrow against teams. The lineups are going as
I think there was I'm not sure if they just got to fix some things up, but man, hang on. I hope you guys have
Is this some magic
photographic
trick?
memory there. Boom. I think they have to fix, because right now, well, I don't know. Tomorrow, technically, is it July 2nd? Because I think it's pretty late where everyone's watching, majority. But I think they just got to update the brackets.
It's July 2nd because
Where we
it's
are now.
following NAEU. It's following NAEU. So right now it's probably the 1st of July, around 2nd of July around midnight, for most of the players and teams. So yeah, it's definitely
Okay.
it's gonna be nighttime for
Yeah.
them again tomorrow.
Yo,
So,
while waiting for the bracket, yeah, sure. Any thoughts, any shout outs you want to give out? No,
yeah, shout outs, but I'm not gonna give shout outs to Izzy anymore because all Izzy mentions is Posh. Makes me
I'll give her
kind
a
of
shout out. Don't worry. You do.
makes me kind of jealous, but it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I have Eve the Raviolo,
Mm-hmm.
and that's also Ramkoi,
Mm-hmm.
Kuyo, Seraph, Mivox, Eclipse. I'm just giving you guys shout out. Kuro Apologizer. So sorry I missed you. And even Hihi, my cat, White Wishes, Allahabad, Woo, yes, Late Candlesticks. Yeah, basically all these people who I did miss. And oh, Kayla Kumori is in the chat as well. Hello, Kayla.
Hey, so big shout outs to everyone. Nell's not gonna do it, but I will follow him on YouTube, ladies and
Yeah,
gentlemen,
man.
on Nello Mello. If you guys want
And,
to follow me, I don't really have a YouTube, but I have an Instagram, so please follow me there at Spicy
and
Pot.
Twitch.
Twitch, yeah, Spicy Pot. You can follow Gaming Grizzly, follow Eli O on YouTube as well. And yeah, support your favorite content creators, support everyone, and hope you guys bring the same type of energy tomorrow, because that's it for us on the desk today. But we'll see you tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, for day number 4, the finale of IVT. But for now, we're gonna sign off. See you guys tomorrow.
See you guys tomorrow.